with Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
It's my turn now! Fire away!
I shall protect my kingdom! Thunder! Lightning!
Woohoo! You can do it!
If you ain't seen me win, well I got some news for you. You'll have to get used to it. Cause I do not lose, this what I do, and I ain't not new to it. I'm on a roll now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down, yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. Yeah, there is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer, I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy, I'm the greatest celebrity.
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go. Hey-ya!
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
For a time, the world believed the ultimate survivor was born in Battle Royale. But that time has come to an end. Today, a new era begins. Here, there are no lucky ones. Here, one must engage in relentless, calculated combat. Those afraid to fight
Team 1 eliminated.
are as good as dead. The rules are simple. You'll choose your weapons before you land. The attack starts from the moment you drop. As long as you complete the objective, dying is just a momentary setback. Those objectives include securing valuable data, locating and unlocking supply crates, seizing control of data stations, retrieving data receivers, or taking out the enemy and stealing theirs. Squads that come up short won't be coming back. Meet the true test of survival on a brand new battleground. Welcome to Bounty Royale.
Looks like you need my help. Go to hell. Let's go.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away!
The power of the lightning calls me. Get struck by lightning.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Back off.
I'll repay you for your trust. Water clears the mind.
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn.
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing Arcade Points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Jump kill on the bicycle.
Oh, boy!
Don't screw up the landing.
Drive your rest.
Seat swap. Woo! Uh-oh. Deploy parachute. Thank you, PUBG!
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
What I do, and I ain't not new to it. I'm on a roll now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down. Yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. Yeah, there is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer. I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, bring it on. I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy.
Looks like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Now, shall we fight?
Fire away.
The power of the lightning calls me! Get struck by lightning!
Surrender to the power of the dragon! Back off!
I'll repay you for your trust. Water clears the mind.
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn!
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there!
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon! Go away! Back off!
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning! Thunder, lightning!
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell!
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn!
Take that!
Welcome to the Update 24.2, which introduces a revitalized arcade experience, an expanded reputation system for cultivating a vibrant community, and more. Let's dive right in. First, allow us to welcome you to our newly revamped arcade, with several game modes waiting to be played. No more time-limited laps. The arcade is now home to both brand new and beloved modes, accessible whenever you like. The interface has also undergone a transformation, featuring a more intuitive hub and lobby room. Plus, when it comes to arcade, we're saying farewell to BP and introducing arcade points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards. Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade journey, including earned AP, achievements, and rewards from different modes. Also, be sure to earn the special arcade medal, a reward not to be missed. Meanwhile, in our ongoing efforts to elevate your gaming experience, we're providing even more incentives to our reputation system. Through the end of match page, you can now give compliments to your teammates and foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the sweeter the rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page, and get to know your fellow players better by viewing their reputation levels through their profiles as well. This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Speaking of drops,
that ZV had, that's the same idea that STK had. They at least stopped in the
flood, but we saw that their helmet is cracked, their vest is pretty much shredded. They're playing this with no armor, but a beautiful grenade is going to find Vegas. Kick should be able to get the second one there, and that actually might just wipe the whole team. It's going to
and a hill between them. And kind of separate out how everybody's going to look through this one.
Oh, Teppy Todd!
Decimate. So many nades! So many nades! Figure out how many people are shooting on. They said, no, this building could be free. Using the cover that is provided, they're jumping in. They've got a couple of shots that are coming at him, but Elevate is also rotating just to the west of this. Late pathing. You're gonna have a couple of shots, but not a lot. Decimate's dip is already gonna be filled up, so Emmy's gonna go for some shot. Does manage to take down Vinny, but
oh, he got
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back, my friends. It is the last day of the Americas qualifier here at PGS 2. My name is Topics. I'm joined by the legend Godspeed to break down what to expect today, as it has already been 12 crazy matches, but there's still 6 more to go. Godspeed, are you excited about finding out who goes to Riyadh?
I'm actually super excited to find out who goes to Riyadh, simply because this has also been just such a refreshing, oh man, time for PUBG. This has been the funnest I've had gassing this game in a long time.
It is. It's fresh. We've got new maps. We've got new items, and we have seen the meta evolve live in front of us. On day one, Godspeed, we talked about emergency pickups. How will they use them? We saw Sonics jump onto a barn and get lambasted when they tried to do it. And over the course of the last 2 weeks, it's changed. Teams are evolving. They're using them so much better, and it's really proving difficult for the teams that haven't adopted those strategies yet.
Yeah, I agree. And like even just seeing the things like the deployable cover, right? How many times have we seen that actually save some of these players and teams in those ridiculous end games that we've been having where there is absolutely no cover?
Yeah, right. I mean, like in a stroke of iron, and we saw Flood use it to literally damn a charge. And it was just beautiful moment where you were like, no one expected that to be there. It may only work once, but that was the right time. This is the schedule. We're on the last day, so it doesn't really matter what came before. All you need to know right now is the best 8 teams out of Latin America are going head-to-head right here, right now with the best 8 teams from North America. The top 3 teams, plus our global partner team, the Sonics, will advance to PGS 2 to play in Riyadh for a prize pool of $2 million. That is what is on the line. But here, in the qualifier, Godspeed, it's not about the cash. The cash, that's what you get when you go to the big show. Here, however, a lot of our teams are playing for PGC points specifically because there are points on the line just for this region in this event.
Yeah, and even though our GPT teams do get to go to the regional finals, right, or the international events, they are not guaranteed a spot to PGC. They still very much have to earn their spot, whether that's through qualifiers, whether that's through doing really well at the international events. And so that's why we see teams like Sonics, Twisted Minds, or other GPT teams still competing in these qualifiers because they need those points.
And some of those global team partner teams have been popping off. We saw Twisted Minds playing amazing this weekend. 4 Angry Men has been out of their minds. Sonics, however, are not out of it, but they're in 4th, which I am uncomfortable with going into the finals.
I mean, we say that because we just have the highest expectations of the Sonics, right? Especially the way they came out of the last qualifiers, the way that they normally do produce results when it comes to their regional scene. But yeah, I mean, they're in 4th place right now. Did we expect them to be, in the hunt for first with Luminosity? Sure, but that also just tells you how well teams like Luminosity, Fumba, and 00 Nation are playing.
And how some teams have caught us off guard. Here's who's playing today, the Big 16, if you will. One that I think shocked a lot of people. Down there on the bottom, you see a wolf howling. That's Zvire, and they're in 5th place. Look at this scoreboard. These guys came through the open qualifiers and have been just hanging around, fighting to the end in so many games.
Yeah, another thing I really want to point out as well with this kind of new meta shift is how well Latin America has been doing overall. Generally, when we mix these lobbies, we'll have like 1 or 2 Latin American teams do really well, compete for the top spots. But right now, if you look at the left side of the leaderboard, it's split. Yeah, Fumba in 2nd, 00 Nation, Zvire, Decimate has been doing so well this the course of this event as well. So it's just been awesome to see the mix-up and then just Latin America really bringing it this time.
So good. All right, let's get into top teams. We want to set up for where we're going. Now, the chase is 3. Luminosity, Fumba, we'll talk about them today, I'm sure. But what it really comes down to is who finishes those top 3 spots. Unless Fumba lets off the gas in the first 2 games here on Miramar, I think that they should be pretty comfortable going forward, Godspeed. It seems like it's really come down to how do teams chase 00 Nation.
Yeah, I agree. I think Fumba has been looking great. Even if they do have like one or two bad games, they can still they have still been finding the consistency in points and making sure they're salvaging their games, whether through kills or placement. That being said, 00 Nation, they are behind the 8 ball, right? They need to make sure that they are staying consistent and getting as many points as they possibly can, and they can't really afford to drop any really low placing games.
Now, I will say this. Yesterday, we saw an amazing game. 24 points came out in one match and got Decimate back into sort of the hunt for this thing, which means a lot of teams have the potential. All it takes is one game. If any team basically down to 7th, 8th place, Rats would be 1 extra, gets a 24-point game, they are now tied with 00 Nation and in the push to go to PGS 2. So that is, for your guys' perspective, how close this mid bracket is. The guys on the bottom, they're playing for PGC points. We love you. We're probably not going to talk about a lot today unless you have incredible come up on the day 1. That middle pack is everything. Who are you watching specifically in the middle pack that you think has the potential to take that spot away?
I am actually specifically looking at Zvire and Shoot to Kill, right? If they can surpass the Sonics actually needs to be talked about because they are such a wild card. Because if they do push 00 Nation down into 4th, then we're no longer fighting for 3rd, we're fighting for 4th place. And so I think that's going to be a really interesting dynamic to watch. But Zvire has been so consistent and so solid with their macro. Their rotations have been pretty much flawless. Their decision making going into the end game has been really great. They've avoided a lot of the mid game scuffle and losing members. So they've actually been looking amazing. Shoot to Kill, on the other hand, have also been looking really good. But yesterday we did see some of those games not go their way. So I also expect them to come out guns ablaze in this last day.
Yeah, I think Adam, a new addition to that roster, has been strong with them. I really like what he's bringing to that team. It seems like a little more tempered in some of their actions. Zvire, I think that's funny how we talk about their decision-making. I really feel like their decision-making comes down to we have to get to a spot, wait for someone to start shooting, and then everyone just is in the cars going every single time. It's almost like they just wait for mid-game to happen and then try to slide past it. I find that fascinating, but it's working.
Yeah, to be completely honest, that's what kind of LG have built their gameplay around and why they've been so successful. That's something we've talked about with them in the past. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if, Spire has taken a page out of their book, as they've been doing just that, waiting for the fight, coming in third party, controlling their edge at the end, or we've seen them use the emergency pickups to great effect as well.
Absolutely. I will also say, in my eyes, if I wanted to pick a team to sort of just could be an absolute chaos maker, Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown is still technically in this. They're in 9th place. They have 68 points. They need 2 big games to be in the chase. And this is a group of players who, if they woke up and chose violence today, they could really change this entire lobby. They have the individual skill set. It's just a matter of, are they mentally and do they get some of those moments where they just go off? You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. And yesterday, actually, towards the end of the day, they did start to go off, specifically thinking about that second place game they got on Miramar, as well as some of the really good fights they got on the previous Miramar. So I think Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown really started to kind of pick it up and start to get their feet under them.
All right, top 2 teams, just because they do deserve some love. Luminosity, 138 points. They have only had, I think, 3 of their games finish outside, or 4 of their games finish outside the top 5, and one of those was a top 6. So this is a team that has been absolutely consistent, not only in their gameplay, but their roster. This is one of our longest running rosters at this point, Godspeed. And everything about them is, we want global partner next year. It seems like that is some sort of supernatural thing just driving them.
Well, and they have just played so incredibly well this event, and I think because of that, they're punching their case. They're going to go to Riyadh, but let's see how well they do once they do get there.
Absolutely. That is always the question. Well, the questions are about to get answered. I told you we'll talk about Fium, but we will when we get back after game number 1, because the players are ready to start this thing. In just a minute, we're going to go to Miramar with match number 1 of the final day of the PGS 2 Americas Qualifiers.
Godspeed, Toffees. I'm so sorry. You guys were having such a great conversation and my finger slipped and I accidentally hit the game start button. But we'll make sure that you guys get a chance to deep dive into Fiumba, because Lord knows we need to right now.
Yeah, Fiumba has been far and away just so impressive. I mean, again, we know this roster. This is KPI. This is the team that did absolutely amazing the last time they went international. And I say absolute names, but 12th place still pretty solid overall. I really like that they've come back together and now they're playing once again phenomenally.
We are getting started off on Miramar, and yeah, it's just, there's something. We've often talked about, what we want to see as this region kind of merges together, right? It's kind of weird because we do have multiple regions that kind of became a super region in the Americas. And we were hoping that, as everybody starts to play together, as we start picking up different mechanics, different skills, all this other stuff. And I feel like we're starting to really get there at this stage. We're getting to the point now where teams can compete at the top. We've got superstars on both sides, and it's just getting to be a really cool mix every single time we get all the teams together.
Yeah, that's kind of been the stories of Americas, though, if you really think about it, as we look at this circle being pretty centered on Crater Fields. But I mean, we've always had our couple star teams, and those have kind of shifted. At the beginning, it was like STK, and then it became Sonics and LG, and they've maintained that consistency. STK still always remains around the top, but then we also have some of the Latin American teams now really starting to push for those spots and the consistency when it comes to the top of our combined region. And so it's been really wonderful to see, especially with this new meta change, right? It's allowing these teams to really kind of show their creativity and make an impact, really.
What you guys need to be looking at as we're moving through the day is LG and Fiumba. If they go out early, that means the fact that there is an opportunity for other teams to catch. There is a big separation between these two teams, though. Reminder, I know we've been talking about it time and time again, but it is the top 3 teams and Sonics that go on. So at the present time, 0-0 Nation's holding down that spot by about 20 points ahead of ZV. But if we see any of those top 3 teams have a bad game, it's open season, right?
Yeah, it is open season, and that's kind of the thing when you're that team holding the spot, right? I've always said it's much easier to shoot and become either first place or stay in first place rather than hold it, right? So getting there is one thing, but staying and holding your spot is another. And you know, the pressure could definitely start to mount on some of these teams that are in the cusp of actually making it. So hoping that that's not necessarily the case. I would love to see Double O Nation keep this consistency going, but I know there's some hungry teams knocking on their door.
I mean, we're not even talking about STK in that same category, but they're just 1 point back behind Zevia at the time, so we'll have to be keeping a specific eye on them. Decimate, Rats, Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, and I don't know, there is a world where maybe Friendly Fire could do something, maybe SG, but it's going to be real hard. This has got to be the best day that they've ever had.
I mean, yeah, Friendly Fire did start to kind of put it together yesterday, but they really need to have some big games here if they want to make sure that they're going to punch their ticket to Riyadh. And yeah, it's going to be a struggle, but at the very least, they've set themselves up for a chance.
So, on a completely different topic, a part of me does hope that maybe Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown has that moment and can get into the top 3 for the sole reason of I want to see all the international casters try to say that name.
Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've got some practice, obviously, so
we've got it down. See, but then they're suddenly going to be throwing it. It's like boom, right on their laps.
Yeah, Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. Ooh, I'm actually kind of clean with it. Yesterday, you had a flub, and so did I, though. It does happen. It's still somewhat of a difficult name. And, I mean, looking at Future's position here real quick, they're actually going to be up in Cruz de Valle, and they have Rats around them. Rats is a team I want to talk about because they, you know, potentially with just a couple good games could push into that 4th, 3rd place spot as long as, you know, Sonics and 00 Nation kind of don't put together too many points. And we've seen that Rats actually has a good amount of consistency. They're lacking kind of those really big games that you've been talking about 00 Nation having.
They're a movement team is the way that I like to look at it. They know how to get into the circle. They know how to get into the position. But whenever it comes up against like walking into, say, 00 Nation, who is much more of a team fighting squad, it's been kind of the hurdle that they're trying to overcome. We did see Rats in the top 4 beforehand. They had themselves a pretty good run there for a while. Whenever specifically the circles were a bit more wild, they were capable of exploiting that out, finding some successes in there. With a more northern circle and an early wrap coming out from them, we might see the potential of them finding that good positioning that really is what they're after.
Yeah, and I haven't really been too worried about Rats when it comes to, like, you know, the early game rotations and macro getting in the circle. They've done a pretty good job of doing that overall. It's just, as you said, making sure that they're winning team fights, or at the very least keeping 3 or 4 alive going into those end games. Because even though they've been great at salvaging these points, at this point, salvaging is not going to be enough. They need to have those big kill games.
Shout out to everybody so that way you can know Tilt Town, a reoccurring story that we've got going on, has already dropped and pretty close to the center of the circle. They are a bit separated. They do have some people shooting at them, aka Decimate, but nothing too crazy. So their big hurdle has been kind of rotating into the first circle, right? If you're due center inside this first circle, that should make your life significantly easier. Elevate now eyeing this area where Fumba is, but notice Rats as well as Future could be coming up back behind him.
Oh, Capitan's about to be in a little bit of trouble here. Silzen and them, yeah, I think they're going to try to back off of this. Silzen's trying to get the car ready. Go, go, go! Otherwise, they're going to have a very ready Elevate taking shots at them. Capitan's going to make it out, though, as well as Silzen. So they're going to give this compound up, and you know what? I think it's fine. Rather than leave with their lives. They still have a decent position in the circle as well. But, Matt, real quick, I do... Oh, wait, whoa. Rats actually
They did stop low. I think that they were waiting to see if there was an actual firefight that was going to happen, and nothing happened, so I don't know if they're going to pursue.
Okay.
Now this.
Well, we'll get to the point. Yeah, I have a. Really
get to your point. Do it fast.
I was just gonna say Sparking has been using the emergency pickup almost more than anyone else, and they have been using it to great effect. I actually love the way that 00 Nation has been using that new item.
I feel like they're the biggest innovators that we've been able to see with it so far.
So far, yeah,
Showdown,
I would agree.
Being on the opposite end of the Sonic's push. This is in the southern section of the circle, as well as having a crate that landed pretty close to it. As you can see, it's going to be just due north of where this duo for Dragon Tiger Rail Showdown is. And no surprise, let's just go ahead and regroup, move more to the north. There are both Cowboy and Honey Badger They're playing in the, I guess, factory, the crater industrial area, whatever you want to call it, as they should be able to regroup. And if anything, I think that pathing should be pretty clean.
Yeah, their pass should be pretty good. Their teammates both have some pretty good high ground, and they're going to be able to see those sight lines pretty clearly as well. So they're going to be fine. Meanwhile, just to the north of them, as I said, 00 Nation have already utilized that emergency airdrop. We saw Sparking get a beautiful point in the north, and they are going to be very happy about that. The only thing is I'm not sure if they have a couple vehicles. Maybe I think a few of the members might have rotated in them just to make sure they had the access.
We've been seeing some crazy circles. We have most of our teams, they're playing along the crater and more to the east in that San Martin sector. Most of the north, pretty open, specifically the northwest, wide open, and for good reason. Outside of Crater Fields, it gets a lot more, I guess, what do we want to say, day one with circles, where there ends up being a lot less cover, a lot more utility use is going to have to come into play. So most of these teams right now really praying for a more centered circle.
Yeah, I mean, if we do go Crater Fields, I mean, there is obviously the ridges around the bowl, but yeah, most of that you're just fighting on slopes with very little cover to be had. Looking at Fiumba, though, I really do like their approach. Again, they're kind of staying on the outside of this one, willing to kind of rotate in a little late, something that we've seen a lot of STK do, Zvire has been doing as well, and then LG, I mean, that's their bread and butter. So if you notice, a lot of the teams are actually just kind of, stronger teams are just kind of sitting out on the outside with the exception of 00 Nation. Great use of that emergency pickup.
Poza decides that he doesn't want to go that direction, and so he's going to cut back more into the east. He is the scout for 22. The other members are going to be down to the south of SDK at the time, so while he is taking some damage and had to stop, he could have some reinforcements. SDK is pretty much aware that he's all by himself. I don't know if SDK is going to inherently push this. That's not really their styling for the stage, so it might just be that SDK is going to move to the north, get control over this area, and call it good.
Yeah, if anything, they're just going to try to harass the tires and maybe keep him stranded there. But yeah, they're not going to push it. That's not even.
Yeah, they're already in vehicles and moving out, so Poza should be able to get picked up.
Meanwhile, Rats, though, they have found themselves in a nice position. They do have this, kind of wide 2-2 split. We've actually seen them split like this before, but a couple of their members are pretty close to some other players. So specifically looking at one of the Elevate boys, I think just right under the compound that Grant Lattice and Despoon find themselves at. Meanwhile, Zvire going to be rotating in, and this is going to be happening just... Where is this happening, actually? They're still in the blue. Very far in the southeast.
They're down in the southeast, just passing Minas, I believe. And so they're going to be coming in Hacienda, which is going to be pretty wide open. We've got kind of a butterfly effect that is kind of rippling out at the time as an eastern shift.
Oh,
San Martin water treatment. Okay.
What the hell was that?
Unexpected?
I mean, this is a cool circle, don't get me wrong. It's just, that was, well, that was a
hard shifts, man. It's what we live in today. And what's weird is a lot of them are the Circle 2 hard shifts, right?
Yeah,
that's been our kind of reoccurring theme through this whole event.
At the very least, I mean, there is quite a bit to play in this circle, and as we see, a lot of the teams already set up. In fact, all of San Martin is going to be still in as well. So some of those teams might opt to rotate in from the south and maybe use that as a good way to go in. But Fiumba now with an incredible split. Look at this Future, though, getting in a fight early with Elevate, Matt.
Shop just walked that corner. No fear to be had. Future getting good control over this one. Shinboy, though, going to counter back. Future is going to get eliminated. They do end up losing Punage for it, but Elevate finding themselves some more points, now tied up with Tilt Town, and do have themselves a position that they can play for the time being. They do have LG, though, that is very close. And are they eyeing this? Nah, it looks like, well, maybe. They're kind of circling.
Actually, no. LG probably wants to take this position. I wouldn't doubt it. And 22, what has happened here? Friendly Fire just getting rid of two members very quickly, and now Snaker's going to get knocked.
We were talking about the fact
flush.
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to see anything come out from Friendly Fire, they have got to get kills early, and they bumped into 22 on the outskirts. Remember, they had to stop for Poza and pick him back up, and it's going to be a big exploit that comes out from Friendly Fire. Meanwhile, Luminosity did get that compound just on the outskirts of what we were looking at with Elevate, but I mean, it's not the easiest cross. We might see LG just kind of hunker down for right now and seeing if anything else happens. Most of our crush has been kind of coming into the west as we do have Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown that's going to be regrouping. STK did manage to make it in the circle. They're going to be just south of Sonics. San Martin, pretty open though. Really only Yellow Jackets there at the time.
Yeah, they were the only team that was really rotating in from the south other than Zvire, but Zvire has actually taken a nice little position just to the northeast of San Martin, just above Hacienda. So I do like that from them. Again, great decision making as far as how they enter the circle and what positions they take early. And so they're just going to be shooting other members off as we now look back at 00 Nation, who once again finds themselves in a great position. And I'm not sure if they dropped or if they actually drove here, but this is a really nice spot for them to find themselves in. Oh, and there it is. Emergency pickup's actually going up right now.
Love to see what's going to be going on. Also, shout out, we were kind of giving Tilt Town a hard time for being the first team to lose a member. They have still all 4 of their members up. They're right next to 00 Nation and Rats, though, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Friendly Fire are going to be making their rotation. Looks like they're going to go to the south. They're going to be coming in on that road, probably near San Martin. Not a lot of other options just due to how the hillside is set up. Yellow Jackets that we were talking about just a moment ago, they're holding the northern section, as you can see here, trying to get an eye on what's going on with it. A 2-2 split from Decimate.
Yeah, Decimate have some pretty good high ground here as well, and I like that they've tried to at least take that little shanty down at the crossroads. That way, if they need to get off that high ground, Vinny and One will be able to do so fairly cleanly. So nice little split coming out from them. And then at this point, everyone else is pretty much set up in the circle aside from 22 rotating in a little late.
They're going through Cabrera, though, so they should be okay. New Circle is going to lean back down into San Martin.
Oh my goodness.
This is the water treatment hillside fight, right? This is going to be the God compounds with Fiumba, ZV, already getting control of those. This is going to be real big.
Yeah, those, I would even, man, this is so tough, though, if you're Fiumba, because you have 2 potentially incredible compounds, and they just have to decide which one they want to pretty much take here. As we see the fight between LG now starting to kick off, all the way back to Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, though. Is there a fight with 00 Nation?
It's just going wild right now, as it is going to be Kickstart that gets a knock onto Shinboy. Kickstart takes a lot of damage, but they're at least going to get the flush into this one. This is going to be right on the edge of the zone into the north. While this is happening, there is going to be a big rush that's going to be Fiumba as well as Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, trying to pass over where 00 Nation's at. We also do have SG, Tilt Town, they're all going to be moving in. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown is presently separated out, so if you see any knocks coming to that, it could be a directed push. LG is going to have to hold off on this, but Synergy is going to use this opportunity just to flood down the hillside right up on top of Tilt Town. We're watching all of these teams trying to get their rotation going, but good read from Tilt Town, separating out, trying to play away from it, but you can see that they are in a 2-2 split, and the other members are caught up looking at Rats.
It's actually going to be a little rough for Tilt Town because I don't know how much support they're actually going to get from that other split, but for the time being, they've at least kind of stopped the push coming out from Synergy. Savage is actually going to get knocked from Greg shot at distance. It's going to be a nice trade, though.
They need that. And it's your boy. You've been saying the fact that he's been making the plays for him, and he needs to get something to happen here. Synergy already has the read in. Where are they going to be tossing the nade at? You can see the Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown has 2 different sides on this. So they can harass either way that this flow goes. Islo going for the res does get it. Nade's going to be going right next to him. Kraken is still down for Synergy. So Synergy looks like they're just going to try to hunker down, see if they can ride it. But Islo, I was going to say, he might be venturing out. They've got to be careful. They still have Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown on 2 opposite ends with Honey Badger still up on that hillside.
I'm sure they would actually love to just back off of this and get to their other duo, and it looks like they might be trying to do that right now. It's just difficult. They need to put a little bit more pressure on SG if they're going to try to make that retreat, but now Molly's coming out very close, and this is their chance. They got to go. Oh, I'm just so worried.
Their sight line to Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. Are they going to get vision onto it? Rotate through. Do make it to the hill. So they are going to be able to regroup.
Nice.
Ooh, that was
very
nerve-wracking.
Nice. That needed to happen, though. There was, that split was not going to be working for them anymore. Islo gets knocked, but, I mean, that's going to be fine. They're going to get him up. Meanwhile, back in San Martin on the north side, Friendly Fire now, Matt, find themselves on the doorstep of Yellow Jackets.
STK is pretty close, but they're not too caught up into this. It's going to be Yappa. Gets a nice bit of utility. It's going to be running right through, but support's going to come out. Sharp shot.
Nice.
It's the double up. It's going to be Sharp Shot. Dude, we love to see it whenever Sharp Shot pops off. Yellow Jackets, though, not loving it quite as much. Kane now at range, just watching his teammates being slowly whittled down.
Yeah, and I mean, Sharp has an incredible pedigree when it comes to North American play, even just playing internationally. It's just... it's been really nice to start to see him really pop off. He had some insane doubles yesterday as well, and seeing Sharp really come alive is going to be very instrumental for a team like Friendly Fire.
I was talking to Friendly Fire yesterday after everything, and they said the fact that they were frustrated with themselves, feeling like they could do better, but they started to get it together at the end, and they wanted to come out swinging this time. I mean, already at 3 kills. We're only at phase number 4. I mean, what? We've got 12 kills so far, so a quarter of the kills have been them. It's great to see them trying to get more and more out of this, but SDK's Penta is going to come in, provide some support. Going to go ahead and hit Kane as well, as Tunga is going to be trying to move. SG still not quite done with Tilt Town, though, and making an aggressive
Savage has an incredible off angle. He's going to find one. He's going to find two. That was so well played to get there. They should be able to at least recover one of those 2 knocks. Beautiful off angle there.
That is well played, and I think that was Synergy trying to exploit somebody that was lower on the leaderboard, and they are going to regret it. Pippa, though, who's been the hero before, now trying to make a play into it, but he's got to deal with Dragon Tiger Bill. Showdown back behind him. Honey Badger's going to be on an off angle, but Tunga's trying to go for the res, but Alo's not going to let that one happen. He's going to have to retreat out now, as it's going to be, nowhere to go. STK just has his number. It's just dip into dip, and every single angle has just got shoot to kill on.
Yeah, the thing here is shoot to kill does kind of have the backside of this hill to play once they hold out the rest of Yellow Jackets, but I don't really know what they're going to do past that, because this circle is starting to become very rough. If you're not already set up in it, this is going to be where the issue starts to rise.
Tilt Town's going to have to make a move into Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. Also do want to point out that Sonics did get into a skirmish with some of 00 Nation, and they're trying to recover onto that, but also, you can see it's going to be Shrimps that comes in. They should be able to get the res onto Tig, but Honey Badger has been kind of harassing into this, and they haven't been able to get the flush just quite yet. And you can see Mime off in the distance in the blue. I think that they might just have to leave him behind. There's too much pressure on this, so they're just going to go for Tig and probably have to just cut out.
Yeah, and look at Tilt Town. I really appreciate how they're still just going for these fights, and they're actually doing really well to win them, because, look, even if they're not going to qualify, they could absolutely build themselves a nice little stack of PGC points, so still a lot to play for, and they have actually had a great start as opposed to the last couple days where they've lost members immediately, Matt.
Oh, Sonics, you have no good pathing to be had here, as they're going to be running right into the front-facing side of 00 Nation, as well as Honey Badger, who's taking those pot shots a moment ago. Pippa has managed to make it inside the circle, but yeah, it didn't last for long, as Rello's going to be able to take him down. It's now going to be LG that's flanking into that position that Tilt Town is trying to hold down, and Synergy is going to be eliminated as well. South getting to be a little bit more of a relaxed situation than we were seeing a second ago. It's going to be STK taking shots into friendly fire, both of them just trying to get edge right inside the circle.
Yeah, and they're fighting for a lot as we look at Tilt Town still trying to take the fight to LG, but they're getting shredded as well. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown have done a wonderful job of third-partying all these players on the northwest side of the circle, and that shift is disgusting.
We had an idea it was going to go this way. For whatever reason, this circle really loves to pull, and Rat's going to get one of the God compounds, Fiumba in the other, and ZV holding it down. It's just going to be a massacre, as Tilt Town is going to be the first team to die. There's going to be a push down from this hillside into Rat's compound territory, and we've got Sonics, we got 00 Nation, Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, LG, all on this angle, and God, that's going to be crazy to watch.
Yeah, we're going to see some crashes. We're going to see a lot of devastation on the field. Some of these teams, in fact, a lot of these teams are going to lose, if not all, at least majority of their members coming into the circle, because Fiumba already has that location there on the south. You have Rats on the west, and then obviously Zvire with the God compound right now. This is going to be difficult to come in. There are some dips for Zvire can potentially rotate in on the east though.
This is an amazing set of plays coming out from Decimate. They've switched out into a 2-2 situation. They kept multiple members back to deal with STK and realized what was going on with Sonics. Moved in aggressively. They didn't get the kills on it, but the harassment was enough to stop the Sonics inside the tracks. Now Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, you can see, has been on the receiving end of a couple of bullets and tattered as they're trying to crawl their way through. LG now having the easiest pathing in this one after they got out Tilt Town. They have just the option to come in and back behind this, or they can just kind of look back down into Rat's positioning. So either way, much more comfortable than what we're going to be seeing happen for anything for Decimate.
I think the most important thing, though, Matt, is happening on the leaderboards right now. 00 Nation and Sonics have both fallen, which now gives 5th through 10th all the opportunity to potentially catch up and kind of delete that lead that they have. And this is going to be a very interesting endgame, especially because Friendly Fire have found that the dips I was talking about on the east side, so they're going to be in and safe. Rats also a good position. Zvire in the most optimal position as well.
LG going to go ahead and move down to this hillside. This slope is going to be a massive section and a feature for what we're going to be looking at in the next couple of circles, depending on how these pop. Elevate's already down inside of it, but you can see Luminosity with this bit of a ridge down onto that slope has some protective angles that they can still work through. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown is looking like they might try to path into this one. It's going to be Decimate that moves into the low ground right below Rats with Fuma doing some harassment is, yeah, Greg Shots realized, okay, the spot that we want probably taken. What do we do now is, oh, that's going to be it. I mean, there was no way that they were going to be able to make that in.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I'm not even mad at Dragon Tiger Barrel Short or any of these teams just trying to get on this edge. It's going to be very brutal. We knew we were going to lose quite a few. So at the very least, Dragon Tiger Barrel Short did a good job of stacking up some kills there. So good on them. Decimate though are going to be in a lot of trouble at that shack with nothing but vehicles and just hopes and dreams to keep them alive. And that's it. They're gone.
And, yeah, I mean, they had what? Fiumba, ZV, and as well as Rats trying to drop some nades on top of them. Circle does shift into the no man's land, so that means that Fiumba still keeps their wall, Rats still keeps a bit of their compound, and ZV keeps their compound. Now, that slope earlier, now gone. So, Friendly Fire, what you gonna do? You were talking about opportunities a second ago, Godspeed. 0-0 Nation, out. Sonics, out. STK, out. Decimate. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. If you're Rats or Friendly Fire, this could be your game.
Absolutely. If Friendly Fire can just make it on the south side of that compound that Zvire is in, they could potentially have just a hell of a game. But as we see now, Zvire is actually starting to kind of position members to maybe watch that, but they're actually, maybe they're not. Friendly Fire might be able to just get it. Never mind. Shots have been fired. Pixel 1K has alerted them, and now their approach needs to be as clean as possible because Friendly Fire needs to keep 4 alive. I thought maybe an option to wrap on the north on that ridge would be possible, but Elevate's waiting right there for him. So yeah, I think the smoke approach is the correct one.
This is kind of dangerous because Elevate could opt into trying to sneak up back behind this, or even LG. They've got their vehicles prepped. If they hear a firefight inside that compound, it could be the send it time. Rats still do have the high ground, as Fiumba does look like they're going to shift into that low ground position that they just got rid of Decimate at. So pick up some loot and I guess a bicycle that was kind of hanging out over there, as Friendly Fire is still trying to figure out, okay, where's the vulnerability in this and how can we assault it as the blue zone's coming in and they don't have a lot more time to figure out how they want to do it.
At the very least, Fiumba does have an extra vehicle that's been exploded, so they are starting to form this little kind of fort there that they can use for the time being, and then they can actually fight just on the base of this ridge once the next circle cuts out Zvire. So I like this play. They're still keeping 2 in that compound as well to make sure they're safe. As LG now tries to make their... Oh, that was actually a disgusting shot. Just landed onto Gats, but he's still firing. The Blue's going to knock him. It's just down to Ethan now to try to salvage this and at least get a couple points, but he's got a full LG to look at. Or excuse me, 3 LG members.
And with this, now also Zvire and Friendly Fire have to realize what's going to be going on. Rott's been playing in the background. Those nades are, one of them's going to connect. There was just so many. There was a red zone landing on that guy. Nothing he could do. Now, it's going to be FF trying to make their push in. Page is going to be the first one to make landfall inside the compound, but he's also going to take a face full of grenade. Sharpshot's going to be coming up back behind him, also taking some damage. But with this, LG now has a path to come up back behind Zvire, and Zvire's full on focus in what's going on with Friendly Fire right now. LG could sneak right into this compound.
LG can literally just run straight up to the back end of that long building and just get it for free because Zvire is so committed to making sure that Friendly Fire doesn't push up. And I know they heard that fight behind them, but this is difficult. I mean, this is God Compound in this circle, but when you have teams approaching you from both the south and the north, it is hard to hold.
While we're watching this, just a quick update. Fiumba did split into that 2-2 earlier, so depending on how the circle goes, they might have a couple more options, but they have Rats right on top of them. LG now making a push into this longhouse, and that means that ZV is officially pinched. They know that this is going to become even more problematic, but RV, he's got himself prepped and ready. He's like, I dare you. I double dare you to walk into this. ZV waiting. They want to try to get something. Rats try to do some harassment, but it's not going to be enough. Finna still playing just to the north of this, even not going to find an angle.
Matt.
What?
Look at the circle, dude. Look at the shift.
Yeah.
So that means all of these teams who have now committed to this fight, which, again, they kind of had to, will have to find something after this massacre on the east.
Fiumba feeling good right now. With their setup, they have that 2 that can provide cover to the 2 that are already inside the circle. Rats is going to have to come down the hillside. This is feeling pretty good for Fiumba right now to secure their positioning. Now, can Zvire try to assault into that top 3? They have the chance. I mean, they're still 19 alive, and the capabilities just get a ton of position points, but LG is now officially on top of it.
Rats have actually sent it to the center of the circle at the rock, but here we go. This fight is starting to pop off. Roth, at least 3 members still alive. Beautiful spray there. Going to catch Cloud as they're now starting to move towards the south side to maybe go for a wrap while still trying to hold out the teams of Zvire and LG. Meanwhile, Fiumba, as you said, very comfortable. I actually love that split coming out.
Puma's confident looking at what's going on with Rats. His whole Senpai's already made the push down into it. Rebo is going to go ahead and spot out what's going on with Friendly Fire. They put up some work, but they just get demolished. Both teams say, you know what, let's combine our resources for just 1 second. Now, the friendship is over. It's going to be Rats trying to make a send across, and everybody is firing at it. The remaining 3 teams all want a piece of what's going to be happening. Blue Zone's going to be right back behind Luminosity as they're going to go ahead and drop down. ZV playing from the smokes. Don't forget that they've got themselves some shotguns to work with. It's Vire. Can't see what's going on. It's too dark. Molotov's going to land as well. That was a money hit on that Molotov coming up from Kickstart, and that's going to be Zavire going down. Rats, I'm going to have to contend with LG trying to creep in front as Kickstart is going to go down, but that shack is not going to be close enough. It's going to be the remaining 2 members from LG that are going to have to fight their way through, but it's going to be also Rats now having to look into Fiumba. It's everybody getting torn in too many different directions. Nobody can figure out where to shoot.
No, and Fiumba definitely have the best position here. They actually have all the room to harass, but LG just trying to get as many points as they can. Rilo knows that he's going to die to the blue. He at least got, I think, 1, so they'll take that point, as now it's just down to Finna to see what he can do against 3 members of Fiumba.
This is just such a beautiful read that came out from Fiumba. They saw it several circles ago. They knew where they wanted to position. They're going to walk away with 7 kills because all the violence happened somewhere else, not because they weren't in the thick of it. Also getting themselves a chicken dinner just off of brains.
That early split, honestly, every decision that Fiumba made there was so on point, from their initial taking of that compound, sending that duo and still holding the initial compound when the circles shifted off, getting there early to make sure that once Rats had to get pushed off, they would be the ones to kind of intercept. Just incredible play from Fiumba all game long. And then LG, what a push, man.
LG and Fiumba making it into the later stages mean that this leaderboard is still going to be 1-2 at the top. But there's going to be a couple of new contenders that we're going to have to take a look at the leaderboard with Toffees and figure out what's going to be happening next.
Welcome back. Game 1 is done, and it's a hat trick for Fiumba as they're the first team to put up 3 chicken dinners in the 18-game series. When they came in today, there were only 2 teams that got double chickens. This is going to make it a wicked third and ultimately make it very difficult to catch them, Matt.
Yeah, it's we often talk about the 2-horse race, right? But I'm actually very curious with Fiumba picking that one up, LG making it in late, and how this is going to affect everything else. Because what we saw 0-0 Nation down early, Sonic's out early, STK. There's going to be so much. But I got it. Before we go down that rabbit hole.
All right, okay.
Fiumba, man.
Because I can just tell
2-2
you.
split.
Go ahead.
2-2 split. So good.
2-2 split from Fiumba. Yes. Very bold to go out there. I did like they took the proactive moments there. And I will say this, Luminosity and Fiumba both were playing tight. They are very far ahead. All they have to do is maintain their points. They are preserving harder than a jar of strawberry jam. But in that moment, they took a risk. I think Luminosity played a little closer to the chest, and that's why they set themselves up for that win. Now, I will say this, Luminosity, because you and guys were talking in that game about sort of, can those top 2 be caught if they flub just a little bit? You said, what does this mean for the top 2? I'm just going to math it out. All right. Luminosity was 61 points ahead of the nearest chase team at the start of that game. They are now 70 points ahead of the nearest chase team. That means not the top 3. That means that team that's sort of in the mix to try to steal one of those bids to PGS 2. By the same token, I think once we see the score come in, Fiumba is going to be easily 55 to 60 points ahead of the chase team. So I'm just going to say it now, Matt. Unless something crazy happens, it is now a chase for who gets the 3rd spot, as well as a duel between those teams for top 1 and 2.
And you can see so many different teams were trying to figure out how to make that work. My heart breaks right now for Zavire picking up an auto shotty and not being able to use it close range because that Molotov. But again, that is just a well-thrown Molotov in the smokes. I love seeing those connect in. We don't always get a chance to really see Molotovs be the counter to smokes, but it's definitely going to put much more pressure on the team that is trying to get that 3rd place position. That's what we want. We want the teams that can hack the pressure to go to the international.
Absolutely. And I will say this, that Zvire, again, gets themselves in through a cheeky play. They played into the blue. They waited for a late rotation on phase 2. And then the fight started breaking out, and those slippery fellas get themselves right smack in the middle and grab a compound that they can lock up. Their style of play is working very, very well. And now there's another style of play that has been working, 0-0 Nation. They're the ones in that third place position. Everyone's trying to hunt down Matt. They used their emergency pickup beautifully again. However, they ran up against some angry Dragon Tiger barrel showdowns that really, I think, opened the door for everyone in this game, because by phase 5, it was only hunt teams that were less in this match.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not game 3 yet. Until it gets to game 3 and 0-0 Nation walks away with 0 points, that's whenever I'm going to be starting to get concerned, right? But you hit on something that I really need to know, and we need to figure this out, Tom, between us. It's not going to be the most, like I guess, erudite conversation, but is it the Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdowns, or is it the Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdowners?
It's Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, or the M762s, right? Like, that's like their band. That'd be the cover of their title. You know what I mean? Like, they would be like, yeah, Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, M762s is like the name of that album. So I don't know. I think that's the plural. You have to use the abbreviation. But
gotcha. So we're just going to add yes.
That got us to the leaderboard. So Fiumba, 17 points off the back of that one. Only 7 kills, but at the end of the day, who cares? They played that well. They stored up those numbers. Second place goes to LG, and the rich get richer. But below that, Elevate makes some signs of life, and then it's all about chase squads.
Yeah, and we kind of hit on this for just a second, that PGC points are going to be a priority to be looking at, specifically on this leaderboard. All right, let's do the quick breakdown as we're going to be looking. LG, Fiumba up at the top, but Toffees, woo, look at everything after that.
Yeah, so give me a sec here, guys. What you need to know. Sonics is going to PGS 2 no matter what when it comes to Riyadh. They are here playing to get extra points to try to qualify for PGC. Their performance, they're not going to be happy with it, but they still get to get the bid. So we're going to kind of ignore them. The top 3 teams that are not the Sonics will go to PGS 2. If Sonics makes a jump and ends up in 3rd place, then it'll be 1st, 2nd, and 4th plus the Sonics. I hope that makes sense to you guys. They're a global partner team based on their past performance and commitment to PUBG, and those players know what they're doing. They deserve that partnership, I can guarantee you. The question now becomes that chase. Zvire in particular refuses to let off the gas. They are close to 0-0 Nation, but that feels like that's going to be the real battle. Because to even catch Fiumba, Zvire has to put up north of 50, I was almost right, 55-ish points. There's no way to do that I can see with only 5 games left to play.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the fight for 3rd. And I think that almost makes it worse. Like, with those 2 teams having that lead now, Sonics going to be in position, it means that no bad game can happen. You don't get that opportunity anymore. The next 5 games just need to be crystal clear the entirety. You've got to be making sure that you're keeping your points per game up, not going out early, trying to make sure you're defending territories. It's going to be so much of a Herculean task just to be able to get that 3rd spot that whoever gets it is sure as hell going to deserve it.
And now that things are so close in that hunt pack, do things like kill feed management become even more important, Matchroom, as we move into these final 5 games?
I mean, you got to be paying attention, right? If you see one of the teams that you're going against popping off, killing everybody, that means that you now know, okay, I've got to make it to the late game, or we've got to take out a team somewhere along the lines, or specifically in the last game, it's going to get even more pressure for that. But also keeping an eye on all 5 of these teams, well, I guess 6 teams, depending on how you want to look at it, who they have up, who you can potentially push, and making sure that you're capable, if you end up getting into a firefight with them, of having an idea on how many members they have up, so that way you can choose to exploit it at any given time. Because a lot of these teams are bumping into each other in the mid game.
Right. And also, when we talk about kill feed management, it's not just the tracking of the kill feed. It's associating kills or knocks with sound cues to figure out where teams are. And more importantly, the reason that they have teams have actual players writing down who dies sometimes or keeping track of this information in their head is when you do get a knock 15 minutes later in the game, you should know, if you are a team that is managing kill feed, that you're going up in a 3v4, that you have a 2-person advantage because you know that there was a flush earlier on in the match. And that's where kill feed management comes into play. We don't talk about it as much as I think that we should, but I know there are teams out there that literally have told me, you know, this player, they're good. Their gun skills are top tier, but they have the best kill feed management I've ever seen in my life. And that's why they have a spot on this roster. It can be that important in those clutch moments. And that's one of those things that I know it's been around forever, but we don't really dig down into. It's how big a deal that can actually be.
I mean, imagine playing, being able to keep up with what's going on inside of your firefight, keeping an eye on the teams that are going to be close to you, but then also making sure you know every single player on every single squad, what their capabilities are, the idea on potentially where they would be rotating to, and keeping up with who's alive, who's dead, and how many times somebody may or may not have been knocked. Because a couple of players can even keep up with that. And that's just wild.
Yeah. Other things that I'm loving right now, we saw 0-0 Nation. I'm going to go back to the emergency pickup because that wasn't as big of a deal 2 weeks ago when we started. This time, teams like 0-0 on Miramar specifically are almost planning to use it because of the fact that it's giving them access to inaccessible locations. The polar drops on Miramar almost always have cars on the top roads. It seems like they've just, like Latin America in particular, has just cracked open a new way to move across the map and embraced it very quickly.
Well, let's be honest. The Latin American teams do tend to lean more aggressive, right? And the emergency pickup is going to foster that. It's going to allow you to spend a little bit more time getting your loot situated to prepare for potential of a hot drop. It's going to let you choose to bypass all of the edge and gatekeeping that's going on and just drop in and fight for where you think that you want to go, or at least get into position where you can now foot push or get a car and move into the next position you want to fight.
Right.
I mean, the emergency pickup just feeds an aggressive style of play, and no surprise, 0-0 Nation being one of the teams that exploits it best.
Yeah. Absolutely, it does. The downside is you don't have all the vehicles you normally want. There are some weaknesses, but so far we haven't seen them exploited too much. I mean, 0-0 went down on that one because they were actively being hunted by another team who saw them come in, who needed the points. And so that's not too surprising. Let's see, what else are we looking at? As far as the bottom pack, there's a lot of people on the chase, but they're not out of the hunt for PGC points. I want you guys to remember that as we get ready for game number 2. Just because you're not competing for first or second, or you're not fighting for the PGS 2 cutoff, last year, PGC was determined by like 15 points for who got to go. So even if you're in 14th, getting up to 9th could be the difference into success or failure for PGC later this year. So every point matters. We'll be back in just a few minutes with game number 2.
And here we are on Miramar for the last time to see how this is going to be stacked up. We still got Dago, we still got Erangel to go through, but I know Miramar is going to be where a couple of these teams are going to try to edge up, pick up a couple of points, and it provides some aggressive nature, right, Godspeed?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we definitely saw some aggression coming out for some of the teams last game, specifically looking at Tilt Town, making those kind of really aggressive pushes, doing a great job of defending as well against, what was it, I believe, Synergy. And then also Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown did a fantastic job of getting a good amount of points there, even though they did kind of get crunched up in that circle shift, which, to be fair to them, so did many, many other teams.
So looking at it, I'm kind of getting a vibe. Friendly Fire down in 10. They are, what, approximately 30 points back behind 0-0 Nation.
Yep.
Now, it's important whenever we're talking about these points and how people are stacked up, you have to have multiple good games yourself, but on top of that, a lot of eyes are now going to go to 0-0 Nation, and them dying early is going to be a big catalyst for movement and aggression for other teams.
Yeah, and we can even kind of tie that into what you and Steve were talking about, is monitoring that kill feed, and you know, giving a shout out to one of the best players I've ever had the chance to play with as far as doing that was Maluk, way back on Temple of the Storm. I mean, the way that he tracked the kill feed and every team's position, I mean, goes to show you how good he was to help lead that team to the victories that they had. And so even in this situation, if you are a team like Friendly Fire and you're like, okay, we just saw 0-0 Nation go out for a second time early, that's going to be their cue to, all right, we really need to pick up the points. Because as you said, it's not only a game of, hey, we need to make sure we have these big kill games, but the variables are that you need to hope that the team that you're chasing, 30, 40 points behind, also has a really bad game.
All right. So we get a small benefit. We don't have to break down all the terrain inside the circle for everybody because I guess it's pretty similar to the last one. So Kind of expect similar stuff. We still have the God Compound, that hillside in play. We've still got Crater Fields. We have Trailer Park in play, so that's kind of cool. And Oasis. Oh my God, I'm torn now.
Oasis is probably not going to be there, but we do have 222 looting there, which will be nice. Again, we see 00 Nation coming down towards Monty. They're going to loot, and when it comes to this team, I actually don't even really think about where they loot too much anymore, simply because they've been so active using that emergency pickup. And so I imagine they'll probably use that again this game to try to get that central position that they had in the last game before the shift pushed them south.
00 Nation did get caught up into a firefight with, I believe it was Sonics, where they were the ones that kind of did a massive amount of work on them. At least Sparking, if I remembering correctly, I saw that inside the kill feed. We were watching a couple of the other fights at the time, because that's kind of the thing with these circles, right? They go very, very hard very early in some cases, and it's a whole bunch of people just trying to make sure that they survive, keep all their members up. But then once it just gets to the pressure point where there is no stopping the firefights, it's just firefight into third party, into another team swooping in, into a flank, and it just goes off. So we'll try to make sure that we're keeping an eye on the contenders for that third place position as much as we can.
Yeah, and as I said, 00 Nation with that kind of unfortunate game last game kind of opened the doors. Zvire have caught up now, only 10 points behind Sonics at 83 points, STK still at 80. And so again, the spot, the third place spot is going to be very contended all the way up, I feel like, until the last game. Meanwhile, LG and Fumba have just played so well, and they absolutely deserve the amount of points and placement that they have so far. Really love what we've seen out of both of those teams.
Yeah, there is no question on it. There's no, oh, well, they're ratting, or oh, they did this, or blah, 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 blah. This is just, no, I'm going to PGS 2, and you're not stopping me. It's all that's coming out of both of these teams. And it has been dramatic to watch the forcefulness in which they're playing.
Well, even just the decision making from Fumba, right? Like we already know that Rello and the boys are going to have incredible decision making, their patience, their timing on coming in for the third parties and controlling their edge. We expect that from LG. Fumba is a team that we normally expect to be very aggressive. You know, they've been a team in the past that have been pretty good at macro positions, but they have just really brought it to another level so far here, and they have been wonderful to watch in their team fights, in their rotations, and their timings as well. I've really enjoyed watching Fumba. Just, again, that 2-2 split at the end of the last game was just, you know, a perfect example of all of what I'm talking about.
I mean, that was so good. We're on Fumba now, so we can break that down more. I'm super excited. I was worried that we would have to stop there, but they're going to be bumping into Tilt Town or not. Actually, they're not. I got baited by a perspective, so they've got some distance between them. Fumba taking out, I believe it was Decimate in that low ground with Rats, and then only sending 2 members over was just so good. That's just understanding circle dynamics and what's probably going to happen next, and exploiting it to the highest potential. So while it did seem like it was an easier win for them at the end, that's because they fought for it earlier, and I love seeing that come out of them, because that's a type of play that maybe with some of those players we might not have seen 2 to 3 years ago, right?
I mean, possibly. Either way, I do agree that they've just been doing a really good job of bringing all their play styles together with aggression, decision making, and circles. Nice little knock from Yappa onto Faced. But yeah, they've just been really kind of bringing it together and then thriving really in this new meta that we're starting to create with the map as well as the items.
And that's bad news for Decimate, because those teams in the hunt, they're one of them. Losing a member early, not the worst, but also does make it a little bit more scattered. I mean, what goes into the mindset whenever you lose one member early like this, Godspeed? Like, we often talk about like the nature of it, but if you're at a stage where you need to make up like 15 points, you lose a member early and there's a couple of games left, does it start affecting your decision-making process and where you think you can go?
Not so much. I mean, if you lose 2 members, that's a different story, because then, yes, you can't necessarily engage as effectively as you would at least with 3. But, I mean, losing 1 sucks, but at the same time, these guys are playing at this level and have been at this level a while to know that it's just, okay, well, whoever's dead is now just making sure that they're paying attention to the kill feed and watching the map and doing things like that. So you can still definitely have a positive impact if you die early. It sucks. It never feels good, but yeah, you shouldn't. I don't think any of these guys are mentally crumbling because they lost 1 member early.
Oh, no. Yeah. And so with this, Elevate's playing closer to where we saw the end of the last game. They're going to be to the east of that kind of position. Fumba, though, already down there. Like, hey, you know, it came over here last time. No surprise. If we see another hard shift that direction, it's just a circle prone, right? If we end up going to the east, that hillside just becomes a feature that regularly pulls the circles to it. Now, if we go Cabrera, if we go Pozo, if we go Power Grid, everything is going to get changed up. Most of our teams, though, with this hillside have kind of squeaked in and found themselves a safety spot.
Yeah, in fact, all the teams are pretty central here at this point in the circle, right? It's really just LG's Vire and Synergy who just rolled in late to the southwest that are coming in late. So they'll be able to, at the very least, have an advantage when it comes to rotating out on the edges, not having to deal with that, you know, kind of central pileup. But I'm even looking at a team like STK with a really nice little split when it comes to Crater Fields.
Shots coming out from Tiltown on to Elevate, and Elevate just doesn't seem to care. They're going to go ahead and crash down. They've got Punch back behind this one, so with Gas trying to get shots into Savage, he is going to be connecting up, and it's going to be Shimboy that gets the knock in, and well, now they've realized what they're going to try to do, and now they're just trying to bully him out.
Nice!
Oh my God!
That was sick!
That was
so
ridiculous!
Sick. Okay, that was dope as hell. And I'll tell you this, the reason why Elevate is going for these early game, I mean, they know they need points. They know they're not necessarily, you know, going to push for that third place spot. But again, if they can climb up to 12th, 11th, 10th place, that's going to be more PGC points. So I like the fact that they haven't given up. They're still going for those fights. And that was so sick. The nade coming out and then Poon coming in and T-boning him was wonderful stuff.
Oh, and Poon is just a reward for that is to get knocked by Yellow Jackets. But that's gonna probably be okay. That's quite a ways away, I believe, at the time, so they should be able to get the res on that one, depending on how any pushes come out, but I don't see that happening at the time. Everybody's kind of waiting to see how that next circle is going to go in a minute or so. I believe that we've got everybody pretty much comfortable inside the circle at the time, as Sonics do have a lot of vision to work with. They do have also Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown in between them, as multiple members are going to be on one side, and they still have Tiggleton back at Power Grid.
Yeah, Tig's going to rotate around there. I think he'll be all right. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, again, a team that they're capable. I mean, they're only about 20 points behind. They can easily just kind of string together some of these kills, as we've seen yesterday, and even a little bit in day one. As long as they can just keep it going and make sure that their rotations are clean and they're keeping 3 to 4 alive. I mean, I really like that roster's chances when it comes to team fighting.
As you know, I said it whenever we were doing the analyst breakdown a moment ago. I am so sad for Zvire to have the auto shotty and not be able to use it in that close range
fight.
fight.
DBS?
Yeah, dude. It's just like they was holding on to it for so long, waiting for that push to come out, and was walked out. You know, he was like, "Oh, it's go time. This is gonna happen. Circle is gonna go Crater Field, so we are at least gonna be leaving water treatment plant." But I mean, it was something I wanted to see, man. I just wanted to see.
I actually really just love the play of LG to counter that. They did not go in that long building. That would have been a nightmare. Again, we know, we've talked about it. You specifically, Matt, was mentioning it yesterday. It's very difficult to push those. And yeah, LG wanted no part of that. They stayed on top. And as you also stated, that Molly was beautiful.
It was a good throw. I do love to see that one. We do have STK that's gotten control over the Crater Fields with 2 of their members in. I'm having flashbacks PGC last year where we saw some crazy plays happen around. Whoa! Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown's got some goals as well as Sonics. Tiggleton did manage to regroup, but remember how we were talking about that they were kind of intersecting on this path. Everybody's coming in. Yellow Jacket's now going to get involved as well. Vegas is going to go down shots from Mime, so it's going to be just Greg shot up, but notice Tig is very low on life. Not going to matter as Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown is eliminated.
Damn, that's a rough run, man, dying this early, especially a team like Sonics who needed those points to start to push their way into the top 4. That would be ideal, but look at this. Elevate still fighting. They're actually getting multiple knocks here, and they're bringing it to Decimate.
Gats, let's get it. I love this. Where has this been, Elevate? You're winning my heart back because they're done. They were like, no, we are too good of a team to be on our position where we're at in this leaderboard, so we are going to now start being much more active, and it is paying off. Oh, Haven, that's not really
hope this continues. Yeah, Haven's in a... Yeah. Good night, Sweet Prince. That one was not... He was not going to survive that. He tried it. Now Rats are going to pick up that point. As we see Emmy actually taking a knock onto Maroonin and a flush as well. So they're going to lose him. That's going to be pretty detrimental as Fiumba, again, just picking up more points.
So looking in, we do have Rats as well as 00 Nation that moved into this factory area, and they've kind of lined up against each other. You can see that the oil refinery derricks that a couple of teams are playing around, most notably 0-0 Nation, are giving them some pathing options to work with. Rats, though, they've done a good job in just kind of sneaking in here and just, they're right in the thick of 0-0 Nation's line. We also do have an emergency pickup that has happened, and it's going to be Zvire, but I don't think that they're leaning this way. They did start parachuting over it, but they're going to go more in Future's direction.
Yeah, they'll probably just take the tip of that, or the mouth of that crater at the top, rather than go into the bottom here. Into what were you calling this again? Workshop or
oil derrick,
factory?
whatever you call it.
Ooh, Sparky, that's going to be one beautiful double. Sparky is so clean, and he's going to find both there. And that was massive to make sure that 0-0 Nation stays alive here, especially if they would have lost Sparky early.
Nade's now going to come out reveal position as well. Sparking manages to weather it. It's going to be Hello Senpai that also takes a nade off of that, and that's going to be coming out from Fiumba. Fiumba has now put Imi on that hillside and looking down inside this crater, and he's doing some harassment. Elevate also looking into this as well, as Finna realizing, hey, this is bad. This is very, very bad, and there is going to be nowhere to go. Tiltown even having Joshi back behind this one is, I mean, Finna's got himself a very big compound, but you can't hold that down yourself. It's going to be a point of just now going to Rats having to rat.
Yeah, that was just so beautiful that Rats could have easily taken that position if they would have got Sparking down and made the push towards the other three members, but beautiful hold there. And look at this shift. We're actually going back southwest right towards El Pozo, and this is going to cause quite some rotational woes here, especially for the teams in the north.
Bro, okay, so let's look at this. LG, Friendly Fire, all going to have to be making their moves. Imi, you can see this high ground position. He hit a nade from here. Keep in mind. He managed to drop that one out. Fiumba is now going to go ahead and send it into the circle, leaving Imi back behind. Looks like they used the emergency pickup to just bypass this one. It's going to be his job to try to pick up some kills. Elevate was playing the low ground around this, and it's just aside the fact that they're going to try to get out. 0-0 Nation, though, still wants their kills, and Finna is just trying to get away, and it's not going to happen. Rats are going to be eliminated, and that's a good heads-up play coming out from 0-0 Nation, realizing what are the teams that can assault them. We were talking about, keep up with what's happening on the leaderboard and keep up with that kill feed.
And looking right now at the map, I mean, look at this. Look at this kind of mountain goat fight here between Zvire and Yellow Jackets, but I'm actually really looking at STK's position in the circle and just loving it for them. They have a wonderful position up at that high ground church.
It is a very strong position, pretty centered as well. Most of our other teams are doing larger wraps. LG is going to be cutting around. The Yellow Jackets fight with Yappa being the last one up is turned kind of awkward and sharp shot!
My!
Right up on Kamitan! And he takes that one out. I'm loving these pickup plays, man.
That was. He literally dropped on top of him. Sparking now is going to find Clausera from distance. The 0-0 Nation still on the north side of this, just coming out of that factory area or East Crater.
My brain broke there. This is just so much fun to watch. People keep innovating with this and going, okay, we know that there's going to be a barricade wall here. There's people that are going to be playing. And remember, Imi was harassing a couple of teams from there, so his position was revealed. They probably had a pretty good idea on exactly where he was, and that feels like that was pretty planned.
I mean, I don't know. Either way, that was really fun to watch. These emergency pickups have been just such a game changer in the way that these teams are approaching rotations, as well as, again, getting to elevated points that normally would take either a bike or just some other form of vaulting. And it's just been cool as hell to watch, man. But not cool as hell to watch Posa get bullied there on the bottom side of Crater, as 0-0 Nation is yet again going to find another kill and push their way towards those triple digits on the scoreboard.
They do have Zvire that's pretty close to them, but remember, Zvire are halfway to Erangel at this point. They're so far vertical that they're not going to be a big firefight that happens between them. Elevate did shift down into Pozo and is playing that dip just to the east of it. Zvire is looking down into 0-0 Nations, and this is what I was saying. You can't really have a firefight here, as it's just going to be more a retreat. The angles just aren't good for anything that 0-0 Nation's trying to do. We have Sonics, Synergy, and Draft King for Fiumba, our El Pozo teams.
Yeah, and Synergy is set up more towards the north, Sonic's towards the east, and that shift is going to push everyone right to... Man, center of this is actually kind of fun. There's a lot of little ridges there. There's some nice dips even just above where Sonics are currently playing. And then again, STK with that high ground is just loving their position right now.
Compared to the last couple of circles we've been seeing, or specifically the first day, this is like a plethora. You have so many choices that you almost don't even know what to do with. Pozo dividing line being held by Sonics is going to be very interesting, because they are going to be the team that will probably have to move last if this shifts to the north or anywhere else like that, which means that they can kind of gatekeep or try to pick up kills from people that are going to be squeezed into their position, and that's going to be really interesting to keep an eye on. As we do have a Joshi for Tilt Town that's got a couple of friends in 00 Nation, but it's really Zavire that's been his big problem, and 00 Nation's problem as well.
Yeah, and at the very least, not even Sonics, but Synergy. Synergy will be able to do some of that gatekeeping, especially coming out from the west side of the circle. But there's really no one there. If, in fact, the west team has actually moved to the northwest, and that's going to be LG making their approach onto the compound of STK, maybe on the backside.
Yeah, that STK's got a prime spot, and you know LG is always about going after those. Josh is going to be out in the blue in just a second. Took a couple of shots, and there you go. Zavire still finding successes up here, but every single time they pick up another kill, it's that much closer to 00 Nation, which has to be frustrating as they know exactly who's been shooting them.
Well, look at 4th, 5th, and 6th. Zavire 87, Sonics 86, STK 82. I mean, they're less than 20 points behind 00 Nation, but 00 Nation, you know, looking at that team, they still have 4 up. They do have to make a rotation kind of happen here, but at the very least, I think they're going to be able to just pull up right on 22 and then take control of this right underneath Friendly Fire. So we'll see what happens on the north side here with them.
This is also a big opportunity game for Friendly Fire, who's been starting to find some gas to themselves at this high ground. They're doing a lot of harassment in here. They are, let's be honest, pretty far behind 00 Nation, but with Decimate Rats and Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown all out, that means that there is a chance to try to cut down on some of that, maybe move in. While this is going on, my Friendly Fire is taking shots over at LG, which is forcing them to kind of move more close to SDK than they probably want to. That distraction is good, though, for 00 Nation, who has now managed to make it right on the edges.
Yeah, they definitely want to just get rid of 22. Once they do that, they can then start to kind of focus a little bit uphill. But Friendly Fire's position is actually just so obnoxious for both of these teams, and they have just been able to do so much damage from the top. And they've even garnered 3 kills for themselves. Nice nade from Roth.
Dude, that was just spot on money coming out from Friendly Fire up there, as they get to kind of watch and surveil everything that's happening, every single firefight. So if they see somebody get a knock, they get to suddenly say, no, that's my kill. So much. So depending on how the circle goes, if it shifts to the south, though, getting out of there is going to be a real pain.
Shift is actually just going to set her up. So for the most part, honestly, Friendly Fire going to catch one, but that's going to be the easiest res of Paige's life. Yeah, I will say most of these teams are actually set up in the circle, so we're actually not going to see too much movement. Really, it's just going to come down to SDK and LG and how they're going to fight on that northwest edge.
Friendly Fire can get a absolute ton of kills right now. If they just continue to hold this high ground, harass what's going to be going on next, then you can see that they're already at 5. Potential for 2 more right in front of them. Make that 6 as it's going to be bopping in a second. This is just going to be a big moment for them. If they can weather it, make it to the end, it's going to be wild.
Yeah, this could potentially be a 15, 16, 20-point game, even if they can manage to get the win, especially with all these kills that they're starting to kind of build. So that position is going to be wonderful for them. Meanwhile, it's going to be the fight between LG and STK I'm most interested in, because STK desperately needs to stay alive and make it to the end game here.
Yeah, LG is going to be moving in. It's going to be STK that's already kind of surrendered.
And Paige finds Penta.
They see everything, man. They can see every single bit of movement that's happening, except for what's going on in Pozo. Oh, darn. 00 Nation is going to go out, and Purdy Curdy is going to spell out Snakers. LG not going to have the cleanest rotation there, as it's going to be real hard to kind of right the ship on this one.
Yeah, and Purdy setting up. He wants to get that nade off. They do not want to let Snakers get recovered here. But it looks like LG is actually holding firm here. Now Penta was able to get recovered. This is straight up 4-4 right now. That nade is going to be a nice bit of damage. It's not going to knock Flood, though. And the return, nope, Penta closes the door. Very nice. Flood getting shredded, though, from Synergy down all the way in Pozo. This is such an awkward fight for both these teams.
Yeah, kickstart on Near on no life. He's going to go down. Penta's going to spot him out. LG is just getting ripped, trying to make it into this one. Flood, at least, going to be able to find a way to work through it. Now it's going to be Paige getting some shots at the range. STK, though, really just bridged that and ripped it. That is an instant turnaround. I thought LG was just getting picked apart, but they found a way to write it all back together.
They were, and Penta was so focused on just trying to get that flush out of the way that the second member came in and popped him when he ran out of it. That was actually really great timing by the LG member that knocked Penta there. And so, yeah, they're going to keep the advantage. I'm pretty sure LG still has all 4 alive, and STK just down to 2.
I thought LG was going to have almost everybody lost inside that the way it was going, but no. It was just somehow, this is one of the things that LG does, is we don't often see how they manage to make it to those crazy in-game positions. This is it. Look at the way they're navigating. Even Snaker's doing things like that jump over to take some damage on the fall but avoid getting shot. Every single one of those things stacks up more and more. And Circle, gonna have to be moving, and this is gonna probably be that bad for everybody in the north, right?
Yeah, it's not unless they get the shift. Friendly, dude, this is literally Friendly Fire's game to just get as many points as possible. But the one thing I will also say about LG when it comes to team fights, aside from their astonishing mechanical skill, is just their ability to recover is so good. When they eat knocks, they generally get everyone up every single time. So their tenacity is really impressive. And that nade is also impressive. It's gonna knock Purdy down to half.
Oh, and then a follow-up shot from
through
Raw
the window.
And finish him out. Oh my god. Okay. Friendly Fire at 8 kills, 23 alive. How many more is the question?
That was just so unfortunate for SDK, but man, Friendly Fire are just relentless from their position up top.
They do have Future that's down below them, but that's not going to be too much. The issue that they're now facing is what? It's going to be Synergy and Sonics that are going to be having to leave Compound.
Oh my goodness, sorry, man. This is just ridiculous. They have just the most disgusting circumstances perched up at this hilltop to just make mincemeat of everyone. Look at this, 9 kills and still farming damage.
And don't forget that we've got the parachutes in this, so they can even just jump down off of this at a specific stage if they wanted to. So it's not even going to be a hazardous climb down. Zvire, I don't think that this is going to be the rock that you really want. Friendly Fire Sharp Shot does see this, and now he's going to feed that information over. It's going to be him and Pixel that should have some pretty decent vision into it. Yep. And then we're going to switch over to that, and Paige is going to get the knock on Arello, and it's just watch Friendly Fire. They're the only ones fragging right now, right?
The other thing that I do worry, though, about Friendly Fire is their ammo count, because they have been up there for a while, and they have,
that is true.
Again, 9 kills, they've done a lot of damage, so I am curious what their ammo count looks like, but as long as they at least have, another 100, 150 rounds, I think they're going to be just fine. And Pixel, a beautiful counterplay to get rid of that nuisance that was Pixel for Zvire, so...
You said it. Look at Sharp Shot's ammo right now.
Yeah, see, they are running dangerously low here.
Oh, yeah, it's...
And Sharp's main weapon is an AUG, so he pretty much has no reserve here left for that either.
Yeah. He's got to hit these shots. Can they connect onto it? He can see some of the feet. He just wants to be able to get something out of it. We haven't even seen anybody go for the res back over into Pixel yet. Realizing that, okay, no, this is too good. This has got too many points. While all these movements are happening, it's going to be SG that's going to go ahead and hop inside their vehicle, shift in. Sonics are going to be trying to take some shots at it. Elevate's going to be playing the opposing side for it. Sharp Shot realizing the fact that he only really has a clip and a half left.
Yeah.
He needs to get more out of it, but Paige is going to start raining him up.
And they really want to get rid of not only Fire, but Future, so they can actually just get down and loot those bodies. They need the ammo desperately, and Danny is just trying to survive in the smoke, but Paige finds him yet again. Is just on a Benya now.
It's as many bullets. I feel like they're not going to leave until they need to at least pick up a crate here or there. Looks like they're trying to clear out some potential drop lines too, because they have that rock that they can kind of use to jump down back behind them. So if Synergy does go down, they can try to exploit ammo off of them. Future is directly below them. While we have seen Friendly Fire taking the shots into what's going to be going on with Zvire, Zvire's the only one that they can actually see at the time. So Pickle's going to roll through. Benya, though, gonna stop that one straight up. It's going to be a good spray as well to take down another. But guess what? It's going to be Roth that gets the flush on to Benya, and it's going to be continual firefighting coming up from Friendly Fire at 14 kills. And here comes the parachute down. They know where the crates are, and they want that ammo.
14 kills, but if they get 6 more and win this game, guess what? They're going to pass up 0-0 Nation. This is absolutely an incredible performance from Friendly Fire, coupled with just the luckiest circumstances with this shift. Unbelievable, and they have taken complete advantage of it. We talk about winning the games that you're given. At the very least, capitalize on the positions that you've given off the shift, and Friendly Fire have done just that. Man, what a comeback.
This is such a massive game for them. They spot out Zvire. They're going to get down on to Fisher.
Another one.
Still, it's just like another one and another one. Just not even letting anybody else go. What, we've got Zvire now weakened. Gats is going to be inside the circle, but he's just a solo Future with 2. They know exactly where Future as well as Zvire are, so they can just kind of maneuver around through this one. The circle has shifted away from it, but with all that they've done, they've got control technically of the South and the West.
but they just don't have the ammo. I'm pretty sure at this point, I mean, look at that. 11 reserve rounds for Roth. Sharp was not looking much better either as far as how much ammo he had.
They got crates back there, though. I'm pretty certain. So Sharp Shot and Page should be coming into this with more ammo. There was a crate back behind him. I know that they at least marked it because he spotted it. It was right on the edge of the zone. So hopefully somebody got something out of that.
We will see, because I do worry about pretty much what they have available, or at least what's left in the tank for them. Sharp, we'll see now, at least have utility. They do have 4 smokes, a couple nades. Looks like at least 1 first aid as well. Getting a knock here on Glock would be huge. They could then move up. Look at all the ammo that Magno has. Stark difference.
There's benefits to be had, right? We don't get a chance to really talk about the importance of trying to loot somebody, but this is going to be a game that really comes down to that. So good call on that, Godspeed, pointing that out. Elevate, though, with their last member in Gats, is starting to realize, hey, maybe Zavire isn't who I should be going after. But I don't know if you want to take shots at friendly fire. That just reveals you, and they're bloodthirsty right now. Magno is going to get down Roth, but here come the nades coming out from Page on that side of it. It's going to go just a bit too far. Him and Sharpshot. Oh, did you see what is in Sharpshot's hands right now, though? He's going to have himself a toy. He's got the P90 to play around with.
Page as well found plenty of ammo, so now 300 reserve. He's going to be just fine. Utility as well. I don't even think that really him or Sharp have taken too much in the way of durability damage to their gear, and now Zavire is starting to come alive on the opposite side of this as everyone is starting to get compacted, but I am looking at Sharpshot and that P90.
We are in a 2v2, V1v1 now, and it is going to be a lot of circling going on. Elevate technically getting the most inside that circle, but quick exchanges between everybody. Page is going to take down Gats. Now they can shift in. They've got circle control. They're in a 2v2. Is the dream alive? There are 7 points separating out these two teams, both just nipping at the heels of 0-0 Nation. Ribo's going to have to be coming in. Ali back behind it, but it's going to be the friendly fire duo finding these crates, picking up some more, and that ammo is going to be gold.
Yeah, now friendly fire, as I said, as we've been talking about this whole time, the opportunity for a massive win. If they could get this, they would all but punch their ticket into that top 4 and put a lot of pressure on 0-0 Nation. And so it's all going to come down to this. Center circle favoring
Page
both teams.
Taking some damage. Now having to retreat in. Sharpshot looking up the hillside. Both angles now covered. It's going to be on Zavire to push in. They can't find a way to break through. It looks like they're trying to prep up maybe a vehicle to use for some cover as they're making this. But Sharpshot with that P90 is just going to absolutely rip somebody apart. Ali in that high section. Godspeed, this is just a nail biter for both of these squads.
Yeah, and again, they both pretty much just on center circle, right? This is just going to come down to who makes the first mistake or who can potentially get the first trade, but even then it would turn into a 1v1 situation. At the very least, Zavire does have a vehicle they might be able to bait with, but this is fairly even, and here we go, Matt. Alir, yep, he's going for that off angle.
Ali trying to go for something over here. Page is going to have to contend with it. Page goes down. Sharpshot now in a 2v1 situation, but Sharpshot can potentially win these. We've seen him have some massive moments. It's going to be flashbangs coming out both sides. Sharp trying to figure out where he's going to be coming from, but he's getting taken down so low with all of this vision. There's nothing he can do. He can't say anything, and it's going to be Zavire with 8 kills that take it.
But man, what a push from friendly fire. But look at this, Fire in 3rd place from the back of a game where they were just trying to survive the onslaught of friendly fire up on their perch, just managing to survive and get that, closing it out. This battle for 3rd is, whew, it's intense, man, and I'm here for it. I'm all about it.
This is friendly fire coming in and having that game just made this absolutely wild. Think about the fact that we're going to be going over to Tego after this. Toffees, give us something. Like, I know you saw a ton going on inside that because there was so much action. Even starting off with Punage and stuff. This was just a crazy game.
Yeah, I can't wait. But you know what? It's going to be me and Toffees on a desk soon. We will see you guys in just a few moments.
Welcome back. Game 2 is done, and it's full steam ahead for Zvire as they come out with a chicken dinner. They didn't get a lot of kills to go along with it, but I tell you what, they looked like Neo out there dodging bullets as Friendly Fire did everything they could to try to break them down. My name is Thomas. I'm joined by Godspeed. It's the After Action Report, and Zvire comes away after a dynamite game.
Dude, that game was why I love PUBG as much as I do, especially because, again, the new additions, the change up, Friendly Fire got on that peak because of the emergency airdrop, right? And then we were able to see how much just absolute carnage they were able to cause between third-party fights and LG STK, obviously harassing the hell out of Zvire, Future underneath them. I mean, Synergy, everybody. That was a hell of a fun game to cast, man.
I'll tell you what, I want to talk about Zvire because they got the win. The problem is they did what they continue to do. They made smart moves in the mid game. They got to a holdable position, and then they survived. They ultimately won because they had so many flashbangs in the last 2 versus 2, which makes sense because when you're getting shot from 400 meters away in the sky, you're going to burn through everything you have except flashbangs. And so they utilized what they had. They played very well against a P90 and came out with a very important win. The juxtaposition of that is Friendly Fire. They needed points. They got points. And I want to compare this, Godspeed, to Decimate's game yesterday. They emergency picked up to an untouchable position and got a 24-point game. 14 kills and no victory out of that. Friendly Fire just got a 24-point game, I believe.
Yeah, they got something like that. I mean, the second place, but still, the amount of kills that they had picked up alone was really disgusting. I also actually, real quick, do want to talk about Zvire as far as utilizing that vehicle and that off angle that Alir got in order to help them win that game. So again, all the decision-making that they have had, both in the end game and the macro rotations, has been just so on point, and it does not surprise me that they've been able to kind of move that into a third-place position. But I will say, the amount of momentum that Friendly Fire just got off of that last game is going to be very dangerous for all the other teams on the field.
Absolutely. I will also say, I think years and years in North America of people like Zanpa or Vegas ghost riding a car in the last circle, maybe trained Friendly Fire not to expect him to be sitting in that cab when he came over the hill, because that's what it came down to. It was a 1v1 and he won the fight, and then that just opened the doors for them to come downhill. I've been blown away by what Zvire's managed to put together today. 22 points. That's what Friendly Fire walked away with. The chicken dinner went to Zvire, but the overall point win went to Friendly Fire, and both of those teams will be climbing. We're going to talk about it in a sec, but I want to give a shout out to Elevate, Godspeed.
Yes.
They woke up, man.
I was just about to say, I still want to give some credit to Elevate. Even though they're not really fighting for that qualification spot, they are absolutely still fighting for PGC points. And again, we've been talking about it all weekend. Last year, PGC was decided by a 15-point differential, right? So the fact that they're still fighting, that really cool T-Bone play coming out of Pootage, and I don't know who threw that nade, maybe it was Gas, was awesome to see. And they are slowly climbing. They're in 13th now as opposed to 16th.
All right, we'll go back. I want to talk about them in a second because I do respect that, but I want to focus on this board while it's up. LG still strong, 161. Fiumba continues the gap grind at 137, but we've got to change. Zvire overtakes 0-0 Nation and moves to 103. Friendly Fire, who wasn't really even in the conversation, is now only 10 points off the chase and above everybody else who was on in that hunt squad. That's a wild swing of a game.
Well, look at 7th, 8th, and then 9th. Rats, 80 points. Even Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, right? Sure, they're 25 points behind, but I mean, look what we just saw with Friendly Fire, and we still have 4 games left. 1 on Tego and 3 on Erangel, baby.
4 freaking games left. You know, I generally like to say yike because I don't believe it necessitates multiple yikes, but this is a multi-yike situation with how close these teams really are to push up there to 4th place. Now, I do want to give some love back out. Elevate in particular hasn't given up. A lot of these teams are putting the fight, and there's a popular phrase, everybody, so if you read social media or do anything, everyone loves saying they've got that dog in them right now. But this is what the dog is for me. It's a team like Elevate, who despite not being in the chase to go to PGS 2 right now, has the fight, the willingness to go out there game after game and do everything that they can to put points on the board. That's what it means to have the dog in them. That's what I'm proud of seeing these teams on the bottom of the board doing, going out there and hustling. Godspeed, we got a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be time for Tego, baby. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Looks like you need my help. Go to hell! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. Ha! All right, here we go. Hey-ya!
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
Speaking of drops,
idea that ZV had, that's the same idea that STK had. They at least stopped in the
flood, but we saw that their helmet is cracked, their vest is pretty much shredded. They're playing this with no armor, but a beautiful grenade is going to find Vegas. Kick should be able to get the second one there, and that actually might just wipe the whole team. It's going to
and a hill between them. And kind of separate out how everybody's willing to look through this one.
Oh, Capitan!
Decimate. So many nades! So many nades! Figure out how many people are shooting at him. They said, no, this building could be free. Using the cover that is provided, they're jumping in. They've got a couple of shots that are coming at him, but Elevate is also rotating just to the west of this. Late pathing. You're gonna have a couple of shots, but not a lot. Decimate's dip is already gonna be filled up, so Emmy's gonna go for some shot. Does manage to take down Vinny, but oh, he got.
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Welcome back. 2 games done, and the chase is on. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Godspeed again as we prepare for match number 3. It has been about the rich getting richer, Godspeed, as our top 2 teams continue to widen the gap. But man, after that last match, imagine playing that last match as a hunt team and now knowing you have to go to Tego.
I mean, Tego could be somewhat of a wild card, right? Simply
Yes.
because like all the teams aren't necessarily super comfortable on it yet, but at the same time, yeah, it's just been such a wild battle for that third place spot. Even fourth place now with Sonics still behind could make a mess of things as far as who goes in third or maybe fourth. So we'll see. But yeah, I also think LG and Fiumba have all but pretty much guaranteed themselves to be going.
I'm excited. I'm going to talk about Fiumba and remind everybody for a second. We're not going to talk as much about them today because at the end of the day, it's about who gets to go to PGS 2 here, right? And they're looking so good. We probably will focus on that hunt for the most part. But this is KPI 2021. This is a roster that has proven they can get 12th place at a PGC. I mean, to see them come back together and be on form this quickly is actually pretty freaking exciting for the region.
Yeah, it's some. I mean, I would imagine it's like riding a bike and just getting back together again. The communication, everything falls pretty quickly together after just a few weeks. I would imagine, even maybe just a week of playing, because these guys have that pedigree together, right? They've played internationally, found success internationally, and I think they could have gone further than 12th place. Honestly, they just didn't have the greatest couple last days. But this is a team that I'm very excited to be sending back to an international event because I really love the way that they've been playing, and they've been showing us a lot of really cool new stuff as well with the new equipments.
Well, and they also have something a lot of teams don't have. That's grass awareness, right? In 2021, they played together, they did well, but the grass is often greener on the other side. You look at maybe that roster's better for a championship. Maybe I don't like playing with this person's thing that they do, but this might work otherwise. That grass is greener perspective has proven that it didn't work. They're back together, understanding the quibs and the issues, right? And that's that moment where maybe your teammate does something that back in 2021, this bothered me, but then you go, you know what? I can deal with this. It's not that big an issue, right? Because you've been there, you've tried other things. And I think in a lot of ways, Fiumba seems almost stronger because of their time apart, which is fascinating to me.
That's actually a fantastic point as well, because, the fact that they have kind of played with other people and realized, look, this was actually really good and special what we had, also makes me think that their communication is going to be better and their willingness to kind of give that constructive feedback will be much more well received.
Well, let's see how well received it is. Will their grind continue? And what will the hunt teams do? We're going to the newest map. It's Tego when we get back.
It's time. Let's go, Tego. Godspeed.
Yep, Tego indeed. We are. I've really been enjoying what we've witnessed on this map so far. We've actually gotten quite a nice little, almost like a sampler platter as far as circles. Different zone endings. We've been on the east side, we've been on the south, we even had a little bit of a north side army base ending, our very first Tego match we casted together. So it's been really fun watching this kind of map meta unfold.
I'm just hoping that we get something more to the west. We've been getting some eastern shifts on this one, but it would be, I don't know.
Yeah, not a lot of west.
Something like Godok or something, anything.
Or even Hoppo.
I want some flavor, give me some spice.
Well, there's also like this, the really interesting point on this map for me as far as watching circles end will be just above Hoppo, that area just to the south of Hai Musan. So there's that like little mini island that you can definitely get to and play on. And I imagine circles that do end there splitting across north and south would be very difficult to play. So in a kind of sadistic way, I would love to see a circle go there just to see how these teams tackle that.
Yes, Godspeed. Join us.
Relax.
Join the statistic
one
circles.
Circle, one. Okay, I'm asking for one, not six.
We still
or we can just go to shipyard. We haven't been to shipyard yet, Matt.
Or even airport. Airport's fun too.
Yeah. I mean, we had a circle around airport, but yeah, very quickly.
I don't want the rice patties. I want airport. See, let me clarify that right now.
And we have some neighbors actually right now. It looks like Synergy as well as 22 in Hosan. Okay. Let's see how this one plays out. It's a lot of loot here, though, for both teams to share.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to like be a brewing fight by any fashion. It feels like Capitan is just kind of playing that edge to make sure that nobody's going to be crossing. This is a very northeastern circle given the plane path, so not a lot of teams going to be inside of it. Future are going to find themselves a good spot. Oh, but oh man, oh man, oh man. I just want to say shout out to you and Toffees for a breakdown of what's going on in this leaderboard, but I'm just looking at it again. 103, 100, 92, 90, 82, 80, 80. God, I don't even know, man. It's so close still.
Like I said, Dragon Tire, there it is. There's the first mess up on that name. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. I mean, they're only 5 points behind, DCM and Rats. So this is a very close contention there for third place. As even 00 Nation just 3 points behind. They were the original third place leaders there, and they actually had a nice little buffer, if you remember, man. It was like 10 or 15 points, but that has all but gone. And Friendly Fire, again, I just cannot talk about how incredible that game was for them.
That was just, that's been my favorite game of the series, hands down. That was just fun to watch. Everything about it was just absolutely crazy. We're still forgetting that Sharp Shot parachuted up on top of somebody. Like,
and
remember, that's how the run kind of started.
Yep, that's how that whole sequence started, as we see STK, man. I really want these boys to have a good game here. Just get a nice solid, even if they get wiped early, just get at least 7-8 kills.
It hasn't been so good for them so far today, but we are now also entering that, I guess, halfway through the day situation, game 3. So 00 Nation might start finding themselves some games as well. And this is a team that, if you're in the hunt and you're having to compete against them for that third place position, sure, Zvire, it's going to be very static. It's going to be points per game. But whenever we're looking at 00 Nation, oh my God, those two teams so close to each other. If they had known, 00 might have turned back on them.
Possibly. They actually are getting a nice really position here on the split, though, so I do like that they've prioritized that. Obviously, Zvire, I never really worry about them at all when it comes to the rotation, so very impressive for them to be able to always find that beautiful spot in the circle, whether it's an early game rotation to the center or they come in a little later on the edge. They've just been very on point with that. And Luminosity, I just don't really ever worry about them.
161 points. It's good logic to have, as they are pretty much by themselves right now. While we're looking at this, the closest team that is going to be to them is going to be on the opposite side of the river, or channel, whatever you want to say. It's going to be Friendly Fire, and, just that's not, trees and cars and everything. Maps cause problems, man. Maps cause problems. We need to have, a rule. There's no texting and driving. There's no maps and driving, too, right?
That's why I never drove. I was never the driver on any of the teams I've ever been on. I was always the one that sat in the back. I hate driving just because, I just don't like the responsibility.
See, I love driving.
Nope,
there's something about it. Although, Orlin tends to not like it whenever I'm driving because I'm like, hey, let's crash these guys. And he's like, no!
Well, I've not been in a vehicle with you driving in a while, Matt, but...
This is true. It's true.
I'm actually not going to speak on that. Been a while. Maybe we should get that done some point pretty soon here.
We do need to get back in on that one a couple more times. We got Honey Badger getting the shots in on Sonic's Shrimzy, as that's going to be pretty compacted. We've got everybody that's kind of moved center on this one playing the hillside. As you were talking about, there's a lot of different areas that teams can play, be it just terrain locations, not even all dips. There's just a lot of recesses inside the hills.
Yeah,
and this is kind of a peculiar setup just in general, just due to the fact that we still have that, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, creek that's going through pretty much the center.
Yeah, it's kind of a creek. Yeah, as you stated before, it's really not like a deep river. Or like ravine. It's just there's a little bit of water in it. The problem is there's really not that much cover on either side of that. So any of those teams coming in potentially could be held up. But really, there's actually a lot of interesting areas just to the north, or excuse me, just to the south of Shipyard, right? That a lot of the teams aren't really opting for, except for Friendly Fire right now. Is Decimate now trading shots with Sonics.
Remember how we were talking about not a lot of cover when you try to cross that creek or whatever it is? There you go. This is what we're looking at right here. Sonic's going to be exploiting that. Phazon actually did manage to move across, though. He's going to be on a different angle, so Sonics might need to be wary of that. But with H1's positioning, the angle that he's going to be approaching from isn't even that terrifying. 00 Nation is kind of close to this, but it doesn't look like they're opting into aggression just quite yet. So Vehicles coming out on both sides, but I think that this is just going to be kind of done for right now. Sonic's going to be content with the look like they're just trying to go for this positioning on it, and we actually have an emergency airdrop coming over as well.
Yeah, emergency airdrop doesn't surprise me at all. Again, we've been seeing quite a lot of uses of that. And now we're looking at Elevate actually rotating in on the south side right behind Tilt Town. And at this point, it just seems like, I'm pretty sure a lot of the early game fights that Elevate has gotten have been with Tilt Town. So it could be some targeting them, thinking that they can just kind of wipe that team, get some points, and move up. And so far, to be fair, it has kind of worked for them.
Yeah, looking in, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this goes. If this does go like down to the southwestern. I'm still pulling for Shipyard personally because I figure that could be kind of fun. But also, it's kind of interesting to watch some of the rotations, specifically very far over in the east, where we've got Tilt Town as well as Yellow Jackets playing just pretty much up against the entirety of the map wall to try to make sure that they don't have anybody that's going to be flanking on top of them, and just still worries. Sheriff's just killing them.
It doesn't surprise me at all that we see a lot of teams opting for this eastern rotation. Again, as you said, there's really not many spots to camp here on the east side, although you do have these kind of little hilly areas, inclines to the east. But yeah, most teams should be able to rotate just fine here on the east. I'm actually really looking at those bridges on the west. Fortunately for Rats, the team rotating there, no one really decided or opted to kind of create a pressure point there. But for the most part, everyone's in the circle now, Matt.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that some people were worried about off the start is some of the potential early skirmishes that could be forced by the circles, but it looks like the players are already doing a good job on handling that pretty efficiently. Looking in, you can see that this is going to be the synergy shots going at Yellow Jackets back over on that east side. This is just because Yellow Jackets leaned a bit more west. They didn't want to go directly into the rice paddies themselves, so that's kind of put them directly in between Synergy and Tilt Town. And even if they pass through this, guess what? Friendly Fire will be the next team that they're going to bump into.
Yep, Friendly Fire is going to be right ahead of them, but they're looking, which looks like they're just driving right towards that hilltop, and so again, feeding Friendly Fire points right now is very dangerous, especially after that last game they had. I'm sure the confidence is riding pretty high right now. Oh,
well, with
my
these shots,
goodness, nice little shots.
If Necro does enough to kind of force Yellow Jackets away, and this is going to be the last angle that approach. Nope, looks like they decided, hey, there's only one person here, and we just popped him in the face. So, oh, I thought that they were about to do a knock with that car, but looks like they managed to survive. No surprise on this one either. Batunga's going to be just going to be leading the way for his squad, but it's going to be a sneaky play on the outside of this one. Hunker down, 22 member, just kind of holding themselves steady.
22 have just also had so many issues as far as just getting out of these situations with more than half their team alive. So at least Necro's going to find one. He's going to get the flush. It's going to be very frustrating there for Yellow Jackets. But oh, wait a second. Is the rest of 22 now starting to come in?
Looks like they were thinking about it, but this might be a late commitment. I'm surprised that they waited so long to come in. If they'd gone the moment the Yellow Jackets decided to, they could have come after this one, and
possibly
the dream still lives. Shipyards inside the new circle.
But yeah, it's just little things like this, little missteps from 22, former Troglodytes, that have just kind of cost them a lot here on the leaderboard.
Okay, let's look at the death funnel that's going to be happening to the southeast, as we're going to be having Synergy, Future, as well as ZV all in gatekeeping positions. A lot of our teams are going to be cycling in on that eastern side yet again, and that's going to be Tilt Town as well as what we're going to be seeing going on. 22 is going to be, gotta be careful. The reason I mention all of that is with everybody that's going to be cycling in from the east, wrapping to the north is going to be an expected pattern for a lot of these teams. And with 22 not inside the compound yet, with the smokestone and everything else, they could have a team that could opt into wrapping right behind them.
Friendly Fire already finding some of those kills, Matt. Look at that. 22's Posa getting knocked out, and they're actually now starting to kind of jock for position on that side to just make sure that they can get even more. And the fight between 22 and Yellow Jackets still going on. Rusty about to throw that blue zone nade, decides against it. They're actually, how are they going to approach this? Again, Paige is just dialed in on this angle as well.
We've got a couple of weird fights that are potentially brewing as Elevate and Tilt Town are kind of bumping into each other. Decimate is going to be driving into ZV's firing line soon. Fiumba is taking their sweet time, but could also be moving into where 00 Nation's at. But it's going to be all about 22, and what we've got our eyes on right now is it's going to be the man, the myth, the legend himself in Batunga's going to be holding the line up for his squad, listening in on those footsteps. He can feed that information back over. Should be able to even hear that nade getting pulled. So
Yeah,
now
he's
just
hearing the
waiting.
pins as well.
Yeah,
So he
just
knows they're
waiting for him to work.
It's a good off angle. Then meanwhile, the distance between Yellow Jackets and Page watching this. Rusty and Kill Demo just need to find a knock here. That's going to be really nice. But again, Batunga's position is going to potentially make or break this fight.
Now it's going to be stepping forward. Batungas gets an opportunity to step forward. DNL, though, is going to get the knock. And Rusty Zero is going to walk right into the sight line. And that's going to be a control. Everything that they wanted to have happen, now they've got. But SDK is going to be doing a wide wrap and might be eyeing this line. We'll have to see. And most of the other teams still compressing in uncomfortably, but getting in there.
And STK, if they wanted to, they could really just wrap the entire north side of this and then come in above Yellow Jackets and even have a few compounds as far as footholds they can make in order to push the hill or assault the position of Friendly Fire. So I do like this rotation from STK. Again, we saw this a lot in the last qualifier, and they had great success with doing these really long and measured wraps. We'll see if it works for them this game.
Right. Fumba is running a 2-1-1 split. Looks like they're trying to keep some controlled vision down into the south. STK and Decimate are our teams that are still trying to find a path in, and you can see it is going to be Zavire that's kind of holding them out. And, yep, this is probably going to be the safest way to go, specifically if they do opt into going Shipyard. Nobody's up there. And it's right along the coast for a reason. Most of our teams are assuming the fact that this is going to shift back into the hillside itself, which for, if you're a fan of Friendly Fire after the last game, means that they have a pretty high likelihood of being center in the next circle.
Yeah. Another big gain for Friendly Fire would just be, man, again, the confidence already has got to be pretty high, but a second game, putting them in third place would just be amazing, and they're actually going to have a nice edge to work with here on the northeast.
Here we go, Decimate going to be sending it up, and if they lean all the way north, it's good, but ZV now going to be taking the shots in. This is going to be the Tilt Town kind of, I guess, elevate fight that's been going on. I can't really call it a fight, as it's just been a very prolonged skirmish in which Elevate is winning, but nobody is really making any forced plays just yet. But with STK right back behind Elevate, that might happen in a second.
Yeah, STK might push Elevate's hand. I mean, even no one. It's actually surprised me that not anyone has even tried going for that north side wrap. Maybe get some of the compounds that come in late, but the east edge is starting to get really, really compacted, man. And here we go. Decimate actually drops right on top of Friendly Fire.
Do we see a read on that? Venon's going to go ahead and open up, get the knock onto Roth. Friendly Fire now getting a taste of their own medicine. High ground being surrendered over, and it's going to be the emergency pickup popping off in a bad way. Those trees being a massive detriment, not having the vision to work around. But keep in mind, Decimate did lose one of the members early. So this is a 3v3 firefight right now, and we're going to see how fast can Decimate push this. They're running forward. It looks like Friendly Fire does not want it. They took their teammate, tossed him in a car, and they are just backing away, leaving Page to make sure that they cover the flank.
I think Vinny knows exactly where Page is, but it doesn't matter. He's going to find that knock and a beautiful retreat coming out of Friendly Fire, utilizing that vehicle and putting the knock member of Roth in there. Wonderful stuff. Friendly, like I said, when their confidence is high, this team is dangerous. That was a beautiful disengage.
Dude, Page is side flanking by himself right now, and he's got to be careful.
Monster.
STK is coming in. It looks like they decided not to go the elevate pathing, hearing those shots out. So they're going to rotate all the way up into the north. And that does mean that they might be able to spot out Page in a second if he's not very careful, especially once they've already spotted out the smoke, so they know something's going on over there.
Yeah, and this is what I was kind of hoping STK would do. Again, just take their time, go to the north side. It is very open, but it's also very clear, and they can start to kind of work their way south from there. And here we have, actually, look at these two teams. These two Titans currently battling for third place, I should say, is Vire and 00 Nation trading knocks. And Clow is actually going to get flushed out by LG's Flood.
That's a pretty decent ways away on top of that one. Gizera not going to be the easiest resed. As you can see, Sparking's going to be taking some bullets of his own. LG's got a good angle into harassing this right now. While this is going on, Zavire also going to be able to backfill onto this one, as Tilt Town going to have one of their members down and Elevate going to continue to move off of it. That's just what's been going on. They find a knock, they push into it, they get another knock, and they push into it. Joshy's at least back behind them now, so maybe the harassment can end.
And Tilton is just, they've not really been able to get their footing in any of these fights. Elevate's pretty much taking advantage of them. Sharp, again, going to find a beautiful spray down onto Yellow Jackets, who, as we knew, were just to their north. And Kane as well going to get sprayed down. Beautiful stuff. Sharp is just on point right now. My goodness.
That's going to discourage Yellow Jackets and force them to go back around. We do also have Synergy that's going to be pushing into Future's position, and Fumba as well as Rats also need to make some pathing. With those kills, now we're looking at what? A 11-point differential for that third place position for Friendly Fire.
Yeah, they're very quickly closing that gap. 4 alive, still in the circle. Well, not quite in the circle, actually. They may now have to contest. We have seen the shift, and it has centralized. And who am I looking at the center? It's Sonics, but we'll talk about that in a second, because now it's going to be Synergy and Future as they pop off here in the southeast.
This is going to be about what can Pippa do. He has been just an absolute workhorse for this squad, making some massive plays. I'm going to go ahead and toss in a Blue Zone nade to force them out. You can see Blue Zone nades all around. This is turning into a very hectic position, but Pippa reads it so well, playing right in between them, realizing how that this is going to go. While this is happening, Zvire is going to be rotating in just on the opposite side, while Synergy is trying to regroup. So this means that Future is technically pinched right now. But Pippa and Vinya are both going to go down. Futures, they're managing to find ways to get the shots in. And Shap, now realizing what's going to be happening, they've got to make some type of plays or deal with this push that's going to be coming down the hillside.
Yeah, but don't forget about Zvire as well. They're hearing this fighting, and they want to get as many points as possible, especially as they know they're just on that cusp. This could be huge. They still have 3 members alive as well. Nice little 4x spray coming out from Glock, but he's not going to find the knock on a Kraken, as Shap is going to find Danny.
While this firefight's happening, we did have Elevate move right into 0-0 Nation, so that's kind of stalled out any potential third party going on for this area. It's just, well, I should say fourth party, given the fact that we're looking at ZV, Future, and Synergy all so close to each other. Future, though,
Elevate
starting to find more and more kill opportunities. Blue Zone maybe is going to land in front of them, keep moving forward, but it's going to be Synergy, Kraken, and the rest of the crew getting a ton of assistance coming out, and it's going to be now, what does Future want to do with this?
Well, they've managed to, again, really nice fight from them. Came out with all 4 members up. They should be able to get Slabby up just fine. 4 kills, and they could make a push, but they still very much have to worry about Zvire, as Rebo has got a nice little off angle there.
And I should be able to hit the shots, maybe pick up something. The tree lines blocking out a significant amount of what they're wanting to try to pull off. Zvire do have 1 member in Ali that's already inside the circle, so that's why they're just kind of fishing with bullets to see if maybe they can get some more kill points out of it. But we also do have Elevate in this 0-0 Nation fight that's not really going anywhere, that's allowing Zvire to be so aggressive on this Future front.
Yeah, Zvire kind of just making sure that a nice little spray actually coming out from, or not even a spray, it was a mini from Fisher, is going to get that knock. Shap 2K, multiple members are getting kind of taken care of now from Future at the hands of Elevate, who have now done a good job of being a little more aggressive, holding out that edge.
Looking back into the north, we have the potential of Friendly Fire and STK bumping heads in just one moment, and that could be a massive thing. Yep, gonna bump it out, and it's gonna be Purdy Curdy that gets the knock onto Page. In fact, they know how they're gonna have to play this with Decimate, and 1 trying to hold up against Rats, but the Rats know how to hold that angle, come through pretty clean, all considered. And now that is going to reveal position to Sonics. So Sonics are now eyeing, maybe just jumping down on top of this is going to be a third party, but Decimate thinks and tries to go for a flank, but it is going to be Rats that continue to survive.
I also want to point out with the Sonics, they got that massive airdrop that came in, that specifically that Tego has, so they are going to be absolutely kitted to the teeth.
Man, this fight with STK.
Look at that, P93, oh man, that Sonics right now is a raid boss.
Future is going to get eliminated by Elevate and what's going to be happening. But now looking in, everything's kind of stalled out. Sonics have kind of moved in. They're going to be just holding this line. No real options for anybody to move. Fuma's going to use this opportunity to sneak by Dragon Tiger Girl Showdown, who's been kind of quiet. It does look like Page for Friendly Fire did get rezzed, so that firing line against each other stepping away. But now it's going to be about Elevate and really 0-0 Nation having to move in, and what could be happening there is, yep, just gonna roll right up on top of Sparking and say, nope, this is mine, but there's so many people involved. Fire's gonna go down, and 0-0 Nation feeling really good about that one, because that means that there's an opportunity to grab back third.
Possibly, yeah, that was a beautiful save from VHC, but they're not out of trouble yet. Both members now still standing from 0-0 Nation are getting assaulted by not only LG, but also Elevate.
And let's point out, Elevate is at 7 kills right now. They have gone from a no man's land down at the bottom, and they are now pursuing and being a thorn in the side of a team that is trying to fight for a position in PGS 2. But keep in mind, they need to. They want to go to PGC. They want the PGC points that are available. They want to make sure that they're picking up every single kill that's possible. Fiumba also hears this firefight and might be moving into where they can get an angle on what's going to be happening. But this standoff, dude, between Friendly Fire and STK has been going on so long.
Yeah, and that's because both teams, don't necessarily want to engage. It's rough. It's really rough on the north side, knowing, how many points they need as well. I'm sure STK and Friendly Fire would like to just get into a good position here, but they're just constantly shadowing each other. And so, at the very least, Friendly Fire did manage to get that knock from STK up. So it's still going to be a 4-on-4 if they do engage here. But look at this. Friendly Fire actually moving much, much closer to Rats as well as Sonics.
This is a ripple effect that is waiting to happen. The fact that Sonics are going to be roaming around like a wolf pack. So they've now spotted out what's going on with Friendly Fire. It looks like they could be taking some shots into this one. We can see now what's going on with VHZ and how close he is to Elevate. And Elevate taking some shots into what's going on with Sonics. This is just a take one down, passed around moment.
And it's just down to VHZ's, the last member, 00 Nation, getting assaulted by pretty much everyone else in the lobby. Just poised to survive here. And he has no first aids. He is just running on about half boost at this point.
And here we go. The circle is now shifted back into the north, and that's going to be where we see Rats, Friendly Fire, STK, and Sonics playing from. We do have Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown that's moving into Fiumba. Looks like we might see a couple of kills pop off with that as LG is trying to fight their way in. You can see it's going to be Snakers. Last one up. He's going to get spotted out. Fiumba's going to go down. Now it's going to be Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown that's providing some harassment inside of this line, and they want to make sure that they clear this out, because if they do, they get control of the entirety of the South.
Yeah, if they could. The problem is that Sonics actually still has an angle onto this because there's kind of minimal cover here, especially with that high ground that they have. And again, Sharpshot actually going to be finding Rats just coming in. And this is starting to get very dangerous for the teams playing on the edge, especially because of Sonic's position currently.
One more kill every single time. Friendly Fire just thinking one more point. That's all they're going to need. Fiumba, though, going to go ahead and pick that one up. Capitan's going to take down 00 Nation, so it's going to be Sonics, Friendly Fire, STK. Now, with the potential to try to cut in some of that lead that ZEV and 00 Nation has. Fiumba still sitting on a pretty decent lead, doesn't have to worry about LG back behind them, but a big game from them could put them up to a point where they could be fighting for first.
Very possible. And remember, it's not, yes, there may not be a prize pool, but those PGC points are massive, and there is a big difference between first, second, and third. So still a lot to play for, even for Fiumba and LG, who have all but qualified at this point.
Oh, Capitan goes aggressive off of a knock. He's going to get spotted out by Shinboy. And now Fiumba's last member, and Emmy, I don't think that big game that they were wanting was going to happen. But Elevate, they ain't done, man. 9 kills and look in Sonic's direction. This is just a continual push coming out from them. That problem is Sonics are gatekeeping out their angles, so they're going to have to fight their way into it. This is just so weird, the fact that it's just in the north, it's so quiet still.
Yeah, and Elevate, again, I'm just very impressed with their resolve and tenacity here, coming into this last day, knowing that they're very behind and still trying to put together these huge kill games. It's just wonderful to see, and this is also going to be a nice little confidence booster coming out of this, even going into, the next event they'll be playing in.
Punage does finally go down to Sonics. Tiggleton's going to be holding that, but it's going to be Ethan now that's got himself a nice nade, so maybe he can connect in. H1, the rest of the crew now having to deal with Blue Zone nades, and Ethan's nade pops off right in front of H1. Elevate trying to see if they can force their way in. They are already inside the safe zone, but they want more. This is a good control area to play from. Mime, though, up at the top of the rock, got himself the P90. Tiggleton on the other side. That's a 1-2 punch from absolute hell. Ethan, though, significant step in, goes for the spray, does get taken down, but he's going to go down immediately after. Sonics with just one member up. Have to play this one safe, but it's going to be Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown that's moving down into Fiumba's line.
Yeah, I'm curious if Dragon Tiger was going to maybe go for some sort of third-party situation, but I think they're just a bit too far. That being said, they still can get a very nice position in this current circle and start to kind of build that momentum for themselves. But STK still very much alive and control in the north.
Look at all the teams that are alive right now. This pack just cannot get separated from each other.
Yeah, and look how close the point-wise as well. This is just this is insanity here. A big game here from Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown could absolutely propel them up towards STK and Friendly Fire.
Well, with Friendly Fire and STK being so close for so long, it's going to be Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown that actually kicks this one off. 2 members down for STK right now, but it's going to be Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown that's going to be the aggressors. They're finally going to have a second member go down. It's going to be Adam up at the top, trying to fight his way back, as Friendly Fire isn't in an angle to where they can try to exploit this at the time, so Adam might be able to do enough to stop something that Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown's trying to do. Cowboy, looking back up into this, cannot do too much, but with the how long this is taking, STK knows that Friendly Fire is going to be coming up back behind him, so it's only a matter of time. Cowboy spouts out Adam, trying to get the shots in, but he's juking between. Adam hits the shot onto Cowboy, but it's going to be Friendly Fire coming up right back behind him. Can he continue to survive? Nades popping off, and no! He gets spotted out. Another kill over Friendly Fire, and now they've got their sights set on all the work that STK did.
And once again, where's the ammo for Sharp Shot? He has 17 rounds in his AUG. He desperately wants to loot these buddies so he can just get some from ammo, but beautiful decision making again. Friendly Fire taking their time and now reaping the rewards of this fight between Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown as well as STK. And they're going to take care of Vegas as well, and they're just going to have another beautiful push towards this end game. I love it.
Third place, ZV 105, Sonics 104, Friendly Fire now at 103. The comeback is real for the Friendly Fire boys. H1 still alive on the opposite side. Keep an eye on what's going to be going on. Him and Tickleton and Mime on one side, and Honey Badger still going to be alive. What's going on with Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown? Blue Zone Nade, not going to find too much inside of all of that, but it's going to be FF to the north and Sonics to the southeast, as well as Honey Badger in a very well-known spot. I guess the best way to say it is, I don't think that his time is long for the world, is we're in phase number 7.
Man, what a masterclass in composure. Friendly Fire over the course of this weekend have not only turned things around, but made a very good push and put themselves right in qualification contention. I mean, they're literally there with the Sonics. They're going to be in third place as they now go into a 4-on-3 against the former Titans here.
The dream is real. You know, Sonics want those PGC points, though, so do not count them out yet. This is a vital fight for both of these squads. It's going to be Sonics up on top of the hill, but with the way that the circle is now popped, it's kind of neutral for everybody. The issue is that Sonics have Mime that's creeping in. He's got that ghillie suit. He's being sneaky. Just trying to see if maybe he can get an outside angle with that P90 of all tools to work around. Paige needs to spot this out. Otherwise, this is going to go into a 3v3 real quick.
Yeah, this is kind of... Oh, he spots him out, though. Beautiful stuff. Paige taking his time. Again, this is just going to be a slow roll here. The circle is going to start to obviously push these two together. Friendly Fire have done a very good job of actually staying heavy as a 3-man just in case, but they need to be very wary of utility or one good grenade. Yeah, they're going to spread out a little bit more. Very nice. Paige is going to hold control of that rock, and he's going to keep Mime there. And it's so dangerous to peek that P90. It does so much damage.
I know, Mime almost ate it as well. This is, if anybody goes down, it's just going to be an instant push on both sides. Mime now having to be very cautious on this. H1 actually still playing from pretty far behind to see if he can provide cover. See if he can connect in. If he hits Paige, that's going to be a game changer. Looking into it is Paige now starting to realize, hey, you know, we don't really have to fight for the north. Why don't we start fighting for the circle itself? But this bait and switch is really good for Friendly Fire. This is next level strategy coming around on his H1, now taking a bit of blue zone damage. Oh, nice. He gets popped by Pixel. That means that this is now a 2v4 lined in. Sharp Shot, they got denied last time. They want this one. They got the second place, and it was so close for them. Now, can they right it? Can they get it back? Friendly Fire presently sitting at first. Paige gonna open up onto one of them. Tickleton, now the last one up, looking into Friendly Fire, a 1v3 situation, and he's just gonna drop down and prep it up. Does he know? Is he gonna go for it? Pixel knows where he's at. They go for the spray, and that's gonna be Friendly Fire locking down third place.
And what an absolute masterclass. These boys brought it back, and they find themselves in third place, 112 points. Man, I just cannot get over how well that they have restructured coming into the final 2 days, specifically today. That huge plateau game on Miramar set them up, and now another beautiful game coming out of the boys as they set themselves in third place.
Damn, I love PUBG Esports so much. We're going to take a look at leaderboard and dive into it because we still have 3 games left as we're going to be moving over to Aaron Gell, but we're going to jump in with Toffees.
They say it's always safe to put your money in a Roth, and in this situation, it seems to be paying off as Friendly Fire comes out with a massive win. I think that was 12 kills plus the victory. What a climb. Today has been all about Friendly Fire.
It is that I cannot believe stringing these two games together. Whenever we were talking to Roth, I hit him up in between games again, just being like, hey man, how's it going? And he's just like, we just need to do it. 13 more points. Yep. They got it. They were aiming for 4 more games to try to close it. Now the thing is though, this is where the hectic hits, right? This is going to be just every single game fighting back and forth for this 3rd place position.
It was an absolutely wild match. I will say Zvire went out a little bit earlier than they would have liked. They, if you go over the numbers for Tego in this event, have not been wonderful. So that did leave the door open for Friendly Fire to make a big push. But again, we're still seeing the top team. Sonic's in there starting to really show some signs of life as they push up the leaderboard as well. But I want to give you this. Today, Friendly Fire started in 10th place with 61 points to their name. They were not in the conversation to go to PGS 2, if I'm being completely honest. In 3 games,
I put them in every single one of mine.
In 3 games, they have put up 51 points in 3 matches.
Yeah.
That is absolutely insane and puts them in the hunt. And while you perhaps are a Sage Matchroom and knew that Friendly Fire would have a 51-point 3-game run, I think most of us had sort of said, well, they looked good, but not good enough. This was crazy, and they're playing so well. That end game, like,
yeah,
I would kill for comms on Vegas while Roth was playing hide behind the US. I guarantee he was losing his mind.
That was so awkward to watch, and they were both trying to find the angle onto it. I'm glad somebody else found that to be so good. But Friendly Fire with 22 points, Sonic's gonna have 14, Elevate with 10, and Dragon Tiger Barrel picking up 10. Oh, sorry, Elevate with 11. My bad.
Let's go Elevate. Another game that they are also turning on. Now, Americas, if we could have a conversation for the next event of like about not waiting for day 3 at any international or regional championship, that would be great. But it is good to see these guys firing up and showing up here as it gets intense. Big leaderboard, whole deal. LG still strong, 164. These guys seem absolutely unstoppable. Fiumba at 145, looking very, very strong. And then Friendly Fire steps into 3rd position. No, they don't step into 3rd position, Matchup. They pull a Kool-Aid guy. They came through the wall. They smashed the house, and they went, oh, yeah, time for a victory.
Yeah.
Zvire slides down, 00 Nation sliding, and STK, my heart is breaking. I need them to have a big next match.
I mean, we're going to Arango, right? And that tends to be a good map for them. I'm still just caught up that it's 6 points difference between Friendly Fire and Sonics, but then just 1 point behind that is Zvire. 2 points to 00 Nation. 00 Nation haven't been too loud yet today, and that's always my concern.
So just put it real quick perspective, down to 10th place to catch up to 3rd where the cutoff is going to be. We're looking at teams having to get about 32 points. I was going to say that's crazy talk, but in the last game, Friendly Fire was a couple of points off of that, was also close to it this time around, so anyone can make that gap change. That said, being a realist, saying the chase is on, there's still 6 spots, 4 teams, all within 10 points of each other, looking for that last, the 3rd bid to PGS 2. That is crazy that we are this close with 3 matches left to play, Matro.
I was talking about it earlier with you, right? Is that this is going to be one of those sections where you just can't have a bad game, and Friendly Fire is proving that. And it's not like at that end game, Sonic's just like threw terribly or anything else like that. I loved that play where they had Mime in the ghillie suit trying to creep forward to see if maybe they can take out Paige and turn the numbers back into being even. Like, there's a lot that's going on, but it's just showcasing that you cannot relent at this stage anymore. You especially as close as it. 4 teams this close, you can't let assume everybody's gonna have a bad game.
You got to make every point count. I mean, that game, SDK got in that fight with M762 or Dragon Barrel Showdown Tigers, oh my, and FF came over the hill and eliminated both of them because they're hunting. You got to be on the hunt. 3 games left to play. They're all going to be in the grassy pastures, baby. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's the home stretch.
3 games left, all on Aragal. No excuses allowed from this point forward. We have a absolutely epic race for 3rd place, and it is just going to be so fun to watch.
It's going to be interesting that, we're ending on Erangel, a map that every single team is not only familiar with, but, the tried and true. So really, it's just come down to Erangel to see how these teams are going to contest each other in the top 4, top 5, top 6 even. They're so damn close. As we look at the leaderboard, 112 for Friendly Fire, 106 for Sonics, even though they're already going. And then Zvire at 105, 00 Nation still at 103. And this unfortunately has really not been 00 Nation's day. I believe they started the day off at 95, and now they've only gained 8 points on the day.
Yeah, this is, I would say, scary for them at this stage, as they were hoping to have much more of a lead moving into this. Is with these last 3 games, I'm going to remind you, Sonic, I'll help you out, Toffees. I know you're having to say it every couple of seconds, but the top 3 teams go to PGS 2 and Sonics. So no matter where Sonics falls into this, if Sonics is in 1st place or 2nd place or whatever else, the other 3
or
teams...
16th.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The other 3 highest ranked teams are going to be the ones that go, and that's a circle.
It's actually been kind of a while since we've had a Prim Fairy Pier Central Circle, so this is going to be a fairly interesting one to watch, because there's just really not that much landed. And I mean, there's a good chunk of that. But that being said, though, I do really like fighting around Quarry. There's a lot of nice little spots there for these teams to potentially take up, even just to the north of that in the swamps. So we should see some pretty interesting rotations here, as well as seeing some awesome fighting as we close this one down.
STK doing a transitional drop, and they're going to be down on military base right now. So actually kind of a good foothold, but we do have to assume that the circle is going to go to the main island itself. But I wouldn't assume too hard, given the way some of these circles have been going. And for all I know, it could somehow end up on the ferry for where our last circle goes.
I remember the very first MPL circle that we played in, it was like very overwhelmingly on Millie base, and then it shifted to the northwest and then went to the other island. So, I mean, it's very possible that this could do something very wacky as well, because we haven't seen something like this in a little bit, but we already are seeing teams like Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, as well as 22 Esports, and then Rats even taking a nice split here of what they've been given as far as the first circle.
Fuma going to stretch their legs up to the north, get some more loot. You can see LG in their comfort zone. Fuma still 20 points back behind, and then Fuma got 33 points on Friendly Fire. Then it's the mess. I mean, even look at this. We've been talking about 3rd place, but we also keep mentioning the PGC points and how important those are. Even in SDK's area right down there, after that drop off, it's 88, 85, 85, 80. This is just so cram-packed full of just craziness that's going to lead in for PGC.
Basically goes like the way our leaderboard split right now is it's 3rd to 6th are within a few points, and then 7th to 10th are also within a few points. So it's just very, very close. Again, even if some of these teams, a majority of these teams aren't going to qualify for, PGS2, they are going to get those much needed PGC points.
And here is the talk of the town right now is Friendly Fire. Going to go ahead and roam in, get their stuff situated and ready to go. They're going to be one of the teams that has to make the longer rotation, as they did drop over on that east coast around Lippo, Prison, Shelter, that whole area, but they should be able to regroup and send it. As this is going to be a very weird circle to look at how rotations come into play, because we still have those fields that are going to be to the, I guess, north of Fairy Pier. We've got the hill of death, or whatever you want to call it, that's just going to be just in that northern area as well. But then we have so much water and that giant field that this is going to be a really small circle for the actual size of it.
Yeah, but don't forget, when it comes to rotations now, the emergency airdrops, right? Or the emergency pickups, I should say. So that's going to actually factor into potentially some of the rotations that we're going to see from these teams. But my question for that, Matt, is where would they land? Possibly on the top.
Would you even use that in the circle?
Maybe in Prim. I mean, if you're one of the teams on the outside, why not? I could definitely see Zvire using that.
I mean, I guess you could actually do something like next level if you wanted to go to Primorsk and maybe just like airdrop out in the water and swim your way in. So that way maybe people won't see
I
you
don't know
to shoot
about
at you.
water, but I
don't
do
know.
like the Primorsk idea. I could definitely see a team coming into Primorsk, somewhat safer on the south side. Very unlikely for a team to actually be set up there, especially when these teams would be dropping in. So I could see that as an option. But otherwise, yeah, the rotations here are going to be fairly open. Obviously, the fields just to the north of Ferry Pier, and then that forest area that we've seen so many end games in the past in between there would also be conducive. Yes.
I figured out where I would go. You asked me? The hill west of Primorsk. I think that would be the prime drop location if you're looking at this, wouldn't it? Because then you don't have to worry about hot dropping somebody.
Yeah, even to the northwest of it, right? Even that little 6-pack combo right there. There's a more than enough of a ridge there for teams to utilize if they want to drop in.
Looking in, we can see that not a lot happening. Most people are going to be playing that quarry side. No surprise. Again, giant field, lots of water.
Yeah.
Assumption is quarry is going to be in the next circle, and it's going to be in it in a big way, as well as potentially Primorsk. But I feel like we're looking at a very swampy quarry ending in this one.
It's been a long time since we've been a swamp as well. I mean, this side of the circle, this side of the map really just hasn't been favored that much recently or in recent memory. So it's kind of cool to go back here because this used to be where a lot of the circles used to fall.
Mm-hmm. It's a very fun section of the map too. I mean,
it is.
Whenever we look at quarry and the firefights that can happen around there, then we've got that compound that's just to the east of it and that hillside. All of that's fun to play around.
I even like, even just on the west coast, right? There's a lot of cool little like mountains and ridges that teams like to take, and then there's that big compound with a barn. So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff on the west coast. Again, we used to have a lot more west coast circles than we've had in recent memory, but I am curious to see again how this lobby is going to necessarily tackle this, especially with the advent and the addition of all the new items as well as the emergency pickup we were talking about earlier.
So looking in, I do want to point out that we have Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown that's running a 2-2 split on opposite sides of that southern road. Looks like they are playing, I guess, the manor, and then they're going to be playing that compound that's going to be just on the outskirts of the hill.
That's a pretty far split. They can't cover each other.
Yeah.
So that's going to be mainly just a consolidation split, right? To see which position would be better after the next shift.
And I think that they've had Synergy take the compound just on the opposite side of that one. Tiltown looks like they want to get some information before they rotate in, and while it feels overly safe, you know what? I respect it. Given the way
they've been dealing with Elevate every
safe.
single game. Yeah, I'm sure they just want to kind of get the hell away from them and just kind of do their own thing. And speaking of Elevate, actually, it's going to be Friendly Fire currently scouting out the position that they're currently in, which is very strong in this circle.
And Friendly Fire just kind of rotating around. Oddly enough, LG is going to be rotating next to a section of their duo, but LG feeling pretty good right now. I don't think that they have to worry about 3 different teams usurping 60 points to try to pass them in these last 3 games. So I don't even think that's mathematically possible. So right now they just got to rest in, know the fact that they have done their work. But that said, they still have to be careful. Fumba is back behind them, and PGC point difference between first and second. Big.
I was just about to say Fumba is only 19 points behind, and so they could absolutely kind of steal that spot if LG slips up. Granted, I don't think that's going to happen. LG has been very consistent and very solid, but yeah, that threat is there. Fumba would love to get the points for first instead of second.
A ferry fight? Somebody's trying to get onto the ferry, and there's a fight for it between Yellow Jackets and Future. This is
oh my god.
Hey, but I mean, Yellow Jackets got their car on, and they got down Magno. So, yay!
Very awkward fight, yeah, for the south side melee base of Ferry.
I mean, Glock, maybe get some vengeance, Glock. You're gonna have some vision on it, right? They're gonna assume that they got it. All right, I think they already know.
Does he actually get this knock? Oh, he might. He might actually get the knock.
It's a weird angle. Yeah.
To get Yappa now. It's so awkward, man.
Gotta farm them damage numbers. Get in. Oh.
Too bad he didn't have a vehicle. He could just pretty much drive around. But yeah, they should survive here. And Batunga's very lucky to not actually get knocked there, because I think potential for a flush was there. But Yellowjack is just going to be cruising on in. And who's waiting for him? STK actually already at the ferry. The ferry pier, I should say.
And I feel like this is an old shoot-to-kill strategy from way, way back in the day. We used to see them pull this one out, which is playing the ferry pier on one side of it, right up next to the actual pier itself, and then playing opposite side in that dip that's going to be directly across from it.
Did they? I mean, I believe you. I don't remember necessarily them having this split, but I do remember a lot of the circles here and them being at the very least at.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly how the split went, but we're talking like PUBG Online days, so it's been a hot minute.
Yeah, a long time. And look at that shift. That's actually immediately just gonna get all the nonsense out of the way. The water has been cut out, and now this circle is going to be quite interesting to see it unfold, especially with teams like Rats as well as SG currently dead center, and then on that hill, which is completely open. And that hill is actually really great to fight in, depending on where you are on that edge, either the north or the east.
0-0 Nation realizing that they're going to get probably one of the best positions to play around by getting into this early. They are getting shot at by STK and Elevate. That's not the worst. Friendly Fire does look like they might be wrapping back behind a Decimate in just one moment, but there is also a compound that's going to be a little bit lower that they can try to play from.
And
we do have Zvire that's going to be coming in, and yeah, it's not chaotic. Everybody kind of knew what to do.
And I like that Synergy, or excuse me, not Synergy. I like that 0-0 Nation actually opted to just take this compound instead. As good as that hill can be, as I said, when you're fighting from the edge, when you get there early and you're central, you can definitely get shot from multiple angles, if not third, even fourth partied. So I like that they've actually pulled off, taken this barn compound, and they're going to be much safer for it.
LG is eyeing that angle and potentially the compounds that Friendly Fire is holding. So that would be a potential bloodbath watching, because those two teams commit, they're gonna commit hard, as it's really just Yellow Jackets now coming in. As Future actually did move to the opposite side of Millie Island, and I don't know if they're taking pot shots at him, or at least they know where they are, but it's all gonna be about this slot, right? We're gonna be looking at STK, seeing the ferry come in. They have to assume that somebody's gonna be coming. Oh, and even with the car, that's 100% gonna reveal.
Yeah, no, they also, I'm pretty sure, heard the shots coming through from the other side. Adam is going to go for a knock, and now Yellow Jackets know that they're potentially going to be held back here, as SKK really needs to pick up these kills and then get into a nice position. Nice knock from Adam.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be trying to control the area. But this is also a very complicated area to try to drive out of. So one side of Yellow Jacket's going to cut it out, but Kane gets the knock on to Adam. Ferdy's still taking in some shots onto it, but that's going to at least provide something. But Kane, that's kind of in the open, buddy.
Very nice shots from Pence in return. Again, they need to recover Adam. STK needs to have a good game here. They need to keep all four members alive. So for the time being, they've at least neutralized two of the members on the pier, but I don't know if they know about Batunga's position here.
This is a really smart counterflank around. Is if he plays this right, he might be able to just pop back up. But Penta already heard the footsteps. He's coming in too loud. This is done. Step away from it. Future, though, remember they were watching this ferry for a while, and they were taking some shots at the Yellow Jackets beforehand. Now, Yellow Jackets, this is going to be the worst way to die. Imagine a team harassing you while you're trying to get on the ferry pier, and then dying to them right outside the ferry pier on the other side.
DNL, just the last hope here for Yellow Jackets, but it's not looking good. I'm sure STK, though, as they recover, will probably try to at least take a peek and see what's going on here, as I'm pretty sure that's already happening. Penta, yeah, kind of looking for the angles to potentially get a knock here in this third party as they clean up Yellow Jackets.
This is... You gotta give it to Future, though. They had a goal, and that goal was to make sure that they took out Yellow Jackets. They wanted this job done, and they are going to be able to get something. It's kind of funny, though, because I guess they technically had a better rotation, so they should be thanking Yellow Jackets that they didn't have to just jump off of a ferry pier and fight STK.
Yeah, I think this is more of a sentiment of them just having to cross and then make sure that, they knew that Yellow Jackets was going to fight, and as soon as they saw the knocks, yeah, they took care of that. But look at this circle. Again, shifting dead center just around Friendly Fire, as well as 0-0 Nation and Decimate's position. So it's been a long time since we've been on that hill, and I'm very excited. What did Clint... Someone had a name for that, like elephant or something.
Or dog. Rabbit.
Or dog or rabbit or something, yeah. Something that they call it.
I know Toffee's had a name for it. He'll have to tell us inside of Discord in 1 second, then we'll chime in for it. But yeah, this is kind of to be expected, right? We all kind of thought that this is going to be where the circle was going. Our late rotators inside of this one are going to be Elevate, Zvire, Future, and STK. The key ones to note inside that one are STK and Zvire.
Again, Zvire just on the cusp of just greatness, right? They're so close. They're in 5th place, 105 points. They need to have an amazing game here. At the very least, just not go out early, Matt.
STK needs something to break for them right now, and it feels like the circles aren't letting them do that when they're going to be rolling them right back behind this front rotation from Elevate. Is they're going to let that go ahead and pass and see if anybody's going to be shooting at them. Zvire's going to opt into more of the fields approach, but 00 Nation is kind of looking a different direction in what LG was doing, so they're going to get away with that one. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown going to be the next in the line that Elevate's going to have to contend with this. Remember, STK moved into the lower section, so now they're going to be passing by the opposite side of what's going to be on Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, and that's going to be Cowboy that does get the knock and the flush onto Adam. Is the thing that was going to break is apparently Adam and not their luck.
Oh, that pretty did go by, but look at this. 00 Nation now having to defend against Future, the team that was just on the south side fighting with Yellow Jackets and STK. And they're going to at least find one. Shap on the other side, going to get sprayed down. Very close to getting a knock, but 00 Nation with a great little hold here. They do need to recover Gizera, and they will with the help of LG and Friendly Fire.
That send is really, really important because just trying to get something out of that one would have been huge for 00 Nation. But you can see that with their present kills,
I don't think they got any of those kills, though.
They didn't. They didn't. It got picked apart all around them. And that crash could have been the points that they needed to be caught back up with at least Sonics.
Yeah, but that being said, they do have a very good position in the circle, so I know they're probably a little miffed that they didn't get those points, but they're still very happy to have 4 alive and still be in that great position on the east edge.
Zvires need to be careful as they have Synergy that's starting to kind of crunch in on them, having left that compound that's going to be to the east of the hillside. STK continuing their rotation as they did manage to get past Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, rotating in. Don't forget the Yellow Jackets down the south. And hey, let's go ahead and leave the rabbit as we're going, surprise, surprise, to the fields.
And this is so crazy because look at the teams that are in this fire. 00 Nation, Friendly Fire again find themselves in a wonderful position here towards this endgame. But Synergy is just shredding the fire to pieces. It's just down to Rebo, and this is not the game that they wanted to have.
Just destroys them off of this one. Pippa is still holding back, taking shots at Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown as well. He's trying to rotate into this one. Rats also coming in on the same pathing. This is just going to be a shooting fish in a barrel. So many people are going to be rolling by with this one. Yes, it's shooting fish with a barrel, not in a barrel, right?
That's actually, okay. I'll give you that one, Matt. Well played. Well played. That's going to be it, though. Look at this 00 Nation, though, trying to split off onto the house. It's just to their northwest, but they're not going to run into the rats.
Oh man, the Spoon and Hello Senpai not feeling good about this. 00 Nation gonna go ahead and send some more in. They're gonna be getting too close to Friendly Fire, but the Spoon spots out, is gonna be able to get the flush, and the duo holds. That's it! 00 Nation is out.
They are out of there for one of the better positions to dead. Them and Zvire, which opens the door for a team like STK or Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. Man. Even Rats with the duo got a couple points off that at 86.
00 just not finding much. So we're going to be looking at a recessed hillside that's going to be going right into the edge of Gatka Chopsticks area. Those compounds are still in play, or at least I guess like 5 of them are. And then there's going to be the field to the west of that. LG is already positioning around, trying to use that low decline in the hillside that leads into Gatka Chopsticks. But they've also sent Rello across the field, and Tilt Town's trying to cross over there as well, seeing maybe they can play the opposite side, you know, where that Wizard Tower is at. And outside that, we still have, what, Elevate and STK that need to move into the circle?
Yeah, STK needs to move in, Elevate, and then the problem for STK is they're potentially going to run either right into Elevate or they're going to run right into the Sonics on that southwest edge. Friendly Fire, though, and LG just very content in this current circle as Swin is now spotted out, Elevate as well, and STK is actually going to hear these shots. It's a big opportunity for them. They're going to find out it's Sonics and Elevate.
Yeah, and now Sonics figuring out their pathing into this. They want to feast. Look, a vehicle moving in very aggressively, but they've got to be careful. I don't know if H-Win realizes STK is going to be coming out the back behind him. He does know. Pins it back around, goes for some shots, hits him onto Pinta. H-Win, Swolwin won't stop.
Oh, Tilto.
He gets the have an angle. That's halfway across the circle. He was not expecting that. He's just trying to get a run out of this one. Trying to get away, and he does because the other members of STK are looking at Elevate.
Trying to just get rid of Quinn, but he is just a pest to poke away. A menace for STK, and they're going to go down. That is it. Again, another early departure.
Synergy going to be bumping into the opposite side of what was going to be going on with Elevate. Sonics trying to figure out, okay, was that worth it? Synergy starting to have the same idea. Elevate is going to go down. Big Nade going to take them out. But now it's going to be about Synergy having to deal with Sonics as the circle is going to continue to go into that center east position.
And this is a 2-on-3 now with Sonics, but I mean, Mime and Tig have done some pretty incredible stuff. Any duo left alive from Sonics will be more than enough for any full squad, let alone one that has one knock. They will at the very least recover Danny, but look at this angle. Benya very ready for it. Mime just dancing in and out of the smokes. And this fight is still happening just outside for the control of the southwest, Matt.
Love it. Getting the side push. Bidya's going to read it. Joshy from Tiltown's like, hey, I want to be a part of that, but I'm not even going to get the kill. So I guess I'll go regroup. Tiltown did their damage, though, and going to be able to push in. They don't have a really good way to move into the circle because Fiumba as well as Decimate can both see them.
Yeah, and this circle has just caused so many issues. Again, that hillside that we found Tiltown just so comfortable on will have to move out. Even Synergy, they're going to be on the kind of recessed part of that decline on the hill, so they're not necessarily safe either. They can maybe play like a little bit more of the east, but Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown has full vision of what's going to be happening on that hillside. So SG have a pretty interesting decision to make here as far as where they're going to crash or where they're even going to try to end up. As look at the center of this circle too, man. It is just, there's really not much left to play as Marunin's going to go down to the blue.
This is, if you've played PUBG enough, you know that this circle is way weirder than it actually looks like it's going to be. I don't have a chance to actually talk about that because looks like Synergy is going to send it right down into Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown's position. Binya hits the shots onto Cowboy. They just crash right on top of this. Honey Badger flanks back around, does get some shots in, but he's going to go down. 2 members already out of this one. Will trying to hold up. Pippa takes some damage, but manages to survive. 3 for Synergy, still up as they manage to survive through that one, but that nade gets close. Pippa is going to go down from who? Of course, it's going to be Roth from Friendly Fire. They just got the beat onto Binya, trying to send it through, but they can't really get the angle that they need, so they're just going to regroup and try to defend up.
It was a rough hold there, and still SG just knocking on their door. It's a 2-on-2 here in the compound, but Friendly Fire dictated so much of that, as now Paige is going to take shots at Kickstart, and that fight is starting to pop off.
Distraction, though, came out as Friendly Fire was trying to move while they were taking shots, and that LG wanted it. Paige read it. They've already gotten a knock on both sides of that one, so you can see that fight going on the hillside while this one's going to be happening. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown looking like they might be feeling they're getting some more control over this, but off in the distance, you can see Paige down at the time. LG still trying to fend up. It is a 3v3 with Paige just being down right now and potentially Resable. The rest of LG trying to make sure that they play countless when you can see the fact that they have at least got their backs safe up. I don't think that Paige is going to be rezzed in time, but Vegas did go down. Synergy now making the push out. They know exactly where they're going to be, but it's going to be Greg's shot trying to hold it. He's going to go down. Binya can get the res on the Kraken, but now the circle has shifted yet again to the west.
And now it's going to be Fiumba just in a wonderful position now. Center circle in that nice little double 2-stack combo. I should say just a double 2-story combo there, but even Decimate is going to be staying alive with 3 members. Tiltown managed to make their appearance into, a top 8 after a little bit, and then 22 just sitting on the south side, but I'm really just focused on the fight between Friendly Fire and LG right now.
The lead is getting bigger. SG out. Or Sonics out. Zvire out. 00 Nation out. SDK, Dragon Tiger Barrel all out. This is the lead moment that Friendly Fire needs. They've got to survive, but they're on the outside of the circle and they're surrounded by LG. It's about as bad as you can get. Remember Synergy that just made a crash a moment ago right into Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown? Well, they're going to be just to the south of where Friendly Fire is at. So 2 hard-pushing teams that are going to be on the hunt for points and now having to find a path to work around. Meanwhile, in the thick of it, Decimate feel pretty good. They've got some awkward neighbors in 22 and Fiumba, but not the worst.
I mean, they're also only 8 points behind, 8th and 7th, and potentially just putting themselves in 7th. And so 3 members alive in the compound, still up. They do have to worry about this weird pinch situation that could happen if Tiltown does decide to move in at the same time 22 does. But right now, there's no reason for either of those teams to do so. So they're at least safe for the time being. But on the other side of this, Synergy needs to desperately find their way into the circle. They're either going to contest with Rats in the duo, or they're just going to get third-partied by Friendly Fire. Look at this. Rats already set up for this. They know.
Yeah, Synergy leaning more onto that side. Kraken, go ahead and seeing if maybe some nades can connect. Fishing with Dynamite, not going to find too much, though. This is a slight reprieve for Friendly Fire as they're going to opt into going a more direct path, that being Synergy I'm talking about. Now, Rats, though, they're going to have to contend. They're just a few points away from being back into 8th place like you were talking about just a moment ago, but it's going to be Synergy that's just going to be nipping at their heels. So this is still a very influential fight for PGC points yet again.
Nice.
Yes, here it goes. Friendly Fire going to be trying to make the push in. Rello going to try to line in. It's going to be Snakers that gets the knock onto it. Can we see the rest of the team try to find something? But LG just has every angle locked. Friendly Fire has been running on a dream, but finally steps in. Pixel makes 2 big plays, spots him out at range. Can he right this one back up? Sharp Shot is down, but it's going to be Snakers right up against the Palooza. Pixel's going to go for the rest. He's got aim over days, and he does it! He survives! That means that he can at least get the res onto his teammate.
And what an absolutely heroic play as we see Kraken now trying to deal with the remnants of Rats. But man, that's huge just to get one more alive as Despoon will be able to save his teammate. Holy Pixel. That was a heroic play. And with what a gun to use too, the M249, a man after my own heart. What a battle.
Friendly Fire just tooth and nail up to 6 kills now, getting separation 14 points away from Zavire, down in 10th place. You remember at the start of the day, now starting to get breathing room on the leaderboard. With this, they still need to make their way into the zone though. The firefighting is going to be pretty heavily favored into Fiumba's position. Tilt Town trying to find a path, has to be careful because Decimate's just going to be to the south of him, but 22 also going to be pathing into this. This is just going to be a massacre over here. Everybody's going to die. There's just no way around it.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult here on the southwest side. I mean, Decimate did have that forward member of Haven get knocked, and so they still need to come in 22 in a nice position at the very least to gatekeep. Fakeson, though, going to find Islo.
So Posa switching over to the shotgun, realizing, okay, this is the type of game we're about to have. Nades coming out onto Tilt Town. Respect, Tilt Town. They're picking up the points. They're finding themselves. It's not necessarily been the best, but it's at least better than what was going on. They're putting up a fight, making it in the later stages of the game, and that's going to feel real good. Can he get over there in time? Did he make it to the res?
I'm not exactly sure, but look at this.
Yeah, he did.
I love the way that Fiuma is just spreading out, trying to get these points. They know that Tiltown's caught on the edge. Spray is going to be nice there. He's going to find it. He's going to find his second one as well. Savage. Then a beautiful spray down from Draft and Sills, and they will take care of all of Tilt Town.
Steps out. They had control over the circle, but they said, no, we need kills. They want to make sure that they do not let Friendly Fire creep up onto them. They also can assault potentially LG's position if they can pick up enough. With that, it's going to be Friendly Fire shifting back down, eyeing the southern pathing, while Rats Hello Senpai going to be creeping up back behind. We've been talking a lot about new items. Let's not forget about the smoke launcher, which you can see Friendly Fire going to be trying to exploit as much as possible right now.
And they are wrapping as far to the north as they possibly can, using this hillside to kind of cover themselves as well as the smokes. And as you said, those new smoke launchers. But Haven and the rest of Decimate still just trying to make their way in.
And this is going to be bad. Okay, Rats, Despoon is staying back. He's still going to be the one that's holding the angle. Haven did hit the shots onto Posa, so it's going to be 4 members still making this push in. Rats doesn't really have the cleanest angle in as 22 Esports goes down, let's be honest, pretty clean on this one.
Yeah.
And so while they did end up stepping in, they've got 3 members up. They're going to be in a position where they're at least kind of fortified, but it looks like Rats might, I don't know. They keep eyeing back and forth onto this one. I wouldn't be surprised if they lean more this direction just to do the safety.
Man, Rats still fighting, for those points, find themselves now in 7th place, surpassing both SDK and Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, as they still have 2 members up, and this is what they do best, is just salvaging these games where they can. Still have 4 kills, potentially could get a few more here as well, as long as they can maybe take care of Decimate here, but Friendly Fire still so impressive.
Yeah, Friendly Fire is going to have to contend in. UNC Fiuma was stretching out. They opted to not go all the way into it, though, but it was happening at the exact same moment that Rats was thinking about moving more into Decimate's line. So now starting to use some of their utility, potentially 2 different firefights, it's going to be a 3v2 and a 3v2, depending on how this line goes.
Well, it all depends on what Decimate do here once they get kind of pushed out of the circle, right? Phase 8 is happening. Obviously, Fiumba has dead center, and they have, just a world of an advantage here, but we've seen it fall apart, especially when you have multiple teams, fractured teams coming in towards the circle. Knocks can happen. Confusion can also happen. And so we'll see, but I am still very much looking on Rats and Friendly Fire to see how this one plays out.
Rats have the least cover to work around, right? Especially with Decimate that's going to be coming out. So that's why we're kind of hanging out with them to see is they're going to be the ones that are having to contend. Despoon moving more and more close over into that Friendly Fire section. They might just opt into splitting between the two, and that not necessarily the worst idea if you're just going to be playing for some placement points. They have about 10 points behind 0-0 Nation, but Decimate going for a more active route. They realize the fact that they have some numbers and they want to try to see if they can fight it. Fiumba, though, so fortified in this. They've got walls, they've got buildings, they've got so much, but it's going to be Hello Senpai that goes down as Pixin does spot him.
The most devastating thing, too, is Capitan's position on this rooftop is just... It's so difficult to be on the southern side of this and you know, have any form of movement as far as trying to even just approach the position that they're in. And so this could change things, however. If Pixel finds the knock on the Capitan, that opens the door for Decimate, but no, never mind. Emmy is on top of it.
That was a Fiumba saying, Friendly Fire, we respect you, but you stay in third. We're going to go ahead and try to take on the rest of this one. Dropping the smokes, trying to creep in. You can see Despoon, somebody to keep an eye on. He might be able to flank back behind Fiumba if they're not careful. Look at the way that the firing line is set up. Despoon, though, going to reveal himself. Vixen's going to remove that problem. So 3v3, Decimate now jumping up into 8th place position. A win for them would be big as they can now usurp the Rats, who they just took down. But Fiumba, I would be surprised if they need to make sure they get this one based off the way that Friendly Fire is playing. They got to make sure nobody sneaks up onto them. Plus, the potential of first place hiding off in the distance.
Yeah, I mean, they're only 14 points behind LG. A win here would be massive in closing that gap and putting them in contention. DraftKings going to find Fakeson, though, as they still have the superior position. It's really on the Decimate to try to make these moves. These off angles, though, on the roof are just going to be so devastating to deal with. It's just down to Vinny, Matt.
It's going to be Fiumba holding the line straight up. He's going to try some move. Into the smokes right now, but he's already been spotted. Emmy's going for the spray. He's already taken a ton of damage. This one's going to be over, and Fiumba picking it up one again. 7 kills. These guys picking up the kills, picking up the chicken dinners, and feeling good.
Only 8 points now behind the leaders in LG. They have done a wonderful job of just continuing to build off the momentum that they have basically put forward. They've just been so solid all weekend long.
It's been a phenomenal series of games, and we're not even close to being done. It's just going to get more crazy. We're going to go ahead and tag in Toffees, give you guys some breakdowns on what's going on the leaderboard, PGC points, all that good.
Welcome back. Fiumba makes it 4 as they get another victory coming on the back of 7 kills to chase down first place. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Godspeed, and I said at the start of the day we're not going to talk about the top 2 teams that much because of how progressive they've been in terms of getting points, but they're back in the conversation, Godspeed, because there's 200 PGC points available for whoever wins this section of the event, and now we actually have 2 teams scrapping it out for those.
Yeah, Fiumba have done an incredible job of kind of closing the distance there between LG, who have also just been so damn consistent over the course of this event. And so the fact that they only find themselves 8 points behind is really impressive, but still, Friendly freaking Fire, man. Those boys are just feeling it, and it's wonderful to watch.
They are definitely feeling it. We're going to get into them in just a second, but let's start at the beginning of that match, because I think there are few things that are so much a sign of the times and how tough things are as 2 different teams battling for a ferry on the south of Military. I mean, that just shows how difficult these circles have been and what teams are resorting to try to find their way into these things.
Yeah, I think it was what, Future initially, and then I think Future
Yellow Jackets.
and Yellow Jackets. That's right.
Yep.
They made it across, and then, congratulations, Yellow Jackets. You guys won the battle for the ferry, but then you ran straight into SDK, and then Future was ones that ended up cleaning them up anyways. So, yeah, I mean, looking at the other rotations in that circle as well, with the way that it shifted, taking that hilltop. I mean, the fight between Sonic's SDK on the southwest was really bonkers, with like tilt town shooting from miles away. So it was a mess.
Yeah, the Yellow Jackets learned just because you get through security doesn't mean you get through customs. Fiumba, 17 total points, comes out on the top with that big win. Synergy finally putting up some numbers here. They get a whopping 17 because of a 16-kill game that sort of flew a little under the radar. And then Friendly Fire continues to show up in the top 5 with another 11. Godspeed?
That fight, that the clutch from Pixel to take out the last 3 members of LG was just chef's kiss, man. What a play coming out from them, saving them and getting them more points. And then looking at the leaderboard again, Fiumba 8 points behind first, and Friendly Fire really starting to kind of build a gap between themselves and 4th place.
And that's the key. I mean, they were on the chase. They had 61 points when we started today. They've more than doubled in 4 games, right? That was 12 games. They had 61 points, y'all. 12 games. They had 61 points. 4 games. They're now at 123. That is outrageous. And more importantly, they have built a gap with only 2 matches left to play. Zvire, 0-0 Nation, Rats, who again was not necessarily in the hunt. They got 67 to start today. These teams have a very tall order for the next match, right, Godspeed?
Yeah, they have a very tall order, but I just once again want to touch real quick on Friendly Fire. Just the world-class talent that this roster has, and the mental fortitude that they had coming into this day, knowing they were behind to push into 3rd is just... It's just so damn impressive. It's hard to get over, man. And as you said,
it is.
They've had over 60 points in the day, and they still have 2 games left.
Godspeed, we're going to talk about them, but the leaderboard is up. I wanted to point out that all the way down to 8th, there's still a hunt for only a 20-point difference. The problem is you have to catch Friendly Fire. They are insane. In fact, it's rare that we get to use a term that other games like CS or Valorant get to use, which is that pixel perfect, this idea of being exactly accurate down to the moment. In that fight, Pixel was perfect. The M249, the top of that rock, the ability to sort of play that and salvage something that his team desperately needed. I mean, when you're on the hunt and you find yourself in a building outside the circle surrounded by luminosity, there are stress levels that come along with that. And these guys, you could tell, have been through the fire more than enough times.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's that world-class experience. But even just really briefly talking about that leaderboard, it's still very much in the hunt for PGC points for some of those teams all the way down to 8th.
It is. And you know what? 2 more games to make that run. PGC points on the line, bragging rights, and the bid to play for their share of $2 million in Riyadh. When we come back, the last 2 matches.
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. Ha! All right, here we go. Hey-ya!
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
drops.
idea that ZV had. That's the same idea that STK had. They at least stopped in the
flood, but we saw that their helmet is cracked, their vest is pretty much shredded. They're playing this with no armor, but a beautiful grenade is going to find Vegas. Kick should be able to get the second one there, and that actually might just wipe the whole team. It's going to
and a hill between them. And kind of separate out how everybody's going to look through this one.
Oh, Capitan!
Decimate. And God, so many nades. So many nades. Figure out how many people are shooting at him. They said, no, this building could be free. Using the cover that is provided, they're jumping in. They've got a couple of shots that are coming at him, but Elevate is also rotating just to the west of this. Late pathing. You're gonna have a couple of shots, but not a lot. Decimate's dip is already gonna be filled up, so Emmy's gonna go for some shot. Does manage to take down Vinny, but
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Welcome back. It's Toffees and Godspeed as we get ready for the penultimate match of our event. In just 2 games, Godspeed, we determine who walks away with the PGC points, as well as who gets to go to PGS 2 in Riyadh for Gamers 8 and play for their share of $2 million. That's a pretty big 2 games.
Yeah, this is going to be a massive 2 games, especially for a team like Friendly Fire, who has, made that push, put themselves in third. They're still not necessarily completely safe, though. Although they have that buffer, I mean, you still have a team like Sonic's knocking on their door. 0-0 Nation could always come out of nowhere with a massive 20-kill game or something ridiculous. So they're not quite safe yet.
Yeah. Matt said, hey, man, it's not till game 3 we might see them turn on. So we got 2 games left. 0-0 Nation could pop off at any given moment. The race is tightening. It's sort of a battle for first and second, I think, between those 2, Godspeed. And then really a chase on Fire, which, to be honest, outside, I mean, I'm going to say outside of, because I think of Pixel's play, as well as sort of what we've seen the communications be. Roth on the high ground in game 2, while his team collected, Fire ordnance to get deeper into the match. Like, they seem to be working really well as a team, but also when things go bad, these individuals are strong enough on their own to just make it happen.
Yeah, the individual, again, the massive amount of not only talent that this roster has, but international success as well from Pixel and Page. Think about the Heroic days, as well as, looking back at Roth, as well as Sharpshot, who have also had incredible successes, placing very, very highly when it comes to international events. And the fact that they've been able to recover in these team fights, the fact that they've been able to win pretty much the majority of the team fights they've been in, even when they've started at a disadvantage with a knock, they are just firing on all cylinders. And again, that scares me for the rest of the lobby, especially those teams trying to chase them down right now.
We've talked a lot about experience. We talked about how Fiumba is basically KPI 12th in PGC 2021. I want to remind you guys, Paige, playing for Friendly Fire, was with Heroic when they got 2nd at PGC 2021. It seems like the pedigrees are finally paying off. We're going to find out. Penultimate match. It's the grassy pastures of Erangel when we come back.
Two games left, and man, these have been some phenomenal games. I know, casters, we're supposed to hype up games, blah, blah. No, for real. I am on the edge of my seat watching this right now as the fight for third is just so amazing to watch.
Yeah, it's very close, but again, I am looking at the team like 00 Nation to kind of have, you know, when are they going to have their pop-off game that we've talked about so much? And even just looking at a team like STK, who is just constantly gets close and then gets knocked out right at the cusp when they're about to get towards an end game. It's a lot is on the line for these teams, not only for just making that third place qualification spot, but again, we talk about PGC points so much because they are so important.
Yeah, there's so many different aspects to break down on this, because with the amount of events that we've got this year, that means that pressure is on for every single game that you're playing to have a good performance if you're wanting to aim into PGC. With this playing path, it's kind of southern leaning on that far western side, so wouldn't be surprised if we see something kind of a little bit more eastern leaning, but the way that these circles have been going, who even knows? And I don't even know.
Who does even know? And looking at this game actually might be the most important game at this point of the day, depending on what happens here with our leaders. And yeah, we're even talking about that. Fiumba is just very rapidly knocking on the door of LG to steal that first place spot from them as well. So still so much to play for.
The points that LG has usually been feasting on have been going over to Friendly Fire, and while that's great for Friendly Fire, I mean, we are still looking at PGC points as the total on this one. Fiumba picking those up would be big for them based off the fact and performances that they've been having. This is a squad that I would be perfectly fine with representing the Americas and so picking up as many PGC points as possible right now would be great. But let's not forget, LG, this is a team that wants to be partnered. They don't want to let anybody into first.
Yeah, and LG have definitely made the case over the years to be one of those partners team, right? They've done really well, but I know this push specifically is going to be very big for them, especially ending the qualifiers in first, getting the 200 points for PGC, all but guaranteeing their bid there, right? And then just having another hell of a breakout performance there, because I'm still waiting for the event that LG is going to win internationally, because I know they have it in them. Obviously, Sonics as well are two strongest teams that we send. Do tend to kind of fall a little short, and I'm just waiting for that breakout performance internationally, and this is a hell of a way to set that tempo.
They have the full-on capabilities to do so, and they are probably one of the hungriest teams I've ever encountered. Every single one of their second places has just funneled this drive that means the fact that they just have to showcase. We've seen chat pick on them about being rats and all this other stuff. They've had an uphill battle to prove themselves, not just in the international stage, but in the Americas as well. So I think that we're at the stage. You can't call them rats. You can't call them anything else except for freaking good.
They're amazing players. But again, we'll see once we get there. We still very much have to figure out if LG even are going to come in first with the way that Fiumba has been playing and staying with that consistency. Friendly Fire, again, going to be putting themselves in a very nice position here early. Going to be at Sky Garden Heaven, YouTube Hill, whatever we want to call it. They're going to have that nice position to pretty much scout everything out. And I imagine they would actually just stay here till the next shift to maybe get a good rotation as well. Avoid a lot of the middle nonsense that Yasnaya circles can sometimes produce.
We've been kind of alluding to the river cutting through the circle, and it's another 50-50 regarding that. So we're going to have to keep an eye. A lot of the teams right now are kind of leaning a bit more south. Fiumba is making I believe, damage control drop, and they're on the outside of Rajak, you know, that compound just to the east of it, and then they're also in No Lead. Yeah.
Yeah, APAC and No
That's
Lead.
a weird split.
It's a very wide split, but it looks like they're actually going to be able to consolidate. And Friendly Fire actually has opted to move further in, so I don't necessarily hate that either. They're going to get right up to the east side of Yaz and get a nice position here just in between where we actually see Zvire currently. They have a split at the compound, basically that shelf compound just south of Stalber, and then the other split's just going to be the east of where Friendly Fire is actually getting very close. It almost feel like they're trying to maybe take this or take the top side of Stalber.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird commitments in this. So if you're playing and you're Sonics, ZV, 00 Nation, Rats, you know, all those. We also need to point out that this three-way time.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Fisher.
Just destroys Roth. That rotation is going to get denied. Fisher's like, nah, don't count us out yet, bro. We still got a couple of games to make this happen. He was dead before smoking.
Damn, that was a nasty spray, man. That was gross by Fisher, just immediately plucking Roth right out of that vehicle. I don't even really think Roth did anything wrong. He tried to turn away, but I mean, Fisher was just dialed in. So that's going to be friendly fire down a member, and all the other teams below them, Sonics, Zvire, obviously the ones making that knock, 0-0 Nation, are going to be very happy to see friendly fire take a loss here early.
So back to what I was talking about before, the friendly fire shots. Do you take a more risky position inside of a circle like this if you're in the thick of it, or are you still just going to lead into playing like edge and playing for rotation? Like, is it worth what we see friendly fire doing and making the Hail Mary to Stolber and saying, okay, we hope that it goes this way instead of going over to like shooting range or something like that?
I mean, no, I think that was fine. I think the rotation was fine as well. I don't think that was too much of a risk. I mean, they had obviously stopped at Skyguard and scouted ahead. They saw that their path at least up there was clean. It's just, yeah, I think that was unfortunate that, you know, Fisher had a laser beam attached to his M4 there, or whatever gun he was using. But I also think, like, when we talk about, Matt, like asking the question, like, what do you think teams should do when they're in the situation where, you know, they're either in the chase or they're trying to hold the position? I don't think drastically changing your playstyle, especially from what's been working for you, is always going to be a good play. Look at this.
Oh, no. Yeah. He's stopped to see if there's going to be a bridge camp, and is he going to feed the information over? Oh no, LFB. He wanted it. He at least scares Yappa away, but that's not what they wanted in the slightest.
No, that's a free kill opportunity potentially missed now. Yappa's going to get away. He should be able to heal, but LFP is actually crossing the other side, knowing that he's lit. He really wants this. He might actually get the knock here. Yep. He's going to take out that 6X. No, he's going to steal his vehicle. I like this. It's very smart. You know, be a nuisance. If you're going to bridge camp, take away their tools. You know, it's a cheeky little play, but, you know, I like it. I'd shoot those tires out on the bike too if I was LFP1, but I'm just a sadistic, terrible person.
Gotta get them bike numbers. All right, those tire popping numbers up for Poro. He loves them stats. Rats trying to move over next to Sonics. They are running a 2-2 split over here, and it's going to discourage them. So now Rats might be looking back to the gas station. No, they're going to be looking more towards warehouses down to the south. They've got a couple of options there. Is really the Badlands to the west of Solberg pretty open. Nobody's down here except for Rats, with friendly fire kind of creeping down the hillside slowly and steadily.
Yeah, but we're also seeing Sonics do what they actually do like to do in the circle, which is take that north side of Stolber early. We've seen this quite a few times for them. They have a lot of success doing this, and they're actually already starting to harass a little bit of the Rats. So I'm very much looking at Sonics to make a nice comeback game here for points.
Yeah, in Z22, they're going to be rotating directly in front of Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. And outside that, we've got some weirdness that's kind of going on Military Base Island. STK, I think, has spotted out where a couple of members for Future are, and they might be trying to pick up some points off of that. Oh, nope, it's going to go ahead and be an emergency airdrop, so not going to be able to happen.
Yep, and they're just going to get the hell out of there. Not surprising, as you know, they're still very much in Millie Base, and that's going to cause a little bit of a delay, at least for STK for the time being.
Yeah, Yellow Jacket's still on that eastern bridge, Synergy on the western bridge, so if they don't have an emergency pickup of their own or opt into taking the ferry, which I don't think that anybody would take the ferry with as far as rotation they've got.
There's no reason to take the ferry at this point. Look at Synergy, though.
They've been there for so long.
Yeah, Synergy's still kind of camping this, I guess, looking for a team to come off that bridge, but they're not actually going to find anything, I don't think. STK taking that east bridge as well as Yellow Jackets, so 22 now, rotating in just behind Rats. Is they're going to be getting probably close to Sonics without really knowing it. Sonics are taking that position, like I said, early.
It's Vernie entirely open. It is kind of western, so that's no surprise. Stolber itself, Kameshki, pretty much a full, let's say, fifth of the circle into the northeast. Pretty wide up and open right now, as nobody wants to have to worry about maybe coming down that hillside. It's going to be friendly fire. I guess they're getting prepped up just in case.
Yep, they're probably doing this to see what Circle does. They'll take this, they'll sit in the air for just a little bit, and then they'll be able to see exactly what Circle is going to do as far as that shift. 'Cause it's going to take about 10 seconds for that airdrop to get to them anyways.
And let's not forget that this is also the... Yeah, we did see Sharp shot Batman on top of somebody for Vince and just murderize them. So there is the potential of that happening. 22 still looking, because, I mean, Severny's open, this dips over here. There's a lot of different options. That hand looks bad.
Circle is about to close, and it is going to go very, very much central and still keeping quite a bit of Yaslake in, but Nolene, where Fuma currently finds himself, is going to be dead center.
Yeah, this is now also going to have the airdrops coming in, well-timed, coming up from Future. They're going to be able to land on the top installer. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, taking some shots at 22 as they're still trying to find somewhere that they feel comfortable with. The options that they've got over here in the east are going to be about it, and I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe start seeing them make a stop. Looks like Rusty Zero being harassed is going to at least round up the rest of the troops as they're all going to try to keep grouping, and that should shoo away Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown.
Yeah, but it's going to shoot them away into quite a nice position, actually. So there's still going to be a problem for 22 Esports there in this compound, at the very least, for some hard cover. And 22, man, I'm actually very surprised to see this roster just struggling still at 14th place. This is not what I would have expected from this crew.
And we haven't even had a chance to really talk about the implications for this and PNC yet either, because a lot of what's going on here is going to set up some of the potential for some of the PUBG Nations Cup teams. And so whenever we're looking at a squad like 22 with much higher expectations, that could be highly impactful.
Yeah, it could. As Savages, oh, those nades were actually very nice. Maroon is going to find Vegas, though. A little bit of payback. Tiltown has just probably had enough of Elevate at this point with the way that these games have gone. Oh, can he get the last headshot? No, he cannot.
No, I'm going to make it over to the distance, and now it's going to be Eyes Low who's going to have to deal with Decimate. Vinny and Haven right up on top of him. This is pretty sneaky. He goes for the shots and gets it down onto one. Can he get the other? No! He's going to go down. Haven does a good job of just holding it together. Decimate's going to go ahead and regroup, and even going to be able to get that res, even though it was pretty...
Yeah, that was very close, but nice little recovery there from Decimate. Again, showing that they belong in the mix here in the middle, at the very least, done a lot of damage. They've had themselves some really good games, but still find themselves in 8th place. Not quite far behind Sonics, though, so 17-point differential. If Sonics is a bad game, Decimate can absolutely have a good one, but yeah, it's been rough sledding once they kind of got the really good high kill games out of the way.
This LG, they're making their pathing. They've got Future kind of close to them, but they're on the top of Stalber. Let's be honest, that's pretty far away. The closest threat to them is probably going to actually be Sonics, who's playing that lower ground that's going to be to the due west of their position. Outside that, I do want to point out Friendly Fire, who I know a lot of eyes are very curious what's going on with. They've moved down, and they're kind of on that recessed midpoint on side of Stalber, and should have some pretty good sight lines and pretty centered as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just, man, STK. There's a little bias here. I'd love to. I just really want these boys to just get something going. I mean, even if they don't qualify, just to climb this leaderboard a little bit. The last couple games for them, Matt, have they just not have gone their way.
And they're in that weird spot, right? It's presently tied up with Decimate, Rats just a couple of points ahead of them. PGC points is really what they have their eyes set on more than anything else. Is 2 big games with the amount of teams that are in front of them. Probably not going to be enough to get in third, but don't count them out. Maybe. But
well, as long as long as Friendly Fire just has, again, just a travesty of a game here and doesn't get any points, and SDK happen to get a second with a lot of kills. I mean, I'm not closing that door on them just yet, but they need to have those big good games. No longer can they afford to go out early. And that's not the case just for SDK. That's the case for a lot of these teams on the cusp.
So we can see the fact that Circle is going to kind of favor that lake position, and guess what? It's Mad Max time. The Synergy is going to be rolling by. They've got 22 that's going to be going in front of them. Rat's going to be trying to collapse in just in front of 22. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown is going to be to the north of this, while Sonics are going to be regrouping back in that line that we were talking about with LG a little while ago. Future and that emergency airdrop that they made just a moment ago going to be rewarded. 22's Posa. Posa and Cars are just having a bad run right now.
Yeah, that's actually fair. Bosa has not had the best time in vehicles. He will survive, though, and his team is coming, so could have been a lot worse for them. And 22 finds themselves in a nice little position here in this Wizard Tower. If they can just manage to stay alive as 4.
I do also want to point out there's a lot of eyes now on Friendly Fire's position. Rats look like they are going to be moving aggressively into it, as well as Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. 22 might have some supervision off to the side of it. While this is going on, Sonics are going to be crashing directly into where we see LG lined into, but it's going to be Paige, Sharp Shot saying, nah, Rats, you don't come in this way. It's going to be Hello Senpai, already made landfall, though, and that's not going to be good. Spoon's going to be on the outside of it, no clean sight lines, and Hello Senpai, is he going to get revealed just quite yet? And here's that section of Sonics and Luminosity Gaming. Tickleton already down.
Yeah, look at this battle. The Titans now, as they're going to be trading back and forth. Mime going to find Snakers, but it's just down to him and Quinn if they can kind of clean this up. And he almost got that knock. but Kick is actually going to trade that in, so it's just down to Mime.
Creeping up, seeing if maybe he has to be careful with that flash. Not going to get enough onto Kickstart. Kickstart can't find the angle to kind of flesh this one out. Say 1v1-ish with the Flood and the amount of life he has. Okay, he's finally going to go down. Sure. But now back in this side of it, we can see the Dragon Tiger go down, making an appearance in what we were thinking, and it is going to be 22 creeping up back behind this as well.
And Pixel went down underneath earlier just to kind of get a little bit of a break from that fight that was happening, as him and Paige now find themselves holding opposite angles, and Shrimsy actually going to be able to get revived here by Mime. Kick not realizing it. This is going to be pretty huge, but he peeks over. He's going to see it, and that's going to be it. The timing, so unfortunate for the Sonics.
Future up on that high ground.
Stay alive.
Yeah, Future up on that high ground, taking some shots into this one. We also do have a fight that's going on between Zvire and looks like Elevate, with the remnants of Tilt Town also kind of eyeing this. I'd say that there's one member that's still alive for Tilt Town over here, is Elevate just holding the sneakiest of sneaky angles to see if maybe they can find something through the smoke and the boxes, but it's not really going to hit the way that they want. Yellow Jackets are back behind this as well, but I don't think that they're going to be making an aggressive move.
Oh, but look at Future actually making this push now to try to just clear out the last member here of LG and Kickstart. And they're hunting for him. As 4 alive, you know, Future could definitely make a push here and even squeeze out an 11th place instead of 12th. So again, more points, the more better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, everything for them is big, and it's what they need, right? Back behind this one, you can see the new circle has popped. It's going to favor Decimate. 0-0 Nation now going to be leaving Yasnaya, rotating in. Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown could path into Friendly Fire, but also could opt into going north, bump into the future, or go down to the south, which might give them a sight line, or actually give 22 a sight line onto them. Our weird fight that's going on between Zvire as well as Elevate is going to be right on the edge of the zone, and also where 0-0 Nation is.
Man, I gave you a beautiful opportunity in front of me because I said more better on purpose. And you missed it, you know? You missed it. That's okay.
I thought you were ironically doing it, right?
I was. Yeah. Look at this.
You gotta remember, I hang out with Poro all the time, and he speaks in all ironic sense.
That's true. That's actually very true. Shitboy now trying to get a nice little angles here, stuck in this. These warehouses can be a real pain to push, though. There's so many different angles between vaulting, climbing up as well. So I completely understand the hesitancy coming out of Zvire here. They don't want to commit to this and just lose 1 or 2 even for no reason. But here we go. Punich stepping out to go for the spray. He's not going to find it. Now just down to Shinboy.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to make the switch over to the Uzi. And, I mean, not the worst idea. It's going to be close range, as Fisher also got himself a shotgun, right? You're going to go close range, then you got to go close range back against him. So now this is, again, just going to be weird. You were talking about how hard it is to push these. The verticality that people can kind of find like these sneaky little hidey holes in is just absolutely crazy. I say that, Shinboy having the exact same thought.
Yeah, and just not only that, just the smokes, right? Smokes cause so much confusion in those damn buildings. I hate pushing those when it's smoked out, but look at this. Again, Friendly Fire with these very, very awkward angles.
This is peculiar, as they're just kind of holding the basement right now, and they're waiting for something to reveal itself. STK having some rotation problems, as it's going to be Zvire that picks up a little bit as well, and 0-0 Nation going to be right up on top of him. PhD the last one up, but Adam's going to go ahead. Actually, Purdy is going to be the one that finishes that one off. 0-0 Nation is going to be eliminated.
They're going to survive, and they should be able to get that res up as well. So a great start, at least for the time being. STK will be able to somewhat take control of the South, as we still go back to Friendly Fire, just, again, playing in the basement here, doing whatever they can to just stay alive and potentially surprise the members of Dragon Tiger here, yeah.
Do note the fact that Pixel actually is not inside this set of buildings. He's just a bit away, and Paige! That air burst right up on top of him. Can he get another one that bounces? And hit it again! These guys, this is huge for them to make this happen. Sharp Shot not gonna let it go, and it's even more points for Friendly Fire.
Absolutely disgusting, but look at ZV as well. They're starting to try to close that gap. 112 points, 6 kills, and they still have all 4 members alive. This is still very much a fight for them as well.
Synergy looks like they were thinking about approaching over there. We're like, nah, you know, we'll just kind of let Friendly Fire be over there.
See the grenades over there? No, we're good.
Yeah, no, that's that was a beautiful art, because that was done from the basement stairs,
that was
wasn't
sick. That was very sick. Both of those grenades by Sharp and Page were just money.
That was just That is so cool. So, okay. Coming back in, we've got the hillside. That's going to be where most of our teams are going to be playing at. Vire's going to have to make a move. Don't forget, we still have shoot to kill sitting at 4. And if they can really open up onto Decimate, they can find some options to work climbing.
Yes.
Keep in mind, this is also the team that's only 2 points behind them.
Getting rid of Decimate would be massive, but they still would technically have to deal with Fumba, who is just to the west. Remember, they had taken no lean earlier. They pretty much had to do not much as far as working and controlling their zone. Everyone's pretty much done that for them. Decimate pulling up in front of them, and so the onus is really going to be on STK now to make sure that they can make this push possible and then defend against Fumba.
Decimate just couldn't find the angles in on it, and one knows where it's coming, but really can't do too much more. Alo already has an idea on where the Decimate defense can be. This is with that knock, you can see the fact that the defensive line for Decimate did have to retreat back so that way they could get the res. So exploiting that, great job coming out from shoot to kill, but not finding the kills that they really, really want to have. They at least want to be able to pick up, I would say, at least another 5 and some good position points on this one to be able to assault in.
Yeah, I think 5, just decent position even would be great, Matt. But now still looking at friendly fires, they have complete control on that northwest side, and it's a couple yellow jackets as well with Shimboy right next to them. But I'm actually really looking at Zvire. They have made a hell of a case for themselves, potentially just taking control of this game.
The way that they're playing this has just been so efficient. And I feel like that's the best way to describe it. They know when to move. They know how to get where they want to get to. They're using a lot of the new tools very, very well. And it's kind of like a reinvigorated meta is really what they're trying to exploit and really renovate.
But again, they've just been playing solid, right? Just consistent, very mechanically sound play coming out from them. The rotations have not been too flashy. They've had really good success there. So their team fights, even in situations where they're down a couple members, they at least managed to squeeze out a few more kills. And they've just been, I mean, they deserve to be in 4th right now and chasing that 3rd place spot.
I would say about a good 20% of the circle is presently owned by Fuma, who have Capitan and Emmy that have moved over next to Shoot to Kill. They have DraftKing that's still back down in no lean, and they have Silzen that's over next to 22. This is very, very wide, but I mean, Hillside's going to be the way it goes, so really only DraftKing having to move.
Yeah, DraftKing will have to move out of no lean, but I've also just kind of been looking at 22 this whole time. They have really not wanted to venture out or really go for anything. And granted, it has been kind of quiet around them, but I am looking for them to maybe get a little proactive after this next shift, after they hear some fights around them, because they need to kind of get those points.
Yeah, Fumba now taking some range shots into what's going to be going on with SG, so that's going to open up STK to look more back into that Zvire line for him. Friendly Fire boys who have been just on fire. I mean, it's in their name. They're just on fire, going crazy right now, still in a good position.
Oh
my God! When does it stop? When does it stop with them today?
It got stolen, though. I'm pretty sure DraftKing actually stole that right out of Sharp's hands.
I mean, he still feels good about that hit. You know he has to. This is,
of course.
We're starting to move over into Bolties. People vibe, dude.
I mean, Sharp still does use them fairly consistently, I guess, throughout competition. But yeah, he is also one of the original. Him and Quinn, like way back in the day, were very proficient in bolts. Back when that was somewhat the meta.
Nade's coming back out on. Looks like Fumba was trying to fish in on this one, but it is going to be STK leaning into Zvire's position. Zvire was trying to move down in. One member now down for STK as the defensive line doing a good job holding together. Looks like they've got a good idea on where the rest of them at, but Fisher going to get spotted out. Zvire is going to get eliminated while they were having a good run. That's going to take them down. STK got to pick that back up, and now looking closer and closer to 0-0 Nation.
But still, look at this Pixel and the rest of Friendly Fire still stacking up those kills. 3 alive, but yes, a wonderful change of pace here for STK as they find themselves with a nice swipe in good circle position. Fumba is just desperately trying to get something going. What is that grenade?
That was just playing putt-putt, man. They curved that thing right down the hill. They knew exactly where it was going to land. That was ridiculous.
Decimate now trying to get some damage on the Friendly Fire's side and maybe just kind of thwart them a little bit with Yellow Jackets as well starting to open up. Batungus is going to find Sharp Shot in this confusion.
22 still hunkered down. They can't really even peek out through all the things that are going to be going on. Pixel, who managed to have a massive clutch beforehand, going to have to now go on full-on medic duty, trying to get through, but are moving closer and closer into the center. We're only at phase number 6 with 18 alive. So we got a couple of shifts that could happen, and it's Silzen now venturing in, seeing if he can try to find something out. And man, again, using these as barricades has just been so vital for so many of these defensive points. And hey, thanks, I'll take that.
We've seen quite a few uses of those, both inside and outside of buildings. Use pretty great effect as well. So it doesn't surprise me there to see it coming out of 22 as they try to, fortify that wizard tower. But Decimate still trying to stay alive. They managed to keep 3 up. SDK has been relentless, though. This is exactly how SDK needs to play. That nade is going to absolutely knock someone, and there it goes.
Just good tosses. They know that they've got the numbers. This is, yes, a dangerous point to push into, but they know that they've got pretty decent control on it as the new circle has itself. It's going to go in Friendly Fire's direction as STK finding those kills that we wanted him to be talking about just a moment ago, but it is going to be on Decimate, the team that was chasing just back behind them. Now at 103, looking into 0-0 Nation, just 2 points back behind, as Pose is going to be trying to defend up, but he's going to get taken down. Yumba now in first place.
And look at that. Latin America takes the top spot. With still 4 alive, they can absolutely create even more of a little gap between them and LG. What a fantastic play by Silzen, the vet, the absolute nutter from Latin America.
Got 2 teams still with 4 members up, and Friendly Fire that's just kind of stuck between them. But let's not forget about Pixel. He's playing that outside angle for him, making sure that defend their flank. STK is approaching and off of it. Pixel's going to have a hard firefight in front of him, though. Page not going to have the cleanest of lines to support until they get down into Halo. Page is going to take the shots first, which means the fact that we haven't seen a reveal from positioning, but Penta just walks up, takes down Sharpshot while Halo is down, running in. It's going to be right on the edge of the zone. Pixel trying for big play, does connect yet again, and STK, who had control of the high ground, have got to be careful, but Purdy now knows where Pixel's at and has a pretty good beat on his position.
And the ability for these boys on Friendly Fire to just get points where they just really have no business. I mean, that was a beautiful little spray. He got the flush as well. Just great stuff. Again, coming out of Friendly Fire. Page just knocked down to 1 HP. Still both up, though. Page and Pixel are still alive.
Just clinging to life with Purdy up on top, and Fumba loving it. They've just moved in, got control over the center. Spray is going to come out. Purdy is going to go down. Adam is playing back behind Fiumba, and I don't know if they're going to be expecting this one. It does mean that Friendly Fire is safe for the time being, but now with those shots, pick up 1, but STK is going to go down. Fiumba at 10 kills, 3 up, and we've got Friendly Fire up at the top with 2.
Unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. The play coming out of these boys is just ridiculous, and they're still finding more. They just will not give up.
13 kills and eyes on that center. Emmy still flanking around the outside, could be coming up next to Pixel. But I think that Pixel's got an idea on how this could be going. That hillside right between. It's going to be a matter of who spots who out first. Page doing the creep up. He wants to provide some support. Page realizing the fact that he's still got Pixel next to him. They want to take this one out so that way they can assault more into the center. But Emmy not going to overextend too much. Looks like he's starting to retreat back. Going to use Silzen for support in all of this. Capitan still just holding down the center, knows that his job, he's got some cover to play from. The vehicle is down right there, and instead it's just going to be setting up crossfires as the new circle has popped. Fiumba naturally has control over it, and they're just going to get right on the edge and make sure that there is no way for Friendly Fire to come in without guns blazing.
And it really feels like forget about 3rd place. Friendly Fire might even want to make a push to potentially take away 2nd place as they are getting point after point. 13 kills again. They have just been relentless. And at a 2v3 right now with the way Friendly Fire is playing and the confidence that they've built, I would not be surprised if they were able to turn this into a 2-on-2 and just maybe even steal this game away from Fumba.
I mean, these are the 2 teams that have just been racking it up today. I mean, we thought that LG was comfy in first and Fumba now holding that down. Any points that they pick up is going to be just gravy. They want those PGC points. I know we're talking about it so big. Yes, PGS, we're looking at these top 3 teams and Sonics that are going to go on. And Capitan should start getting an idea on what's happening on this flanked position. They lose how to come through it, but Capitan gets the knock on a Page. And yet again, it's back down to Pixel, outnumbered 1v3 the 3, and Capitan knows exactly where he's going to be moving. The shift's now coming out. Fiumba pushing the top of the hillside. Pixel's got so few options to work with, but he hits Capitan! That's going to open back up the center. Amy realizing that this might be a hazardous position, stepping back and away from it, but it is going to be some bullets that have connected onto Pixel. He's taking some damage. Blue Zone's going to be coming back, but he's trying to get that med up, but Amy moving back down, trying to get into this point, wants to cut it off. Silzen holding the other angle. 2v1. Does Pixel have it in him again to make a miracle happen? He's creeping up. He can actually move down below these rocks and force Amy away.
You can go for a complete wrap here, and Fiumba has to be very careful. If they give him 2 separate one-on-ones, Pixel could absolutely steal this, and now both players do hear each other's footsteps. Emmy's going to potentially peek over.
Silzen's still playing in the back. Amy's fed the information over, but it is just a peek back and forth. Amy finally gets some vision in, and it's going to be on Silzen to come down onto this other angle. Spotted out. Does Pixel see? Spray's coming out, and it is going to connect. He got the knock, but it's going to be Fiumba that keeps one up and 12 kills with a victory.
And they put a 10-point buffer as well against them and LG, who now find themselves in second place. These qualifiers have been an absolute joy to watch, Matt, and there's been so much back and forth between the top 3.
Just, dude, I don't even know. This is just absolutely crazy. PGC points so big. Top 3 going forward. We're going to bring in Toffees. We're going to try to get you set up for this very last round because it is culminating in the very next set. See you guys in just 1 second.
Fiumba, 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 Fiumba. They get a chicken dinner, and if that sounded like a lot of times to say their name, it is. But that's because that's how many chicken dinners these gentlemen have won. Matt, we have played 17 games of PUBG. 5 of those chicken dinners have gone to Fiumba, and at this point, I'm worried about their cholesterol.
Dude, I mean, that's what, when you're on a 28% win rate, 30%, we'll just round up to it. That is just, that's unheard of. And the way that they're managing to stack this together. They're having to fight for a lot of this too. It's not like just getting handed circles.
But here's the thing. They didn't have to fight. I mean, so like, yes, they had to fight for this. They're doing incredible. But they didn't have to fight for this coming in today. They could have played defensive, preservative PUBG. They didn't. They have gotten 68 points today alone. Like, they came to play. They did not let off the gas. This is the kind of PUBG that you transfer to internationals. This is the kind of confidence that goes the distance. Fiumba is just looking crazy, man. I can't get over this roster.
It is just so, it's a joy to watch how they're playing. And you know, it's about the PGC points for them. That's why they're making this big push, because they want to make sure that they secure themselves that spot to go into PGC. Yeah, they know PGS 2. They're comfy cozy. Now it's time to start looking further into the future, because that's what you want a team like that to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that all of the players on the team right now are in the race for Nations Cup for Argentina as well. So per that, remember, 2 of those spots for their Nations Cup team is determined on MVP performance here in combined PGSs. So that is also them making a statement that we deserve to take this roster to put up some big numbers, and I love seeing it. But they're not the only team that's going absolutely banana splits. Friendly Fire showed up today with 61 points. They're at 143. That is 82 points in 5 games. They weren't on my list to go to PGS 2 when today started. They are now unstoppably on the list.
That is a ridiculous number to see come out in this. And you can see how it's stacking together. Fiumba, 22 Friendly Fire, just 2 points back behind that with 20 Even points. More. STK, finally getting a good game though with 14 is not going to be enough.
Oh, STK. Okay, let's talk about STK for a second. I am going to say that, I mean, maybe something crazy happens. I hope that it does and we see a chase in the last game. But the reality is STK is on the precipice of missing one of their first internationals that I can remember in recent memory. And this feels like a seismic shift within expectations in North America.
I 100% agree. We came in talking about what? LG, Sonics, 00 Nation. Fiumba was inside the list, but not the way that they were coming out now. If we look at the qualifiers and the way this was, 00 Nation was just feasting everywhere, but now it's Fiumba that's found their strength. Zavire is just this out of the blue team that is just racking it up, and I'm really impressed with their performances.
Yeah, it is absolutely wild. I mean, Friendly Fire was one of those teams we've always kind of seen on the chase. It feels like, Matt, just barely missing PGS 1, just missing some cutoffs. And these two European players that they have imported to their roster have landed on their feet. I feel like it took a day or two of qualifiers to sort of feel like they were sort of linking in with what Roth had going on over here. But now they just seem to have the runway down, and if they take this momentum with them and go to Riyadh, it is pretty exciting, to be honest.
They're not a Friendly Fire. They're a Friendly Inferno at this point.
Yeah.
It is just crazy to watch this. I want to see this squad, and if this isn't the upper level of their capabilities, what else can they do? I want to know.
Here's what just popped into my head too. This is a totally so Friendly Fire. If they go to Riyadh, it's not a guarantee yet. They still have to survive this chase. They now have two players who have intimate knowledge and understanding of what it's like to play with these EMEA teams. They've been there. They've played at those highest level. Paige has been with Heroic at PGCs. Like, that is a massive amount of additional experience and sort of just understanding to take to an international event like that. And that just, I think, really opens the doors to see what this team can do. But first, they have to get through the next game. One match left to play, Matchroom, and this is it. Top 3 teams plus the Sonics advance to PGS 2 to play for their share of $2 million freaking dollars, and it all happens right now. Guys, this is it. The Grassy Pastures Orangle, the final match of the PGS 2 America's qualifier is upon us. We're going to be back in just a minute or two with the golden voices of Matchroom and Godspeed to take us home.
This is it. We are at the finish line for PGS2 America's qualifiers, going on to the next stage to figure it all out. It has been a sprint for some, like Friendly Fire, and it has been a marathon for others in LG, and it is all culminating right here.
And I imagine LG is not very happy that Fiumba managed to take that first place spot away from them. So going into this final game, we have a very even plane. And depending on the circle, this one is going to shape up to be quite interesting, because I know for a fact LG wants to take that first place spot back and steal those 200 PGC points.
Yeah, this is a matter of pride and a matter of PGC for them. But Fiumba, I keep trying to look up where everybody's totals are at, and I feel like they're kind of in the need for more points than what we're looking at with LG. So it's going to be interesting to see how all of that comes together in just a bit. You can see the playing path pretty centered, so nothing too out of the blue crazy that's going to be happening off the get-go. But we'll see how the circles go, because, man, they have been unfriendly.
Yeah, circles have been really well. I mean, they've just been very different than what we normally see, right? These hard shifts constantly to, you know, every which direction, north, west, south, east. I mean, there's just been really difficult zones, and this one is going to center up just where Zavire find themselves, so they're going to be very happy about that. They have a 31-point deficit to make up if they still want to try to catch Friendly Fire and qualify. But that also would mean that Friendly Fire would just have to go out early. And I don't know, man. I don't see that happening. Those boys are playing right now is just disgusting.
Yeah, we need Friendly Fire to go out early and Zavire to make 31 points in the game. Not we have seen it happen. PGC Qualifiers 2019, FaZe did it, but does Zavire have it in him to do the FaZe push is the question. That's very, very difficult.
Maybe, but yeah, this has been, I mean, just watching these games, Matt, and noticing how teams are starting to utilize the new equipment. I mean, the emergency pickups have been just so vital. That's unfortunate.
That's especially with Dragon Tiger Barrel just three the fadeaway shot on it with Tig. Just gotta throw the style on it, right?
That was rude, but also very well styled by Tig. And yeah, I mean, Rats is a team that definitely wants to at least try to squeak into 8th place, right? Maybe even 7th. So again, still quite a bit to play for. That stack between Sonics, Zero Nation, and STK is still also very close. Only 6 points separate those 3 teams. And separate them from 4th, too. So
yeah, this is, oh gosh, so much that's got to be going on here. Well, we're going to try to keep up with it all, but as we're going to be moving into the action, this is going to be where things can get either a bit more loose or a little bit more, hyper controlled, depending on how we're looking at it. And with the circle, I think that we're going to see a north-south of some fashion, and I wouldn't be opposed if we go up to shooting range.
you would, I mean, it's very possible for us to go up to shooting range. We see these circles tend to kind of shift to the north anyways, right? But I mean, looking at Fumba, even in that area right now, they're already pretty up as LG here just on the east side, still mill to power, which is something they've pretty much been doing all the time. So nothing out of the ordinary coming from them.
Looking in, we haven't had a school finish in a while. That would be kind of nice. But let's not do that on this game.
Actually,
we want it to be.
I hate school out finishes, man. It's not for me.
They're just not very they're even not very fun to watch for me either. Like I would always take an apartments ending over that.
Well, I think I'd be the other way around. I think I prefer school. As just a former player, Matt, fighting in apartments, and just those circles around. I hate it. I hate apartments in Yaz. I hate apartments in the center of the map to the east side of school. There's just not for me. I think this is going to be one of those times where you and I disagree, my friend, because I freaking hate apartments.
See, you're still thinking it's a player side of it, though. I like to see like fights on every single floor and all that craziness kick off. STK already making a rotation into the circle, as well as Sonics. Fumba, 10 points in first place right now against LG, who has been having to contend with Friendly Fire, who's been just killing it. There's no other way to say it. They've been killing it, and they've been killing everybody else around them. So now a very hungry LG is going to be eyeing, I guess, a very tasty lobby. Is Fumba's 10 points going to be enough is really what we're going to be looking at the end of the day, and they're already in a very strong position in the circle.
Yeah, I was going to say, at least for Fumba, so it's actually 22 that knocked Cloud 0. But yeah, Fumba in a nice position already. They can easily consolidate to the south or north if they want to, depending off the shift, which they should still very much be in anyways. And LG, we expect them to probably rotate in on the east side, maybe even go a little bit towards the north, come in safe, and then just start to kind of pick their spots and timings there. So nothing too surprising as Rusty's going to take some shots, and he's going to find Fisher, and Cloud is going to get flushed immediately. This is not it for Zavire. They're so close to just at least holding fourth and getting all those PGC points.
They've got Sonics just nipping on their heels, 2 points behind. Ali RV moving more aggressively into this line. Want to make sure that they secure it, but remember, Fumba is pretty close to this as well. They do not want to leave their compound, but that's been the carryover from what we're going to be seeing. Ali does hit the shots on Posa to take him down, and that should breathing room that they so desperately want. Cloud 0 already out. Smoke's now starting to come out. What is their option? They're just caught up on the top of Shooting Range Hill. It's not like there's a lot of cover to be found. You can rotate away, but it's a while before you get to anything that I would say is like highly defendable.
Yeah, they're just kind of playing on the shelf right below the shack that, we've seen a lot of teams set up for in the past. I mean, I'm even thinking of like United way back when, but this is going to be a very awkward fight, honestly, to happen this early in the game.
22 has not necessarily been finding the best successes that they were looking at going into this one. Fisher finding that sneaky little angle, not going to hit it though, as while it's going to be able to try to get something, Amy is going to get down onto Rusty Zera and get the flash as well. So that's going to make it even more complicated, because remember the good old Fumba hanging down the hillside, going to pick up another kill point, get some distance away from LG, and if anything's Fire is like, oh, yeah, damage is die 5. We appreciate you, Fumba. We're kind of done.
22 have, again, also started to kind of move away from that, but Fumba have to be very careful here, because as soon as they start losing members, if they do get in a fight with I promise you, LG will be all over that. Even though they're not even close to the circle, they will rotate in and they will start to find those kills. One of the best teams when it comes to regionally finding the water, that would be LG.
Yeah, it's they know how to play specifically circles along these lines. We often see them with whenever they can try to exploit those high ground advantage. That's what the circle is all about, right? It's just lots of high ground.
It's just using the terrain, right? A lot of those hills, going up to those slopes as well, right? We've seen multiple games end right around where Fumba and 22 were just fighting. In fact, LG won a game from there if you're at. So yeah, they absolutely know how to abuse the terrain around here, and there is a decent amount to play there as well. So there is going to also find, looks like, a member of Tilt Town going their way as they stay alive with 3. For the time being, it's Synergy now in a fight with Elevate, who Elevate are just been a nuisance basically to all the teams at this point since they started to kind of rack up those kills.
They're just trying to find anything to make it work, but Pippa is not going to allow it. Hits the shots, immediately starting to try to turn this one around. Benya's on the board. Elevate trying to defend up these warehouses yet again as smoke's going to come out. Pippa should be able to get the res on Kraken, but how is Shinboy going to want to play this one at range? Danny's going to not have the vision due to those smokes.
Shinboy has a tall task ahead of him to hold this entrance for multiple members of Synergy. That's going to be a beautiful peek from Benya, and he's going to take him down. I think it's just down to Poon now.
Yeah, and this is not the way that they wanted to go out. They were trying to catch up to Future. They've got 22 that's going to be just back behind them, but at least their moral is the fact that maybe 22's having a rough go with it. Poonage does get the res onto Shinboy, so that gives them at least some time to work with, as maybe they can get some meds up. Molotov's trying to slow it down, but here comes a push both sides. It's going to be Poonage gets another one. Poonage gets a second one. And there's a make it a third. Poonage is not yet done. Finally gets taken down, but damn, that was close.
Unfortunately, that's a first circle situation, so Synergy will recover, but look at this on the other side. Sharp is actually naded Roth. Page finds the knock onto Alir, and so it's Fisher and Rebo now to pick up the pieces.
All right, so now trying to exactly what we've got going on inside this one, looking across at the different sections, we've got a lot of firing lines that are going to start to open up as everybody's starting to cluster in. We've got friendly fire that's going to go ahead and pick up onto that one, but look at 0-0 Nation starting to cluster in with just Sharp Shot still up, trying to go for the peek around, trying to see if maybe he can go. He's going to get flashbang, going to lose a lot of his vision, just blind spraying, but clings to life, trying to run up, sneaks back behind them. 0-0 Nation on the outside of it. He doesn't know exactly which threat he's got to deal with. He's going to go ahead and take the shots of the first one. Sharp Shot now dancing around, realizing there's people everywhere, gets the shots in, but he's not quite got the knock on the next one.
Goodness.
He's trying to see if he can just cling into life and is somehow managing to do it.
He's done so much damage, and now it's just up to Rebo to survive. I think he's on fire. That is it. 0-0 Nation will sweep in, and they will clean up both teams as they now take a nice position here at the crossroads just to the south of Severny. And look, Tilt Town now trying to take shots and steal some kills as well.
So, yeah, Tilt Town trying to find more opportunity, just coming in with 3. It's all they've got to work with. Fiumba trying to step in and around this one, seeing if they can get into a strong position. They're going to be right up north of Rajat. That's going to be still trying to get some more of a lead from LG, but LG finally circle, and they're going to be just to the north of where we see that Yasnaya Lake.
And yes, again, quite a bit of that cut off. Yasnaya Lake splitting the circle in half, although most of it is going to be, I'd say the majority probably on the north side of it, as teams are still jockeying for a position up here. We see a nice little split coming out from Decimate. Yellow Jackets as well going to be right behind that first split of Decimate, but look at Fumba coming in. They're going to get shot off by Batungas and the Yellow Jackets.
This is a firm defended position, but they have to be careful with Fiumba's position back behind them. Now, with Fiumba moving down this hillside, it's going to be roughly the same time STK is coming in. They're both going to collapse in. STK hears this. Alo shifts away from the position that he was going for, instead coming back down. The rest of STK coming into Rajak. Going to find it pretty good. 50-50 split kind of on this between it. And it's only really Fiumba with 2 members, STK to the south, and maybe Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown.
Yeah, the Dragon Tiger Bear Showdown as well as taking their sweet time coming in the circle. They are somewhat dealing with it. Looks like members of Future there. So they're just going to be shouting them in, but so much room on the south to work with. Even looking at the east, it's just really LG that would be in a position to hold that bridge. So look at Hello Senpai just kind of puttering in this glider. He's going to find some sort of safety net.
Hey, he made it, right? Everybody always told me that the gliders were going to be an instant death trap. It was almost an instant death trap.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many gliders. I think the first day of qualifiers in North America, Matt, we saw a couple gliders being used and not immediately destroyed. But yeah, those things are very dangerous. They're essentially held together by paper mache in the air.
Yeah, I often joke about the fact that we need to get some duct tape whenever somebody starts shooting at you in it, because it feels like the whole thing is held together by it already. 0-0 Nation is still to the north of where we see Tilt Town, but hey, remember how we were talking about school? Apparently Future and Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown decided that they want to go ahead and get a jump on that.
Yeah, and they're going to be, again, they've been shadowing Future for quite a while. Looking to just try to get some kills, maybe eliminate them. Still 4 up and 7-6-2. These boys, the Dragons, the Tigers, the Barrels, the Showdowns, they still very much can make a push and even steal like 7th place from STK, depending on how their game goes. They're only 13 points behind, and those points would be very huge as far as PGC is concerned. But Future's just going to head the hell out of there, Matt.
And this is such a strong compound, too. And there's nobody in it. They're opting into the hillside to start with, and it looks like they might come into it slower. But if they get control over that compound and this goes south, that's going to be hard to contend with.
Yep.
New circle is about to pop. Where are we going? North, south? A little bit of both, but mostly to the north.
God, that's gross. It's a gross circle right there. It's going to be still keeping that river split. So the next shift, I wouldn't even be surprised if that river's still in it. Purdy's going to find Capitan. If you're LG seeing this, you are very happy and you're rooting for SDK to get rid of this team.
This 2-2 split might be a bit ambitious with STK now on your doorstep. Nades coming out. Silzen's got to be careful. Those nades are going to finish it out. Silzen, all by his lonesome, sees one bounce right in front of him. What's he going to be able to do? Oh, I don't know if he did see that one. That took a massive chunk of damage off of him. He's got to retreat back away, and he's going to go down. The only thing that STK doesn't know is, hey, where's the rest of Fiumba at?
And Fiumba have actually found a lot of success with these splits, Matt, but finally it does cost them as the team did fully crash them. So they're going to lose that half. And now it's just down to Emmy and DraftKings to defend against 22 and maintain that first place position. Meanwhile, the other team that would be contesting, LG, is more than comfortable in the northeast side of this.
This is starting to look a little bit precarious for a couple of these teams. Specifically down into the south, is crossing is going to be much more difficult. 22 keeping an eye on Fiumba as we still have our eyes set on who's going to get that massive amount of points coming out from PGC and first place. So now it's just kind of a peak battle going on. It's 22 not necessarily known for being the most aggressive in these style of situations. Looks like they're just wanting to make sure that they can get a harassment knock or something else. I don't know if they realize that they have the numbers advantage yet, and that's not going to go the way that they wanted. Big spray come out. The Yellow Jackets just get spun back around on, and Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, I thought that wasn't going to go in their favor, but boy, they cleaned that one up quick.
Yeah, they really made it work, but STK as well putting in work and trying to pick off those kills at a distance. Remember, they're at the southern part of the circle in Razak.
This is, you can see Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown just collapsing into this. Rats trying to creep up the hillside, see if maybe they can get something. That Molotov might connect onto Greg, but no, it's going to be a bit too far. What's going to be his left? Hey, Synergy wants to join in because God Compound's still strong, right? His 22 is going to be coming in, going to get knocked by Kraken. So an inadvertent assistance is going to be going on to what's happening with Fiumba.
And then Rats as well trying to assault this position there that Dragon Tiger dropped in, but this fight's still very much active. It's 22's, what was that, Posa just on the other side of this. Fiumba upstairs. I mean, this is a mess. These garage buildings do tend to be so difficult to fight in, especially with all these smokes, but they're gonna just run past each other. They did.
Oh yeah, and it's gonna be Emmy that comes up behind. He tries to go for play. He's gonna go down. So that means that Fiumba's run is now done with 12 points over LG, who LG have what, a good 15-20% of the circle in the northeast that they've got under control.
Yeah. 4 up, and you know that they see that Fiumba has fallen, and that's going to be the perfect opportunity for them to capitalize. Only 12 points behind. They don't even necessarily need the win for that. That's just a few kills in the bucket and a decent placement.
Circle goes into the north, as I think pretty much everybody was expecting, even STK, who was playing the south. Future is regrouping over into the east. 0-0 Nation, we said the fact that they haven't had their big game yet, and there is the potential of it. The only downside is they've got LG and on one side of them, they've got Sonics on the.
It's going to be a nice drop for Benya, though. What's he going to find? He's going to... Nice little Om there for him. 3 vest, 3 helmet as well, and a Groza. That's a raid boss if I've ever seen one. My goodness. Only 42 rounds, though. That's not great.
Is he going to keep it all, or is he going to share back? Yeah, okay.
There we go. 48 rounds. I'm sure he'll find more. But yeah, SG doing a great job this game as well, staying alive, 4 up and 8 kills already, as Huynh has now found some of the members of 0-0 Nation here on the north side, and I'm sure LG Flood is probably going to try to get an angle on them as well.
Yeah, he's been watching them for a while. He's creeping over there into the north. Synergy now making their push into the circle. They're going to have the Yellow Jackets, well, one of the Yellow Jackets in front of them. They're playing along that recessed road that comes out of Rajak, where Purdy Curdy has already gotten a foothold for STK. Remember that we do see Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown that's playing in the Wizard Tower that's just going to be to the east of that. And so I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be more contained, which is not really what Yellow Jackets want. They want somebody to third party and assist them.
Yeah, but they're unfortunately going to get pinched and potentially third party themselves with Decimate just off to their east. And this circle is actually going to slow things down quite a bit. A lot of the teams already set up in this, and they're just going to be waiting for that next shift to see if they either need to rotate or potentially just fight their way through to the next position.
There is actually some assistance that is happening for Yellow Jackets against Synergy, as it is going to be STK taking shots across from the Rajak River. As they're extending up to the north, it is also going to be Tickleton that spotted them out, and Shrimzy is going to go ahead and get the knock on a Pippa. And if you're going to get a knock on somebody on Synergy, feels like that's a pretty good one to get.
I'm not going to lie, it sounds like you said Tickleton.
Tickleton!
But yeah, they're going to get that knock onto Pippa. That opportunity is right there. You said Yellow Jackets were waiting for something. I mean, that's going to be a knock just on their doorstep. Unfortunately, I don't think that they're going to be able to capitalize too much off of that, as again, everyone is just waiting for this circle to close. Even Future has found themselves a nice little pocket there on the southeast side of the circle, Matt.
Yeah, the Yellow Jackets kind of being the worse off for what's going to be going on, just due to the fact that they're very numbers disadvantaged at the time.
Yeah.
And also kind of equipment disadvantage, as we saw with Benya.
A decent amount of disadvantages just altogether. But, I mean, Yellow Jackets, realistically, they at least just want to have a decent game. Maybe they can get a couple points and surpass 22, but it's been a rough go for them, as Kraken's going to find DNL.
Yeah, now it's going to be Synergy to get the res onto Pippa, making their move in, and this is going to be a much easier fight than I think that they were going to be expecting. They creep in and around, goes for shots. Pippa is pretty low. He is going to go down. The wall could provide some cover for him, as teammates do have something going on in range. Step through, and that's going to be all she wrote for Yellow Jackets.
Take this, burn. He's going to throw that right at Kraken. He's going to survive, though. He'll be able to hop in and heal for the time being. They should recover Pippa as well. So Synergy doing a great job here of kind of just working this west side, and they're actually getting close to Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown's position on the leaderboard.
Decimate has been kind of the beneficiary of the circle, and while they did move in here early, it's been everybody else that's fighting around the outside. I haven't been able to pick up too much, but we're looking at a very hillside-heavy fight down to the southeast. Much more opened-up fight to the north is, yes, it is going to be 0-0 Nation, LG, and Sonics all starting to get vision on each other, and that's where this pop-off fight's going on over here is, yet again, Flood's going back out to see if he can venture and get some shots as Kickstart. Man, this is an aggressive move from Kickstart.
Kick just wants to get on this hill and start to get some pressure going. Obviously, they have that knock. They know that Sonics and 0-0 Nation have been fighting, so a little bit of a spray here. Nade towards the knock. Yep, very aware Kickstart is. What a nade, too. Oh, that's going to be so good.
Ooh. Is he going to get the follow-up with it? Oh, there it goes. It connects. I feel pretty good with it. Now, Sonics realizing that it's going to be a pinch on both sides. 0-0 Nation. This is not the way they wanted this one to go. Now, just one member up in a very, very difficult spot that they're going to try to fight their way through. Decimate is at least moving to the hillside to try to take some shots on what's going to be happening, as well as Sonic's taking some shots into LG. But I don't know. It's just 0-0 Nation with so many threats, and they don't even have cover around them, really.
No, he's just hiding. Sparking is just prone at a vehicle, and so Rough game for them, but Kickstart with that forward position on the hill is going to be so strong for LG, as he's got a nice little ridge on either side as well to cover him basically from any angle. And then if that wasn't enough, he has the rest of his team behind him to cover any crest over. So just an amazing job for him. That nade's going to land right next to Sparking. That vehicle's about to explode as well. He has to be very careful.
Who's going to get it? And there goes his vehicle. He's just going to drop down and say, okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. No big deal. Maybe there'll be some distractions that are going to come into play. And no, it is going to actually get picked up there. Now Sonic's going to move down the hillside, and that's going to be right into where LG has some sightlines going on. STK did make a move down here into the south, and they're dealing with Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown. As you can see, one of their members is down and out at that wizard tower that they dropped on just a moment ago. As the team pretty much out as well, as now it's going to be Future that's going to be in front of them, and STK continuing the rampage that's going to be going on in the south, because that's what they have to do with this thing. You just got to kill them.
Yeah, they know they have to. They know they're probably not going to qualify, but they could very, very possibly slip into 4th place, and that would be huge as far as their PGC points. So still, they got a lot to play for. Adam is going to find that spray. They still managed to keep 4 alive. They've already dealt with Dragon Tiger Barrel Showdown, and now it's just Future left.
Oh, Synergy is reading this one and creeping up back behind STK. STK needs these kills. They're presently tied up with 0-0 Nation. If they were to get at least one more kill, or a couple, even start aggressing into Sonic's positioning, maybe even ZV after that, Future is taking this time to go for the res while Synergy is providing that distraction, though. With the circle now popping very hard shifted to the northwest, STK is nowhere near it.
No, they're not, and you got to imagine if you're Fiumba as well dead, just looking at this, just knowing that LG's still alive in a wonderful position, might steal this away from them, but shoot to kill, not done yet. Alo going for the spray. And now I think they're going to realize that there is a team behind them, and that's why they're backing off. They're going to be rotating back towards Synergy, and the shots are going to come out. Benya in a lot of trouble here. Oh,
trying to return fire. Kraken doing some damage.
Nice.
It's up Purdy where he is at. He does have some cover, but that zone is going to be coming in right back behind him. So it looks like Future might be taking a path that's closer to Rat's sight lines. As vehicles look like that's Dream, a Wing, and a Prayer, as you're going to be going Rats, or you're going to be going after LG. And neither one's going to be too comfy, given the fact that there is no cover except for that hillside.
Yeah, they're driving straight into where LG just left, and LG is going to have a really great position, but it's actually going to be Haven finding Flood, so that's going to be one member. So Circle has done a good job. Actually, I'm looking at Sonics, too. Sonics might wrap on LG here. And Rats is going to take all of those kills.
They're going to enjoy that one now, getting the jump up over Decimate for the time being. Rats now having to deal with STK, who just charges. They know that they need kills. They realize it's going to be Rats, it's going to be close. It's going to be Finn that gets knocked on to Adam. Still just trying to hold it together. STK is falling apart as they're crashing into this building. Pinta now trying to cling to life, see if maybe he can get Adam up. Finn is going to be in the opposing side of this one. Starting to peek through the smokes. Did get the res, but health's low for both. Molotov could land in a big way. Are we going to see STK go out to a throwable? And it does look like it's going to be Karma that takes him down.
So 6th place for STK. Obviously not the spot that they wanted, but they're still going to take home some PGC points as well. And great defense coming out of the Rats. And now they have to deal with Synergy, who is very much kind of read this. Only a few members actually Synergy, so Rats might be able to recover, but look at this. I'm actually really taped onto this fight. Sonics and LG, this has massive implications for 1st place.
Just 7 points separating it out. We're going to go ahead and get taken down. We are now sitting on our top 4. It's going to be Sonics. They're going to be in the north. LG just down below them. It's going to be Synergy with control of Neuron everything else. Starting to collapse in. Decimate's got the vision set down into LG, taking their shots. While Sonics are just kind of comfortable playing in the backside of the swing, seeing if maybe they can pick up a kill here or there. You can see that the duo has crept down to see if they can get behind LG, most notably Rello.
Yeah, this is a tough position now for LG. They're only 6 points behind, potentially taking this and stealing it from Fiumba, but Sonics is not letting that happen. They have been harassing LG for so long with the help of Decimate just above them. So Nade's coming in now, and you know LG is sweating because they want to get these points. They want to get that 1st place, the 200 PGC points just out of their reach if they can just close the distance here. But again, Sonics not relenting.
And Sonics don't have an easy path into this. That's kind of what's led to everything being weird. But Decimate up on the top of it, and Synergy kind of moving more into that southwestern area. Sonics know the fact that they could move forward, but they're not going to really be able to move forward in a safe way, especially now that all of Synergy is going to be regrouping over on this hillside. The only real hope that for Sonics to try to get kills onto LG is going to be depending on how this firefight goes. And yes, it's starting to pop off a bit. It's going to make it just that much more hectic. But Faye's going to step around. He's going to go down. Kraken's going to go ahead and pick that one up. Decimate now having some issues coming up as Synergy making a crash in with 15 kills. These guys are lighting it up. Only 1 point back behind Decimate. It's going to be and one just trying to hold the line, and it's going to go down with that. Synergy is going to jump up over on top of him and now tied up with the Rats.
And LG have noticed this. Look at the duo of Snakers and Kickstart. They're actually just going to try to get these kills. They know if they can get the kills and eliminate the team, that's all going to secure them that first place. Only 5 points behind, but here come the Sonics as well. Oh, this is so close, man.
Sonics are just rushing the middle. It's going to be 5 points in such a big way, but LG doesn't want to overcommit Snakers. Sorry. It's going to be Kickstart that hits the shots onto that one. And Kickstart now going to be moving forward, starting to get the throwables out. It's going to be Rello back behind. Shrimsy does see him get the knock in. It's going to be Sonics getting control over the center of it, but now all by their lonesomes up on the top of this hillside. It's going to be LG having to contend with Synergy, who's looking in and has multiple defensive angles that they can play from.
And will Latin America hold and give their teammates, or I should say fellow Legion mates, the first place finish? They just have to hold on to it, but Snaker's still going to find one. That is it. LG is down, and Fuma end up staying in first place. As Sonics now try to clean this up.
Synergy seeing if maybe they can get just a bit more, maybe surpass 0-0 Nation. Sonics, though, you know, just walking away with a chicken dinner would make them feel so good. Just being able to come out on this one, walk away with a win, as we do have our top 3 teams that are going to be going to PGS number 2. Provided there hasn't been some changes back in some points. You know, sometimes that can happen depending here or there. As Fumba, LG, Friendly Fire, and Sonics are going to be the ones going. SG, though, not quite done with this one yet. Pippa, 19 kills. These guys are on an absolute rampage.
Yes, this has been an absolutely nuts game coming out from Synergy. 19 kills, about to pass the 20 kill mark. I don't think really any team has done that, yes, these qualifiers, and they still very much would like to get 7th place, pass up 0-0 Nation. Hell, they might even, is there a possibility mathematically for them to pass STK as well if they win this? I think so, right?
Maybe. I would have to remember the differential and how that's going to be set up. I
don't know if it's calculating placement right now, to be honest. Yeah, but
yeah.
Either way, Synergy have made a disgusting push towards this last game to kind of get those PGC points that they desperately do need.
Okay, Synergy just going to play the edge of this one and very, very passive. Now, they've got 19 kills, so they can be passive for a second. Try to get the read. Smoke's now going to start coming out. Sonics are playing more control over the center of the circle. It's going to be H1. Shrimsy Tickleton on one side of this one. Going to get the vision on to Crack. It does get the knock as Tickleton's going to step back and away from this one. It's all going to be about playing around the smokes from here on out. Sonics got the numbers advantage, but SG has just a stack of kills and the desire for just a bit more. Pippa up on one side, Danny on the other. Can they spot this one out? H1 has an idea that it could be coming, but he's not going to be watching that angle close enough. Pippa is going to get the knock. Now going to retreat back.
20 kills.
Trying to regroup back over here. H1 getting down and flush. They're all going to be pushing up over here. They know where it's going to be coming. Tickleton is going to spot out Pippa, take him down, and now it's all on to Danny.
Gonna try to step over and maybe get the knock. That flash was huge. It's a one-on-one. Shrimsy and Danny for the win. And Shrimsy now with the flashes. Danny would love to go for a heal here, but Shrimsy's not gonna relent.
Just making a bold push right in his face, spots it out, and that's gonna be Shrimsy to pick up the last one in a 1v1. Sonics get the last win with 7 kills, securing themselves that 4th place position.
Man, but what a qualifier. This has been an absolute blast. Sonics will take the last game, but it's going to be Fumba that stay in first place, LG in second, and in one of the most impressive runs of the final day, Friendly Fire will punch their ticket in 3rd.
I just gotta say before we throw you over to hang out with Toffees, respect where respect's due. Latin America #1 position with Fumba. We'll see you guys to look at the leaderboard in just 1 second.
Welcome back. That is it, as my friend Sims would say. It's done and dusted. The Sonics take the final chickener, and doing so make it a natural 4. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Godspeed, and with that win by them, they move into 4th place, and we can comfortably say, GPT aside, the top 4 teams will be going to PGS in Riyadh. I'm excited to see that come out. Great last game, but Godspeed, okay, let's take a second. Let's throw some flowers at Sonics. They played very well. They got the win at the end. Chat spent the whole day saying Sonics don't look like themselves. Sonics aren't very good. But at the end of the day, I mean, Sonics are Sonics. Bad Sonics is still better than most of the teams I watch. And they were bad.
And that's the thing. It's just because Sonics have just the most insane... Them and LG have insane expectations on them, right? Because they're constantly the ones dominating the region. And to be honest, they should be, because they're just the best teams. They've proven internationally that they're also very strong. But it's been such a wild day. And really just to talk about the success that Fumba was able to find in getting 1st place, but I still just can't get over Friendly freaking Fire, man. Those boys had the most insane day to get that 3rd place ticket.
Yeah, Friendly Fire, wild day. We're going to talk about all of this. Let's start with Fiumba for a second. Their journey to win this thing has been epic. They played together in 2021. They went to PGC. They split off. They went their own ways for whatever reasons. You never know as far as players go. They went off to find something better. They came back together for this. They were 8th place in the Latin American qualifiers, Godspeed. They barely made it to this stage. And thank goodness they did, because I guess sometimes when you've got people who've been IGLing in different teams, it takes a while to maybe synergize, but they look good now.
They looked very good, and as you said, barely qualifying, making it here in the 1st place, and then having a performance like that is going to be a massive boon for their confidence, especially when they actually do get to Riyadh. On top of the fact that you have to remember 200 PGC points that they just basically kind of stole from LG. And I say stole, obviously they earned it, but they just squeaked by. That is huge for Latin America to get that many PGC points in a single qualifying event.
That is insanely huge and massive for them, since they're kind of a regaining roster at the moment. But also keep in mind, they came into the last day today. They could have played sort of passive, gone to PGS, kept themselves protected. They did it. They got 70 points today in the 6 games that they played. One of the top 3 highest earning teams, because they don't know how to let off the gas. I respect the hell out of teams that play aggressive even when they don't need to. That is the signs of future champions. Another team that's looking good, played aggressive because they needed to. You said it earlier, Friendly Fire, 83 points today to go from 61 in 10th, I think it was, to now attending PGS 2 in Riyadh.
They looked so unstoppable. I mean, even when they were getting in team fights with Sonics, LG, STK, I'm thinking specifically on Tego, they never let up on the gas, as you said, and they were able to just find these moments, even in solo and duo plays. Let's not forget about that last Erangel game where Pixel and Paige were left alive. I think it was against Fumba or Synergy, one of those teams, and they almost actually ended up stealing that as well. So just the individual performance from those two. Sharp Shot cannot be overstated. I mean, he has had so many doubles on the day as well. That team absolutely earned their ticket that they punched to Riyadh.
100%. The other team that'll be going to Riyadh, LG, we haven't talked as much about them because they have just been consistent. And that's the thing about LG. They win the fights they have to. They play quiet and don't mind not getting noticed, and then have just bangers of matches. The question is, it didn't transfer to PGS 1 internationally. They struggled there. I wonder if that style will work. Have they learned enough to take this to PGS 2 and have a different outcome? I hope so.
Well, this is also just going to be a completely different international event than anything we've seen in the recent years, right? Again, with the advent of Tego, with the new emergency pickup and all the new tools that these teams have, this is not going to be your regular tried and true, it's the same teams going to these international events. This is going to be very much a different affair.
Oh man, I'm so glad you reminded me of that. I can't wait to get there and see the top teams in the world trying out doing new maps. I want to see what other regions are doing with emergency pickups and foldable shields and like every other region is out there. I'm not going to tell you who won. You can go to Twitter. You can find it all right now. The Reddit's got everybody who's qualified posted, but no spoilers here. Congratulations to all the regions, sending some really unexpected teams, but also some amazing ones. And I'm excited to see. Now, where leaderboards are coming out, we're going to wait for those. Obviously, we want to make sure all our ducks are in a row and the right people are going, but it has been incredible. We've talked about the 4 teams that are going to go the distance. Sonics, I think, started slow, but can we blame them for that as a GPT team? I mean, the fact is they know that they're going the distance. If I'm a coach for a team like this, I'm not going to force heavy camps maybe before something like this. I don't want to force burnout. I want you to go in, feel good, try new things, and still perform. And that's, I think, what Sonics did. I take nothing away from their performance. I think they were strong in this event.
Sure, and yes, we always expect Sonics to be in first or second place, which again is just because that's what's expected and that's what they normally do place. But this was a very difficult lobby, and again, with all the changes that have been implemented, this has been kind of a new meta altogether.
Yeah.
They still managed to cling into the top 4, and yes, even though they're a GPT team, I don't really think they were just like, resting on those laurels. They very much wanted the PGC points, and they still very much made a push at the end to try to at least steal third place back, if not, try to go for second. Obviously, they were really behind on points, but they still played very well, and I imagine they're still going to play very well in Riyadh. I don't think that this was by any stretch like a poor performance. Yes, they didn't end up where they wanted to be, but still very good stuff coming out from Sonics.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I have a good feeling watching the way that they played. They tried some new things out. I think they played out of Picado really, really well this time around. I look forward to seeing what they're going to take to PGS too. But again, we're just going to keep coming back to this Fiumba and to this Friendly Fire roster. Friendly Fire has been so close so many times, and to find the recipe, Paige and Pixel. I've met both of them in real life. They can be big personalities in game, but they are very sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like when you meet Roth in real life. For someone who's so loud on comms, he's very reserved. He's very focused on what he's trying to accomplish. And I feel like this personalities that they put together are going to be very strong.
I think whatever they're doing has been working. Obviously, Roth is very quiet in person. He's very nice. I wouldn't say shy, but, reserved, and he does his thing. Obviously, in game, he's a completely different animal, and we've heard that. But whatever that these 4 boys are doing between Pixel, Sharp, as well as Paige and Roth, I mean, it was incredible. Again, the tenacity of those boys to come in on the day with 61 points, know that they were quite far behind, and not only have an insane day, but keep it going, even when there were 2 alive, 1 alive, Sharp, Paige, Pixel, whatever, Roth. That was, again, one of the more impressive final day runs. I wouldn't necessarily put it on like the same level as that FaZe Sunday we saw in 2019, but it is damn close because their run was nothing short of impressive.
It was. And the thing that you brought up that I think was strong and I want to touch on, I'm just going to be honest here, is you said this was a very strong lobby, very strong, like stronger than I think we've seen in the past. And I think that might be a symptom of some of our teams. I genuinely feel that the North American teams have not given Latin America the respect that maybe they deserve coming into this event. In the past, I feel like they've been a little weaker or viewed as weaker coming into the combined lobby. Unequivocally, the Latin American teams have utilized both heavy practice and really kind of understanding and getting together, finding team houses, developing what they're doing over there, but also have made the most out of these new items. Seeing the way that some of these teams have integrated the items aggressively into their style of play tells me that Latin America is a region that is heavily on a climb right now, and anyone who overlooks them or writes them off is basically signing their own death sentence.
And I think it's twofold with Latin America. I do think that they've obviously improved, and I think the biggest factor in that is actually having these mixed lobbies, even going back from last year, right? Integrating them, having them play against the Americas constantly, and our top talent has really started to garner that. And we've seen that even through going each single PCS, where Latin America is starting to really kind of show up. And I think this constant practice, yes, the ping is going to be always annoying to kind of deal with, but I think that has absolutely strengthened Latin America, and it doesn't really surprise me that we see Cuba on top winning this event.
Synergy ended that game with 20 kills. That is
they had 20 actually
insane.
At the very end. I think that's the most we had in a single game this whole qualifier.
It is. I'm glad that we waited for the leaderboards because that deserves an absolute freaking shout out. 26 total points. Sonic's got the chicken dinner, but Synergy, what a great victory for them. This, again, is a roster that is spread all across South America. They put themselves together, found a team house so they could play this weekend, and I think they're going to be happy with that as their big ending. LG goes to 8th. They almost caught Fiumba, guys. He was so close.
It was incredibly close, but I'm actually just really excited for the way this turned out as well. I mean, I feel for the LG boys. They weren't first for so long, and they did just barely get squeaked out by Fumba, but this has just been so cool to see. You know, even Zvire, I love how well they played over the entire weekend. They fell short, but they were competitive every single game.
Absolutely. I mean, that team has been an inspiration for me as far as watching a team just come out there. They never stopped playing their style. I gotta respect that. They always played their game. They always focused on what they were doing and not what others were doing, and I think it worked out. Other issues, I got my heart broken, Godspeed, seeing STK and 6 not going to PGS 2. It's a shaker for me. I am just not used. It's been a long time since I was at a LAN without Purdy.
I know, and that's I'm finally potentially going, and like he won't be there. That actually really does break my heart as well. But I have to give congratulations to these teams just playing out of their minds. And I also want to give a shout out to some of the teams that struggled, right? Especially for some of those new rosters coming in, Dragon, Tiger Barrel, Showdown, Tilt Town making an appearance. And, you know, even though they ended in 16th, they still have a lot to learn from this event, especially as these new rosters are starting to form around, you know, this new meta. So it's great to see them try to make a push, and I imagine they gained a lot from this as well.
Well, it's official. It's on the screen. These are your representatives to PGS2. Sonics, Fiumba, LG, and Friendly Fire. You flip it around to put Sonics on the back of that in 4th. That's how they finished out this event. That's how they're going to go to represent our region at the big show. Now, here's the other one. That's why LG wanted to catch up so much, Godspeed. Yep. That is a very big difference.
Yeah, 80 points just from first to second, and then you see it drop off even more. Oh, man, this was a crazy fun battle to watch. But remember, you stated it multiple times throughout the desks, throughout the show. We have sent teams on a 15-point differential, which is why even though some of these teams who knew they weren't going to qualify were still fighting so damn hard.
Yep, that's why I got to respect STK playing tight, close to the chest, making sure that they still gained points no matter what, instead of getting overly flashy, to make sure that they put those 50 PGC points in the hopper and are on the track to go to the big show, because that's what matters most to these players. If you ask anybody who plays PUBG professionally, they'll tell you it's about getting to PGC. Nothing, everything else is cool, right? Like, winning is fun, Godspeed, but PGC is the promised land.
Well, not only because it's, you know, it will be the biggest prize pool of the year, but it's also just the glory. Just playing at a world finals at an international event it's a very special feeling, especially when you do get to win games and be on stage. It's everything. PGC is absolutely everything. Obviously, going to Riyadh is amazing. You know, going to PNC or any of the other events are wonderful, but it is all about making it to the grand show at the end.
I'm glad LG didn't get those 200 because it is nice. And I honestly,
they didn't really need them.
With that number, they didn't, right? Like, at the end of the day, LG should be, as long as they play marginal the rest of the year, should be on a bid to PGC. This is great news for a team that has been hyper-focused on PGC since the start of the year. I know they're going to be very happy to see that number. Sonics at 275 is going to be pretty happy about that. And Fiumba, my goodness, because of such a strong one today, they picked up 200. Today, the performance this week has made them 3rd in the race to PGC.
Yep, and that puts them not only in contention, they're there, right? If they can just maintain this level of consistency, maybe even place very well, who knows, at PGS, that's going to be a nice little spot for them. And then I was even looking at Elevate down there, you know, managed to jump up a few more spots after a pretty poor start. They were managed to get some points as well, and they're still in contention as long as they do well in the next regional.
So I got to have that dog in you. They came back and they fought it out all day long. Guys, that is the end of what we got going on here at PGS. I do want to do some final thoughts, though, before we call it off. So, Godspeed, final thoughts?
This has been the most fun I've had casting PUBG in a while. I've been excited to play it. It's just been wonderful. PUBG, oh man, these changes have been much needed, and I'm just very excited for what's about to happen in Riyadh.
I cannot wait for Riyadh. But before we get there, I do want to give some shout outs because we saw some amazing things happen here, new experiences, a change that's sort of bringing pro and casual play closer together, but that also means it's opening the door for more teams to try out. This was an open qualifier start. There were teams in this grand final that came through the meat grinder from opens. I want to give a special shout out to those teams because it takes a lot of heart and a lot of hustle to do that. So from the North American region, Tilt Town, Dragon, Tiger, Barrel, Showdown, and Rats. Congratulations, guys. You got to this stage. You played really well. Coming out of Latin America, future Yellow Jackets, and get this, our 5th place team with 116 points. Zvire came out of the open qualifiers and fought tooth and nail to get here. And I will leave you with this idea. It is a quote from the greatest of all time, Michael Jordan. I've missed more than 9,000 shots. I've lost 300 games. 26 times they gave me the ball and I missed the winning shot. It's because of the failures over and over and over again. That is why I succeed. And for those of you who came through open qualifiers, don't take this as a loss. Take it as a chance to get even better. Guys, thank you so much for spending your weekend with us. We have had a wonderful time. On behalf of myself, Godspeed, Matchroom, everyone at Crafton, the entire production team, and all of the players. You guys watching means the world to us. Thank you so much. And until we see you in Riyadh, play more PUBG, baby.